waiting for it to show up on here on YouTube. For some reason, it always has a delay.
Oh yeah, I started streaming on YouTube again.
How
Delayed
do
up.
you how do you like it compared to Twitch?
I like it better in some ways, worse in others.
They keep like YouTube constantly demonetizes me left and right. So
Hmm.
I'm like,
Yeah, I stream binary domain. They're like, no, it's copyrighted content, and I'm like, it's the menu theme. Like, come on.
oh, all right. So we're live. Welcome everyone to another episode of Hawaii's #1 podcast, the Kasanova podcast. I'm your host, Mekel Kasanova, and I've got the true honor and privilege of having the one, the only, the iconic Jared of Avalanche Reviews. Jared, go ahead and introduce yourself, man. How's it going?
Going really well right now. Thanks for having me on. And what's up, everybody? How's everyone doing?
We got people in the chat. We got Gamer Thumb TV. We were just talking about you, man. How's it going? We see you, Devil Hunter Nero, Nero Altis, Austin. He got HLO, Fangirl. We got a lot of people coming in. Got a lot of fans of yours too. So
Oh, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for showing up.
definitely, man. Tell people where they can find you, and I left links to everything down in the description below. So
Sure. Pretty much only two real options. You can get a hold of me on YouTube. That's Avalanche Reviews, and on Twitter at Avalanche Jared, Jared.
awesome, man. And it's an honor having you on the show. Been a huge fan of your content for years, man. Your Resident Evil retrospectives are freaking awesome.
Thank
Your
you.
Silent Hill, especially your Silent Hill, man. Like you go not only into detail about the story, from like the origins of it. You go into the deep dive of the development of it, but the psychological aspect of it. You do such a fantastic job, man. Like, and I feel like like stuff that you do, and Gamer Thumb TV. It's such a rarity, to see that type of content with that much love and passion and effort put into it. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. I'm fanboying out right now because I can't believe this is happening. But I appreciate and love your craft, man. Like it just
Thank you, man. I appreciate the hell out of that. Hell yeah. You know, I go into it with the goal of really wearing my heart on my sleeve and showing how much I love the games I'm talking about,
mhm.
which is why when I choose like a series for making a retrospective on, it's got to be something that hits me, real hard in the heart and
Mhm.
lets me know right off the bat. So it's good to know at least that comes through. You know what I mean? Like you're not just watching the content, but you can kind of feel the appreciation I have for the series I'm talking about.
Yeah, and that's with this episode, I really want to deep dive into like how did you get into content creation? Like, what was that point where you decided that this is what I want to do? Because I was in one of your streams not too long ago, and this is how we actually got to talking, and you have a marketing background too.
Uh, kind of, sort of. I've worked a few different jobs, but I've worked in like phone sales and stuff, and I've
Mm-hmm.
done like on the floor sales for office supply companies and Staples specifically. I sold laptops and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I have a background in talking to people, I guess. But more than anything, to be honest with you, what prepared me for social media is up until the whole COVID-19 thing,
Mm-hmm.
I was a bouncer. And that's the most social job I've ever had in my life. I talked to hundreds of people a night, and it made me comfortable with just having a conversation with someone, even though we don't have anything in common.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that opened me up for social media and allowed me to be a little more sociable and chatty. Whereas I'm not, I didn't used to be that way. I was a little more quiet and reserved in my college classes. I was the quiet guy that doesn't talk to anybody. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little better now at approaching people and working up the nerve to break the ice and stuff.
Nice, man. And it's kind of interesting. You did balancing. I used to be a club promoter, and people don't understand. Like, you have to be social in
Oh
those
yeah,
roles.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, just like the manager of my bar is walking around the entire time talking to patrons and stuff. That's just the way it goes.
so so um so when you like what was it for you, like getting into, like, how did you know like you wanted to do YouTube or get into like editing content? Because your style, man, it's so organic. Like, how did that come to be?
You know what? I guess organic would be a good word to describe it because it just kind of grew out of me. I've always been involved with some type of the creative process. When I was a teen, I really got into like art and drawing, and from there I got into graphic design, and then from there I joined a death metal band and kind of expressed myself through vocals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just always kind of been involved, and it's not something that I knew about consciously. You just kind of gravitate towards the things you're interested in, and they always seem to be part of expressing myself creatively. And one day, me and my wife and our next door neighbor were on the way back from I want to say it was Symphony X, a really cool like operatic heavy metal band. We were on the way back from one of their shows up in Tampa here in Florida, and my my next door neighbor was like, "So what have you been getting into? What are you doing lately?" And I just snapped decision right at that moment. I was driving the car and I said, "I want to start a YouTube channel." And that's how the whole thing started. A lot of stuff in my life starts off with that one thought that I speak out loud, and then it becomes a reality. So,
Right.
hey, what have you been doing? I'm gonna start a YouTube channel, and then from there, boom, got a YouTube channel going. Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing at all, and the very first video I ever released is still up on my channel. Fingers crossed, no one ever watches it, but it's there just to keep me humble and remind me where I came from. But I had no idea what I was doing. But my goal was, and it'd been for the longest time. A buddy of mine actually he had started a website called Thrash Metal Gamer, and he's like, "Yeah, I want someone to write a review." And I wrote up a Silent Hill 3 review, and the website never really went anywhere, and I never really finished the review.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I got to start my channel with Silent Hill 3 because that's one of my favorite games of all time. It was just in me. I had to do it. And I sat down with some editing software I was already kind of familiar with from editing footage from local hardcore shows together.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I got my start with that, with like Windows Movie Maker. And I was like, it's time to upgrade. Let's hit the big boy, Sony Vegas. And so I started learning on Sony Vegas, and I used Sony Vegas for ever, like almost a full decade. I only just recently switched to DaVinci Resolve like a month ago.
Dude, I keep hearing so many people saying, like, dude, you gotta try DaVinci Resolve. Like, how is it?
It is incredibly versatile, and it works. If you're used to something like Sony Vegas, which is very linear, it's not going to be something that you're going to be able to jump into intuitively. But once you understand the way it works, it's a more streamlined process. Like for a lot of my stuff on Sony Vegas, I will have I do a lot of retro games, so 4:3 capture footage, and a lot of times it's in an integer scale, so it's not upscaled to 1080p, it's 960p. So I'm gonna have to crop it on the top and bottom, crop it on the left and right, and I don't like to leave black space in the video, so I will have a background of that same video playing stretched out to full screen and blurred with a little shadow applied, and those are several different layers of effects going on in Vegas. Whereas in DaVinci Resolve, I can put a little tiny adjustment layer over top of my retro footage, apply all of those effects to the adjustment layer so that none of those, I never have to make any changes to the actual captured footage itself. The adjustment layer applies all of that stuff. And I don't have to have several different layers of all these things stacked up. I can have a straight line. If I cut to, like, for example, my Resident Evil 3 video I'm working on right now, I cut to footage of the original PS1 version. I don't have to have it on a different point in the timeline so that it doesn't have any type of the effects that were applied to other videos on that line. It just it's there. It's nice and easy. It really simplifies the editing process. I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Man. So
It's very resource intensive though. You got to have a pretty killer machine to even just to scrub your timeline in 1080p. I have a Ryzen 7 1700. It eats up all, I think it's 16 cores. It eats all of them at 100% when I'm scrubbing through my timeline. It's insane.
dude. Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, I started off using Windows Movie Maker. Then I shifted over to, when I was in college, we had a lot of the media room was all Macs, so I got to use iMovie and Final Cut.
Right.
And when I got into YouTube, like serious about YouTube, I started off with using like Sony Vegas. I think I used Vegas 14, and then I went to 15,
Mm.
and then I started using. I was trying to do everything on my Mac at the time. Like I have a Mac, and it's like, eh.
Mm.
Well, I have PC and Mac. I'm more of a PC guy, but like
Right.
everyone's like, oh, you know, if you're gonna do video editing, because Marquez Brownlee said video editing on Macs is the best, and you need to use
That's
that.
so
And
not true. I can't
it's
stand that idea.
it's dude, oh my god, like Macs irritate me.
Mm-hmm.
They okay, that could be a whole nother rant.
I
Anyway,
listen. Have me back on. That would be a whole episode because you and I could go back and forth about that for sure.
it's like dude, like seriously, we definitely got to do that because like for the price that people pay for a Mac computer, you can either build a beast for like a percentage of a fraction of the cost.
Yeah,
of
like
that.
a third, easy.
Have you seen that new Mac Pro tower that's like starts at $5,000?
And you got to pay like $1,000 for the wheels that go on the bottom. Like, come on, Jesus.
But yeah, like so I went with Vegas, and I switched over to Final Cut Pro, and then I went from Final Cut Pro to Premiere. I love Premiere, but I hate that thing. Like Adobe's software just crashes too damn much.
See, that's what I've heard too. I watch a technology YouTuber called Optimum Tech.
Oh, yeah, I know about him. Yeah.
Oh, he's killer. He's the reason why I'm into small form factor computer builds now. But yeah, he was actually talking about that. And I started using DaVinci Resolve after he put out a video talking about, I think he was talking about his current editing build and how he has an i9 9900K just overclocked in it. And he just offhand mentions, I use DaVinci Resolve because the Adobe software is just nonstop crashing. And I actually had that issue with Vegas 16. For some reason, I've heard different things that it has to do with analyzing the audio waveforms, which makes it crash, because a lot of times it would happen during playback. So maybe that's the case, and I have to disable being able to see my audio waveforms. But that's a lot of how I control volume in my videos, is visually seeing where it's at compared to my voiceover and my music. So I was like, that's kind of crappy. And then I heard about DaVinci Resolve, and then I found out that it's free. I was like, all right, it's time to learn this. And I sat down. It took me a good 8-9 days of just solid being in DaVinci Resolve, watching YouTube tutorials and making test projects. Like I pretty much took a video that I would do, pause it at a certain point, and tried to recreate that same format and effect in Resolve. Took me about 8 days, and I came out on the other side, and I'm still very much new to it, but I can do what I used to do in it, which is really cool.
And they have a paid one too, right?
Yeah, with a bunch of other plugins and stuff that you can use, but I think there's a plugin aggregator called Reactor that you can use on the free version, and it's done everything I've needed it to so far. I don't do a lot of crazy, like, flashy effects in my videos, so I've never really needed the real like hardcore plugin packs that have your like explosions and light beams and stuff on it. So the free version, not paying a cent, using the Reactor plugin pack has been perfect for what I need it for. Until I grow outside of that, I don't think I'll ever need to pay for it.
And that's the thing, like when it comes to like YouTube videos, like I was actually talking to my wife about this last night. I was saying, because she also does content creation too. This is actually her whole setup over here.
Yeah, I kind of figure with the pink mic guard that maybe that might be the case.
Hey, you never know.
2020, man. Listen, you do it.
No, but like we had this discussion last night, and we were talking about doing YouTube videos and how there's just such a spectrum of them, because you got a lot of the huge channels that have basically comes off like a commercial, like all the jump cuts and the angles and all. And
they got the YouTube voice, what's up, guy? It's your boy Avalanche here. Before we get into that video, make sure to smash that like button. First person to hit it gets a PSN gift card, or you know what I mean. The YouTube voice, I can't stand it, bro.
I was dude, and that's why like I like that's why I love your channel, like Gamer Thumbs and many others where you guys are just you're relatable, down to earth people. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have because a lot I've met a lot of YouTubers where it's like they're one way on camera
Mm.
and then like completely on the opposite end when you actually talk to them outside of it. But
Oh, for
like,
sure. Yeah.
you know, like chopping it up with you for the last couple of days and right before we went live, and then you know other people I know too. It's like when you meet the people who are doing great content, man. It's such a refreshing thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was the goal because I watched in the early days of me getting into YouTube. I watched the channels most people did, like Angry Video Game Nerd, and I appreciated. I knew obviously this guy's playing a character. Right? He's not walking around all day with his face in a snarl, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but I got into his content, but I started noticing subconsciously, and then I started becoming conscious of it that I got more into his videos when he would break character and
Mhm.
start to. I remember he was doing a video on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis games like Lester the Unlikely, where he's like a
Yeah.
nerd. Um, and he started, he broke character, broke into his actual James Ralph voice and started to describe why it was so frustrating jumping from one area to another because of the way that the game was laid out and the pixels were laid out and how you couldn't edge on the edge of like a platform. And I was like, that's what I want right there. That's him. And that was so interesting to me. It broke through like that. So when I started making content, the idea is to be me because
Mhm.
I felt like, okay, let's say if I did start, I never expected to get anywhere near where I am now, but I was like, okay, let's say if I get 10,000 subscribers, I
Mhm.
would feel like I would go crazy constantly trying to be that guy with 10,000 subscribers who that got me there.
Mhm.
So for me, it was really important to jump into content creation and write the way I talk and make content the way I think so that anytime someone needs to speak with me about something, it's easy to tell them exactly what I meant or whatever because I don't have to go into some type of character, you know, like the Dr. Disrespect guy and like
Mhm.
yell about everything. I could be me. So that was the
Yeah.
idea from the get-go. So it's good that comes through too because that's a huge focus of mine.
No, and you know, it's a discussion like my wife and I have a lot is like how it can be difficult for a lot of people trying to figure out what's their voice as being a content creator, whether it's
Yeah.
being on YouTube or streaming on Twitch or Mixer or whatever. A lot of people try to come up with a character, this over the top zany,
Mhm.
you know. And the thing is, like my wife ended up saying it, you can't keep that going.
No, I assume that's got to be soul crushing. Like I don't know any people who do that, so I wouldn't. I don't know from experience or from third person, but I just got to assume not being authentic to yourself for so long would cause some type of like long lasting psychological damage. I feel like just constantly putting on a character. I feel like it messed with your sense of self identity. That's my assumption.
No, I definitely agree. It it just like I know when I started off, I was trying to be that. Hi guys, it's
Mhm.
Mekel,
Yeah,
and it's like I did that for like probably 3 videos, and I'm like, man, fuck it, I can't keep this up. I'm just
yeah.
gonna shoot. Like this is why this mic from Rode is so nice. This is why I like it. It does this, and this. Like
Mhm.
I try to find for me, I think I try to find a balance between like the technical and the fun. And I get a lot of crap. Like so I did a review for Resident Evil 3. I did one for Final Fantasy 7 remake, and I've been getting a lot of crap from people because it's like they're like you're too positive. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like you're
Mhm.
too positive about the game. I'm like, no, I have a whole section in my reviews
Yeah.
where I talk about what's wrong with the game. But if I come off the bat with what's negative,
Mhm.
you're probably gonna like if that's a like first impressions. If that's the first thing you see,
Mhm.
then you're gonna be like, ugh, I don't know, I won't buy it. But my thing
Yeah.
is like I want to be objective. I want to not only talk about what's good, but because there can be some shitty games out there
Mhm.
that have some redeeming aspects, but they're still
Trust me, I know that's
shitty.
most of the games I get into.
Right?
Yeah, no, it's true. And you know what a lot of people don't understand too is when you have a complaint and you're making a review type of video on YouTube, the complaint has to fit in thematically with what you're talking about currently. Like if you start a video out, oh, FF7, here's what I don't like about it. That seems a little odd. It doesn't flow as a piece of entertainment. So what I would like to do is start off like, oh, I'm so excited for this, guys. And then when we talked about gameplay further on into the video, here's some issues I have with gameplay. Here's some pros, here's some cons. But a lot of people tend to, you know, most people, I would say, you know, a majority of people don't watch all the way through any YouTube video. And I'm guilty of that myself. So it's not like I'm looking down on that. But it's really easy to click on one of my like 40-minute videos and watch 10 minutes of it and assume I was totally positive, when if you would have hung on another 10 minutes, I would have ripped the game a new asshole, you know? But yeah, it's got to fit with what you're talking about. If you're not talking about graphics, talking about how bad a game looks, it just doesn't feel right when you're structuring your video, you know?
Yeah. And the other thing too that, you know, I like that you do with your, especially like you've done it with, you know, the Resident Evil and with the Silent Hill games, is the cross comparisons of how they run, how they perform, how they look on multiple different platforms. Like that has to be time consuming. I have no fucking idea how you manage it, but dude,
it's the most time consuming process you can imagine. It's insane. I'm working on a video for the Resident Evil 3 remake, and I'm blown away at how fast I'm going through it, because it's just 16:9 content. I don't have to mess with the video at all. I'm in there tweaking the audio a little bit, but I'm flying through my timeline compared to, all right, where'd I keep my PS1 footage? Okay, there we got the Saturn version. Okay, I'm gonna get that. Yeah, it's such a time consuming process, because I just recently did a video on all of Resident Evil 3's ports, and and not just ports, but then there was like upgrades like the Seamless HD project, and then a PC mod that was like a restoration mod. So I had to play through a good 2.5 hours of that 7 times in a row, which, like, you know, which isn't that big of a deal when you spread that out across, but when you do it in 2 days, you start to dream about the events of Resident Evil 3. And then not only that, now you have your footage together, so you have to drop it into your timeline and put it side by side in a way that not only accentuates what you're talking about, but also looks visually appealing. So someone isn't just like, you know, because there's a lot of people with analytical minds that want to watch the stuff that I talk about, but the rest of the people are just trying to see like, oh, this video game looks cool compared to this. And they're not really. So you have to compose it the right way. And God, it's a time consuming process without a doubt. It's insane.
So, you know, let's talk about your workflow. So I know you I know you love retro gaming. So I know you've got the, you know, the FrameMeister.
Yeah.
And what else you got? What you got? What you working with?
So I do have the FrameMeister, and I used to talk a lot of shit about the OSSC because I was a big FrameMeister fan, and I bought one, and now I love the OSSC so much. I would say the OSSC for progressive scan content like 240p, 480p, that's all I need. The FrameMeister is great for deinterlacing, and it has its, as a matter of fact, the OSSC has such a weird signal. I have to run it through the FrameMeister, so I wouldn't be able to survive without both of them. But yeah, the OSSC, I have the FrameMeister. I feed it into an Elgato 4K 60 plus capture card. And I think that's the extent of the tech that goes into. I have a really crazy Extron Crosspoint 12 in, 12 out video switcher for analog video. So that's convenient as hell. But that's all just to improve. My whole goal with setting up my retro gaming is to have all of my systems hooked up at once and to be able to play them without a moment's notice. I don't have to swap cables. I don't have to pull anything out. I put a disc in there. I hit a button on my Crosspoint, and I'm watching my footage. Like that's what the goal was. So I'm lucky in the sense that it fed into making YouTube content a little more streamlined, because when I was doing that Resident Evil 3 video, every console I need, every single thing that needs to be done is to the left of me, about 5 feet away. So I put a disc in the GameCube, put a disc in the PS2, run from there, and then I'm capturing footage without any delay in between swapping. It's really convenient. I like it a lot.
Okay, so how much have you invested in this setup?
A stupid amount of money. The kind of money that should get me divorced. just to get my FrameMeister, I got a second job, and I spent God, I want to say half a year researching, because I was going to go with other upscale. Because at the time, the Retro Tink, which is a very cheap, very high quality line doubler, that kind of stuff wasn't available to me. So the FrameMeister was the only alternative that I could find that was as high quality as it was, and the return on investment was so high. So I got a job at Subway making Subway sandwiches, and my name's Jared, so that was fun as hell. So that was real fun. I got that joke a lot. Oh, Jared, like that? Yeah, no, I never get that, so that's crazy. But I literally had to get a second job to buy my FrameMeister, and luckily, as YouTube started to actually become an income, that's how I pay for my games and my upscaling equipment, stuff that I need for the channel. Bought a mic and a mixer through that, graphics card, capture card, all that stuff, which you don't really think about when like YouTubers talk about expenses. You're like, oh, you turn your fucking webcam on or whatever, but you have to buy a lot of stuff if you expect to get high quality content out there. Yeah. And I tend to be very, very picky. If I'm going through my timeline, I notice there's a lot of artifacting compression in my capture. Like, you know, like that's the kind of stuff I don't like putting out. So I spent a dumb amount of money. I think I got the OSSC on sale for 150. The FrameMeister was round about 400. And like I said, that's months of working a second job. So I don't have to not pay my bills buying that. The Extron Crosspoint was actually a pretty good deal. I got it for like $60, which is really cool. All my consoles I've already owned, which is good. I've never really sold a game or a console that I didn't have a duplicate of before. So everything I own right now is essentially everything I've ever owned. So I have all of my consoles. That didn't cost me anything. I had to get a Sega Saturn. That was about the only expense there. All of my games, typically, I'm lucky enough to be able to pay with them through Patreon and ad revenue and stuff. You know, like for example, the Resident Evil 3 video I just did, I had to buy every copy of Resident Evil 3 ever made, which is not a cheap endeavor. And I don't know that that's even worth it, but I gotta have that stuff to make the video. So it's like there's no other choice. So if you're trying to start a YouTube channel and you're listening to this podcast, maybe consider getting a second job.
And I basically, like, you and I, we have the same mentality, like when it comes to, you know, with ad revenue and with Patreon and donations and stuff. So like I like to tell people, whatever you invest into me, I reinvest into the channel. And basically you just said the same thing. You do the same thing too. And it's like, you know, I've seen like there are some critic channels that like to say, oh, you shouldn't, you know, support Patreon for channel content creators, or you shouldn't, you know, help them get ad revenues and this and this. And it's like, well, this is our career for a lot of us. So, you know, if we can reinvest it, if you certain content you like this stuff's not cheap. You know, the mic, I've got a XLR mic just like you. The mixer interface, mixer interfaces.
That's a rabbit hole. Audio quality is a rabbit hole. I actually was able, for the longest time I had a Blue Yeti. You know, everybody had a Blue Yeti. Yeah. And my wife got it for me for my birthday. I used that for roundabout 4 years, and I made that thing sing. You know what I mean? I figured out how to work with EQ, and I made it sound like an XLR mic. But I was like, it's about time. You know what it is? I tell you that, go to my channel and look at the first few videos I uploaded, and then look at the videos now, and you'll see the difference when you support a YouTube channel versus when there's no support at all. Yeah. It's the leap in quality is you know, the early 90s meets 2020. Like, it's insanity. That's and audio has always been a huge focus for me. I don't know why. I just when I listen to a YouTube channel, I listen for good voiceover recordings, and there are plenty of channels I listen to that don't have that, but you got to have something else that you really compensate for in that case. So I had to get an XLR mic. I had to get a solid mixer that could push it as far as I needed it to. You know, recording my voiceover, I have to have a pop filter, and you know, to get the sound that I enjoy, I have to keep my mouth relatively close to the mic like it is now. So if you go to say something with a hard P sound in it, you're doing one of these, you know, I like to play that game, you know. There's a whole thing to it, but that kind of stuff wouldn't be possible without the support of the people who enjoy my content. And getting
Yeah.
on the thing you were talking about before, I can see where those people are coming from, though, because technically we're not, there's no obligation for anybody to support us. And it's
Yeah.
insane that they do. Like, it still blows me away. I still have the mentality of someone who's coming up with 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
I don't, it's surreal that I'm in the position I'm in, that so many people support my content, because I don't know that I would support my content if I watched it on YouTube. But I can see where they're coming from, because there's no obligation. And there are YouTubers who kind of fuck it up for everybody, where they're
Yeah.
constantly asking for money. They're not asking for support. They're asking for money. And
Yeah.
sometimes they'll do that in the guise of, oh, I'm planning this event, and the event never goes through, and
Mhm.
they don't refund anybody. And now when I have a video that says, listen, guys, I do the Resident Evil movie reviews and they get demonetized, and that's 2 weeks worth of income for me that I don't get anymore. If at all possible, I have a Patreon. If you're able to support, it'd be awesome. If you can't, this content's still free. No need to worry about it. And I'll get a comment saying just like another YouTube shilling. And I'm like, I feel like that's reasonable to be like, listen, I got a tip jar over here. No one has to put any money in it. If you do,
Yeah.
I appreciate the hell out of it. I'm just letting you know it exists.
Yeah.
But I get where some people like that are coming from. But from my own perspective, like I said, just look at the difference between the first video I uploaded and the video I'm about to upload. That's how you can tell the difference that support makes. I've learned a lot over the years, but every single dime I get from YouTube either goes into paying for the rent that all my stuff, the house that all my stuff is in, or all the stuff I use to do on YouTube. Like every single, I'm building a new PC right now so that I can edit on DaVinci Resolve without having it slow down and be all nasty. And I can have several video streams coming into my PC at once, and I can stream higher bitrate games and stuff. And that's not cheap at all, but holy crap, people support me. It's insane.
Yeah, and it's, and I'm going through that now where, like, I've got a lot of people, like majority of the people in the stream are, either patrons or channel members. And when I decided to go full time, my wife and I were like, okay, yeah, you're gonna do this, because when I was working at the hospital, dude, I was working 80, 90 hours a week. I was the backup on call primary
Yeah.
for like all their technical issues, and it just got to a point where I'm like, okay, I need to take a break from that and then do something I love. And so when I started doing this full time and basically gave myself a year, I put out content, streaming, reviews, podcasting, and I tell my audience, like, hey, I've got Patreon if you enjoy what I do. I've got channel memberships. If you want to donate, it's completely optional, but you don't have to. Just being here, hitting the like button, watching the video, sharing it, that's support. Like,
Absolutely.
you don't have to support financially, but if you choose to, just know that whatever you give is going to go into the channel. And like right now, like, I never thought that within the time frame that, of 3-4 months, that I would be making what I'm making on Patreon, or that so many people would be helping on, supporting on channel memberships on YouTube. And it's just crazy. Like, and every time, like, if I get a donation or a new sub or a new patron or a new channel member, dude, I still I've got that on my way to 1,000 subs mentality too, because I tell people, like, you don't have to do that, and they're like, Mekel, shut up already.
Yeah.
I want to help you.
No, I know how you feel. I feel like a broken record sometimes, because I want to make that so clear. And I know everyone's heard it 1,000 times. In the last video I put out, I have a little message. It's like, listen, these are rough economic times. If you can afford to still support me, that's awesome. Those of you who can't, cancel your Patreon, cancel your subscription on Twitch. Like, you got to pay for your family and stuff like that. The fact that you would even support me is insane. But right now, you got to worry about you. I'm going to be okay. And I keep trying to tell people that. I always feel like it's going to make it sound like it's disingenuous if I keep repeating it. But like, you can't help but just be so thankful. It really, like, just reignites your faith in humanity. Because even if you were just like a dark, depressed person, then you start a YouTube channel and people support you, it's like there are really cool people out there that care about you and the content you put out. They care about your personality. They want to know more about you. Like, who am I? Like, that's insane. That blows me away. Like,
Yeah.
it's such a surreal thing to experience that people care. And I grew up poor. So the value of
Yeah.
money, that money means a lot to me, in the sense that if you were to give me money, I would understand what type of a sacrifice that is. And I would appreciate that. So people on Patreon, you know, they're not rich dudes in their mansions, you know, rolling up $100 bill to smoke. Like, these are regular working class people, and
Yeah.
them being that willing to give up their hard-earned money to support content they like, it just, I can't even think of an analogy that explains how cool that is, you know?
Yeah. And it's you know, Devin and Nero, he just said in the chat, he said, seriously, Mekel, shut up and take our money.
Yeah.
Like, and this, and guys that, you know, you guys that are watching and listening, look, it's like Jared said, we're not trying to, we literally mean it when we say you don't have to.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a crazy experience, you know, and
Yeah.
you know, I've got family members and friends outside of YouTube that don't understand what it is I'm doing. I'm like, well, essentially it's entrepreneurship. They're like, yeah, but where's the job security? I'm like, there
There is none. Zero. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Me and my wife, when we got together, I was essentially doing YouTube full time for around a year and a half, maybe 2 years, before I actually quit my job. I was just putting out content at the same rate I am now. And, you know, there would be interruptions and stuff, because I was working a full-time job. I was working security at my local bar, and I was also working in the kitchen during the daytime. So I was working a full-time schedule. I do still go to school full-time. I'm trying to get my college degree so that I can get a visa in Japan. So I had a lot of stuff on my plate. And when it came time to where my channel had been for the last, you know, year or 2 years, consistently made a certain level of ad revenue, and the Patreons had not dropped down considerably, you know, me and my wife kind of sat down, had the conversation, and it was actually her says, you got to do this. Like, you have to, because you've taken it this far, and for you to just keep tiptoeing around the edge of this whole thing, like, you got to jump in eventually. So we decided to do it, and luckily it's been working out great. And it's because people are so damn nice. But as I've been able to do it full time, you're able to put more content out there, which means more people see it, which means more people might potentially support it. And I don't know, it's insane. It's blowing me away. But one day it's going to come down. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be able to do this for the rest of my life. So what I'm trying to do is not so much focus on job security, like how am I going to have a nest egg to save for? Because I don't have that at all. Zero savings. But my idea is, how can I keep making content until I just can't anymore? So I'll make the content that when I look back, when I'm unable to make content again, I want to be able to look back at the old stuff that I've done and go like, wow, that was a cool video. Like, I did a good job on this. Like, that's what I'm looking forward to. The rest of it's like, I can get a job, you know, like, I'm not unhireable by any means. So, like, you know, I've done manual labor. I've worked in kitchens. I've done sales. I've done about everything you could imagine. I've installed high-end home theater systems, which I think is where my obsession with tech comes from. But, you know, YouTube will eventually not be my main source of income, I'm sure, at some point. Hopefully, I got my fingers crossed, I get like a whole 10 years out of this. That'd be sick. If not, I'll get a job, probably still keep producing content, but I want to be able to look back and know that I didn't do it in order to be safe 20 years from now. I did it so that I could put something out there that is really meaningful and cool, you know?
Yeah. And it goes back to like one of the things that, you know, people tell us growing up is, you know, do things you love or find something you're passionate about. And, you know, for a lot of us, that's what YouTube and content creation and streaming is. But there's also the parallel of people not understanding that it's another career field. It may not be safe, I guess you could say, but it's still something that for a lot of us means a lot to us. Like, especially, you know, we can talk about being a full-time creator. It's work. It's more work than, you know, I don't think a lot of people understand how much work goes into that, because dear God, man.
It's a lot of stuff, especially if you have a tendency to over criticize your own work. you'll write half a script and get rid of it because it didn't flow right, and writing a script for me is not a quick process. It'll take me a few days to actually get like a 40 minutes worth of a script done, which should be somewhere around the neighborhood of 12, 13 pages. And that's a hard thing for me because people don't understand that it's very easy to say, I like a game, I don't like a game. It's very hard to get inside your own head and figure out why that is. Because you may think like, oh, it plays like I like it to play. But then you start thinking back and you're like, oh, I used to play this game that played a lot like this. And then, oh, okay, that opens up this avenue. And it's really hard to get down and to not only explain why you like a video game, but explain it in a way that other people can understand it. That's the hard thing. And on top of that, it's really hard being creative because you're making something that didn't exist before you just did it. So you're not running from a template. You're not dropping footage on the timeline. There you go, I'm done. You're literally creating something as you're going, and it changes, and it changes from what you thought it would be and from what you had planned out. And man, it's the amount of hours I put into a single video, probably in the neighborhood, depending on, like, this video won't be as long because it won't be as involved to edit, like I said, but that Resident Evil 3 video I put out were the ports of RE3. Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of 85 hours I spent on that. That's for a single video, which it's not the longest work week in the world, but it's very stressful work because it doesn't matter so much what people think about it. It's what you think about it. And I'm constantly criticizing my own stuff as I'm doing it. I'm like, nah, that didn't sound right. That transition wasn't right. Before I cut to that next clip, there was a section where they changed the camera angle and it looked really weird. So imagine you're at your job and you care about every iota of effort you put into your job. Like, I was a cook. Let's imagine if you're a cook and you burn a dish and you have to start the whole day over. That's what content creation is right there.
And people think, oh, you got all this time in the world to do leisure stuff and sleep. And I'm like, where?
No, you do not.
When?
So me and my wife have this thing where we've for the last few months, we've been really into making Japanese curry. So every few nights I'll make dinner, we'll sit down, maybe watch a TV show. We'll finish an anime series, watch a movie or something like that. That's all the time we get, man. Like, from when I wake up, I am either capturing footage, writing a script, recording a voiceover, or editing a video, or doing research for one of those avenues. Then somewhere around the neighborhood, when the sun starts to kind of crescendo here in Florida, around 5:30, 6 p.m., I go out and run 3 miles. I come back, work on my video, cook some dinner. We watch a movie. I'm in bed. There's not a lot of time to be just hanging out.
Yeah. It's, and my workflow is the same way. It's like when you hit me up on Twitter, you're like, or what time, or you're asking for the link. I was like, oh shit, I overslept. And I went to sleep at because it's weird because you and we have a 6-hour time difference, right? So usually I'm going to sleep at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So by the time I'm going to sleep, a lot of people are up and getting ready to go to work or doing something. Especially like if I'm working with say voice actors for an interview or people in the game industry for stuff, they'll be like, oh, yeah, let's do it at we'll do this interview or we'll do this at like 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm like, all right. Where's my coffee?
It's never the same thing twice with content creation. It's like, things change up. For example, RE3 remake came out. I'm not going to be able to keep my regular schedule. I want to get an RE3 remake video out. I'm not going to be able to wait my 2-week release window. And then after that, FF7 remake is dropping in a few days. I'm not going to be able to wait 2 weeks. I got to work on a video for that. And then I also have 2 other videos in the work that I'm going to need to start editing right now.
Yep.
And it's never the same thing every day. Stuff changes so much. Not only that, this is the big thing for me, and it's always been a sticking point, interacting with people. I spend a huge portion of my day responding to comments on my YouTube channel or tweets or DMs. I keep my DMs open People like, for example, I have 3 people in my DMs right now, and we're going back and forth because one of them, I just gotten him into like analog video upscaling. He's like, okay, what are HD Retrovision cables? What's the retro tank? And I'm going through all this stuff. Okay, so the Dreamcast has a 31 kilohertz output, 40p, compared to like a GameCube, which is more around the neighborhood of 15 kilohertz. And you're talking to people about Resident Evil. Someone says, hey, you know, when this happened in this game, what did that mean? Or Silent Hill. I get a lot of conversation going back and forth about Silent Hill, what the story means, what the events, what order they happen in, stuff like that. So I try to respond to at least 100 comments every 2 days. That's my big goal. Because for the longest time when I was smaller, my source of pride was I responded to every comment I ever got on any video. And if you sent a comment to me when I was at like 10,000 subscribers, you were an anomaly if I didn't respond to you. Like, it just did not happen that often. Nowadays, you know, I get hundreds and hundreds of comments every few days, and I just can't keep up with them. But the main point is to show people that it's not just like, here's a TV show to watch. It's like, if you have a comment on it, hey, Jared, actually, because I get not called out, I would say I get corrected, you know, fairly often, what you're going to do when you put stuff out there, because everyone in the world isn't an expert on what you're talking about, but some of them are, and some of them are watching your videos. And I'll be talking about pillar boxing, and what I meant was Christ, now see, I forgot it. Anyway, so pillar boxing are the black bars on the sides of a 4:3 image, and letter boxing are the black bars on the top of a 16:9 image. I will use those interchangeably sometimes. Just when you're writing, you're not thinking about it. Some actually, that's letter box. It's not pillar boxing. Good call. You're absolutely right. You know what I mean? So you have to stay in your comment section, or else you don't know when you're making those mistakes. I would have kept using, you know, pillar boxing in my scripts and not realized it. Someone points it out and you go, yeah, good call. You're absolutely right. Or you say something about the way a game runs. I remember I referred to Fog in RE4's PC version as being volumetric. And some guys, actually, it's not volumetric. It's just a mesh effect. And I looked that up. That's absolutely true. I'm not going to make that mistake again, you know? So it's incumbent upon the YouTuber to stay in their comments, or you're just going to keep doing stuff that's stupid. So like, because I do stuff that's stupid every video I put out. And the point is to reduce those stupid things to a very minimal level by the time you get good at what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's you know, to touch on what you were saying about, like, you know, responding to comments and just the interaction with people, like, you know, I do the same thing, you know, and I got the Discord as well, like trying to keep on top of Discord, trying to, you know, individual messages with people. And then to point out something that Gamer Thumb was talking, he just mentioned in the chat, where there's the marketing aspect too. You have to, you know, put out the tweets, or, you know,
absolutely.
And we don't have teams, people.
No, that's not the way it works at all. If you send a message to a small YouTuber, it's them that's talking to you. And if they tweet something out, it's not their marketing team. It's putting that stuff out. I don't have a publicist.
No, it's like when there's some teams that some YouTubers and groups that I've talked to that have teams, and I'm like, you're lucky. Like, what is it? Residents of Evil. Like, I know all the guys there, and they have different departments and teams for different things, and I'm like, that's cool. I don't have that.
Yeah. You know, and this is, I like Residents of Evil a lot. I really get into their stuff, and those are really, just like me, those are really easy guys to get a hold of. Where, like, I had a question once about streaming, and I knew a few of those guys were just like really good with streaming. So I was like, I'll ask them. I got a million responses, all of them super helpful. But I will say this, for me personally, as far as YouTube channels go, I like to know the personality of the person creating the content. And I think that shows through with everything they do. Their style of video editing, their style of the voiceover that they give, how they express themselves, their writing, the footage they capture, what they like. If you're talking about something in a video, the footage you use to show that says a lot about you, I think, and in what your thought process was. And I wish every YouTuber would do all those things themselves, because I do know YouTubers that have editors, and I feel like that's such a personal part of the process.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise you're an announcer, which is fine if that's what you're cool with, but you're putting out this personality, you know, you're putting out these ideals and what you're into. And I feel like editing, and I assume nobody who doesn't edit video is going to feel this way. But for video editors, and I'm not a video editor by trade or anything, but when I see someone's editing, it tells me a lot about their personality. Spear Hunter, in her last video, I sent her a message on Twitter because the intro trailer, like it was like a movie trailer she has set up in the very beginning of a Resident Evil 3 remake video, and it was like, yo, that was insane. It looked like an official Capcom trailer, the way she had it edited together with the somber music and the fades to black and the slow fade ins and stuff. She was killing it. That's the kind of stuff I want to see in people's content. So when I talk to YouTubers who have editors, I'm like, listen, you should honestly consider, you know, do it yourself if you can. And if you're listening to this, don't aspire to have a team. It's awesome that some people do. That's killer. But if I had my way, you know, if I was president of the world, everybody would create their own content. They would be involved in every step of the process. That way, you always knew who you were talking to. If you send a DM to Avalanche Reviews, it is Avalanche Reviews that responds to you. It's not Avalanche Reviews PR team. And when you see a video edited, you know who to give criticism to when there's something wrong, or who to give praise to when something's right. I feel like that's such a big part of YouTube, because we aren't a TV channel. Like it's supposed to be self-made content, and the personality of the content creator is supposed to shine through, whether you're vlogging or commentary or whatever it is. Man, I wish more people would do that. It's just me. Here I am. Here's my content. Every single thing that touches my content is me. That's what I would prefer. But then again, you can't do that sometimes when you have a job, or, you know, like not everybody is as lucky as I am to have so much time to devote to this stuff. So I get that. But I would say maybe if you're a YouTuber, try to go more towards that direction where you're doing almost everything that's involved with your channel. I feel like that if I had one tip for whatever the hell success is, that would be it. Try to be involved in every single step of the process as much as humanly possible.
Yeah. And that's the conversation I've had with Gamer Thumb TV several times. And for both of us, we really feel like that's such a personal and, you know, involving an intimate process, because
it definitely is. Yeah.
You know, especially if you get to a point where you got a team, it's no longer just your vision, you know, because I've seen it where there are YouTube groups I know that have teams, and it's like you'll have the guy who's like the announcer. He'll do the review, he'll do the voiceover. What's it? I know what is it, Alex from Nicktendo Life. I know that he does he's the on-screen persona for them. And he's not the one that did the review. And I know the other people who have written the reviews are like, that's not the inflection I wanted to this. And it's like, that's the problem with it.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a huge component. If you write, yeah, I really like this game, but you wanted it delivered sarcastically, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much of that comes through when you're voicing your own content, and you know what you meant, and you know exactly how to get it across. Someone else might not do that. And some people may get into what that person produces when he announces for your game, essentially. But I feel like the kind of audience that I would like to cultivate would be people who see that this is Jared. Jared wrote this. Jared said this. This is how Jared feels. Now I can have a comment on it, and I don't have to ask for any kind of elaboration because all of it is right there in front of me. I don't know. That's really important to me. And I get that it's probably not the case for everybody, but I feel like we'd probably have a better group, a better community of content creators if that was the standard, is everybody does their own stuff.
Yeah.
You know, collaborations and stuff like that is super fun and totally fine and really cool to do. But more than anything, you're out there. It's just you're on your own little island, and everything you do has to reflect on who you are. Like that would be my standard, I feel like.
And you know, you are definitely a success on YouTube, and
I like to use the air quotes when people say that.
I can't. Okay, so from where I'm sitting, and after watching you for years, man, I'm sorry. Your success is there's no quotations on that. But so there are people who talk about, oh, you got to learn this about the algorithm, you got to study this, you got to study that. But then some of the most successful people I know, they're like, yo, I just put passion and effort into a video and I put it up in it and I
Yeah.
promoted it. So
Yeah, exactly. No, you're that's such a huge thing for me. That's another sticking point is over obsession on things like metrics and views and the algorithm and when you should upload your video, what time of day you should upload your video. That's minutia, and there's nothing wrong with understanding it, but there's a big problem with focusing on it because your content should speak for your content, not the time of day you uploaded it and not the platform it gets shared on. I had a big argument with a way bigger YouTuber than me, Apos Fox, whose content is absolutely killer as far from an he's amazing. His analytical content, his capture card reviews, his webcam reviews. The guy is a treasure trove of knowledge, and his content is entertaining. He hits on all the points you want to hear. When he talks about mixers, every single thing I'd want to know he talks about, and that's killer. But then I made a comment, or I made a tweet or something about people making the YouTube face in their thumbnails, like, and just take that picture, put it on the thumbnail. And he was, oh, here's another guy that's deciding not to be successful for like his belief. And I'm like, no, first off, I feel like I've done pretty well for myself. I pay my rent through YouTube, but my point is, you don't have to do that. If your content is good, people are going to watch it. And the over obsession on analytics and checking every statistic for every video, it feels inauthentic because that gives way to this idea that the content you produced was to get the positive result in the algorithm that you got, or vice versa, the negative result that you got. Like it gives way to that thought, and that may not be the case. With Epos Fox, I don't think that's the case. But when he does things to cater to the algorithm, it's really easy to say he did that. He made that video specifically for the algorithm as opposed to specifically for people who want to know about that product. And I think a lot of YouTubers do that. They feel like they have to. And his argument was totally sound. He's like, listen, I have a kid coming on the way. Like, this needs to be a money-making endeavor for me. I totally get that. I do not want anyone's children to starve. I want you to take care of your family. But taking care of your family, I feel like, should be done through how good your videos are and not how well you've researched the statistics of videos. Like, I know people who won't put a video out because it won't get good views. And man, that's really shitty because that could be your best video, you know? Like, I put out all kinds of content that no one gives a shit about, and I'm totally okay with that because I'm not always going to be able to make the stuff everyone wants to see, but I am always going to be able to make the stuff that I want to see, and I think that's the point. If I were to constantly tweet about the algorithm and changes, and here's advice on when to upload, and here's advice on what statistics to look for, it would seem like that's why I make my videos, which may not be the case, but it's so easy to feel that way. If you know what I mean? If you hear, I don't know, some like pastor at a mega church on TV constantly talking about donations, it's really easy to feel like that's why he's up there talking, which may not be the case, but wow, could you understand if somebody felt that way? And I guess my goal is to make sure that people think that as little as humanly possible through my actions, not as much through my words. So yeah, I don't know, man. I can't stand the algorithm. I hate it so much because it is important to a YouTuber in the sense that it decides how much money you make and how well you do. But God, like, the quality of your content has to matter over everything.
Yeah.
And if you let the littlest chink in your armor show up, if you submit to making the YouTube face in your thumbnails just to get views, that's why you're making your content, is just to get views, I feel like. And that's my own personal thing. I don't want to, that's not the rule. It's just like how I feel. But yeah, like, just make content for you. Plan on never ever being successful, and you will probably be successful.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, man. And it's just the thing. It's like I see So I have this thing on my streams called, and I have to thank Gamer Thumb for coming up with the name of it, where I basically do kind of like a comedy roast in a way. I
Mhm.
actually start up campfire music, or not really music, but like an actual campfire. I'll go to YouTube, find a campfire, and
Right.
play it in the background. I'll just do a roast on just different things. It can be, things, people, situations, whatever's going on. And um I've done so many roasts on the YouTube thumbnail because
Yeah.
so many of them, they look so cookie cutter, like they came off an assembly line.
Yeah.
The ones I hate the most are, I say it's the dick. They look like they're about to suck the biggest cock in the world.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I hate those. Right.
Just hold up a copy of the video game, do this, and then take. There you go. You're good. You look like a fool, and now everybody's gonna click on your video.
Right. So like I hate those, and the other ones I hate are the does it suck? Is it good? Like I feel like so many people do that.
Yeah, that's kind of implied when you make a video about something. Like, I
Right.
don't think that needs to be said in the thumbnail. Here's a review. Does it suck? Will probably be answered in that review.
Right. And
Ah,
it's just, God, it's so crazy. And then you get, the other thing like I try to do with my reviews is I'll say why I like it, I'll say why I don't like it, but at the end of the day, like at the end of the video, I'll say, hey, this is my opinion.
yeah.
It may be different for you.
Mhm.
Go out and try it yourself. I always tell people to try it themselves
Yeah.
because I start to see that I don't know if you agree or not, but it seems like there's kind of this cult of personality when it comes to YouTubers when they review certain things. Like you have people that just they won't touch anything if that YouTuber says it's good, or
Oh
if
yeah,
it's terrible, they won't play it. If it's great, they'll buy it.
for
And
sure.
it's weird, man.
Yeah, no, it happens all over, not just with a negative, with a positive. If a big YouTuber says it's good, you'll get your hands on it and go, "What the hell is everybody smoking? I don't understand it." That's been happening to me since the beginning, though, because there's a lot of games that I really enjoy, like Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest,
Dude,
Legend
I
of Zelda
love
2
that
on the
game.
NES. Those are supposed to be the worst games in the series, according to everybody, because, one day the angry video game nerd made a bunch of jokes about it, which were obviously uh, uh, like, I don't know, just stretching these negatives that do exist
Mhm.
for comedic value, and everybody took that as like gospel. It's like, oh yeah, these are bad because of the day to night cycle. It's like, actually, that was the first time anybody had ever done that in an NES game. It was really interesting. It was super cool to see as a kid. But if you're a YouTube reviewer and you're capturing footage, it's easy to see that as a negative because you're trying to play a game, get
Mhm.
footage of it, write a script, do a whole process. It's really easy to see why you would kind of like stretch that out a little bit and exaggerate on a lot of the game's flaws because it's like making a newspaper. You want to be sensational, right? So people see that and they don't understand this is sensationalism, and they get swept up in that wave. And it's like, oh yeah, it's bad because X YouTuber said so. Nothing is good because I say it's good, and that should go for every single other YouTuber. If I say something, that should be a feather in the cap of the rest of your analysis of the video game. In my mainline reviews, I do a pros and cons section to sum up the video at the very end. Instead of saying, go out and buy this game, I'm more likely to put, hey, listen, the graphics are really good. The gameplay is very satisfying. Story touched me in this emotional way. Cons, there's a lot of slowdown. There's a storyline that just doesn't get cut off to fruition. It didn't satisfy me, whatever it was.
Mhm.
And the idea is for you to take that, weigh it against what you already think about a video game, and boom, that's your decision that you made. Here's a
Mhm.
bunch of things that I found in my gameplay that you might find interesting during your decision-making process. And the rest of it is me talking about my childhood with that video game, essentially.
Yeah, man. Like I love Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. That was actually my first Castlevania that I've ever played. And I remember it's crazy I remember this. I remember playing it back in 1990. And I remember my brothers and my dad couldn't beat it. But I for some reason I was the one who's able to figure out, yeah, you take the crystal, you go over to
The
the far
mountain.
left. Yep, and then you just kneel. And like when I figured that out, they're like, "How did you figure it out?" And I'm like, "I don't know." Like it didn't seem that cryptic to me.
Mm. I cheated. Like I had one of those tips and tricks VHSs of like the classic gameplay nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And oh Christ, I forget his name. He was like a big personality. He was like shilling for the Nintendo. What was it, like the Power Pad, the little arcade stick they have for
Oh
the
yeah,
Nintendo?
yeah, yeah.
Uh, he was like shilling for that, and he was this worldwide phenomenon in playing video games. Apparently, Skip Rogers. I forget who it
Yeah.
was, but it was this tips and tricks video, and Castlevania 2 was on there. Blaster Master was on there, and a bunch of other stuff. But that's how I learned everything I knew about Castlevania 2. So when I finally played it, because I had that VHS before I had a Nintendo Entertainment System,
Mm-hmm.
so I was watching that video, and Castlevania 2 had a lot of nostalgia for me because I could only see it for the longest time. And then when I was able to finally play it, hear the music for myself and get the feedback when I was playing with the controls, it's like, this is really cool. It's really original. The atmosphere, I've always been obsessed with atmosphere, I guess, because that game, certain areas of it were scary. You go into those like Brahms Mansion or whatever the hell it
Mm-hmm.
was. Like you would go into those places and be like, that's a scary environment to be in for a young kid to be playing this. Like I'm still obsessed with that to this day. But when people talk about Castlevania 2, every point that gets brought up is an angry video game nerd quote. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, listen, just play the game yourself. Don't listen to what me or anyone else says about it. If you found something that I said reassuring, that's awesome. But it's all up to you. It's 100% you and 0.1% me.
And it's like you know, I told you like we did a live stream with Gamer Thumb TV and Tony from Row last week, and we all got a lot of flack for it because we were saying like, hey, play Resident Evil 3 for yourself. Don't just go off of what you know all these gaming journalists. This is where I'm going to use the air quotations.
There we go. Okay.
I'm sorry if you can't fucking beat the tutorial level of Cuphead.
Mm-hmm.
Your gamer card's revoked. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
but
I mean, there's even a deeper argument for that, though, because as a consumer, you want an informed opinion on the product that someone is covering. And if they've proven themselves through Doom 2016 gameplay, through Cuphead gameplay, through Doom Eternal gameplay, to not be able to correctly interact with the product you're looking for a review for, it seems insane that people would even, because for the longest time, the whole game journalism thing, people were so upset about people pointing that out. That'd be like, listen, I sell cars. I don't know how to drive. Okay, well then I'm not really trusting in your opinion, and it's right. Odd that you got that job, right? That's what game journalism is right now, where you have to question that, because before it was assumed you got into game journalism, you love video games, right? You know how to play video games, because not a lot of people who love video games can't play them, right?
Yeah,
there's not a lot of that. But that guy who is so bad at Cuphead, I forget his name, but I can think of his face in my head. Dude, maybe he's the best Final Fantasy player ever to exist. But how are you going to assume that if you see his Cuphead footage, you see his Doom 2016 footage? Like, what do you have to say about video games at that point?
Did you see what he did with Doom Eternal?
Yeah, I did see that as well.
The same guy.
I think it was the same thing. He just wasn't able to double jump or something. Like, same as that. Oh, Jesus. That kills me. I talk about a lot of very involved technical aspects of video games as far as video output goes. If you had found out that I was blind, it would start to throw a little bit of like, you would question my opinion on video output at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems weird to me that it wasn't universally accepted that guy shouldn't be a games journalist. The same way, you can't be a race car driver if you have never driven a car before. I feel like that should be, everyone should just put down the pitchforks and say, you know what? Yeah, I agree. That seems very sensible. If you don't know how to do your job, you probably shouldn't have that job. There you go.
No, and see, and that was, dude, the funny shit was, just because we did can't talk right now. Just because we did the live stream and because we went on Twitter, we were like, hey, people, play the game yourself. Mm-hmm. Learn how this works. Learn how that works. We literally had games journalists attacking us.
It seems to be the mainstream opinion is that Resident Evil 3 is not very good, and the I wouldn't say underground, the more individual driven opinion, like your smaller YouTube channel, and even Susie Sphere Hunters is a small channel as far as the rest of the gaming world goes. It seems the smaller, more independent creators, which I think is a very big sticking point, being independent, they seem to actually see what is good about it. Like we were talking about before this started, my opinion is a lot of the stuff that people are saying about RE3 isn't necessarily false. It's that it's a good game also. Like people are like, oh, it's very short. It is technically short compared to, I don't know what game you're playing, but compared to Resident Evil 3, that's on par. I finished mine 5 hours and 20 minutes, I think, the first time. And the second time I got it down to 4 hours. So I felt pretty good about getting it down to 4 hours, which, by the way, if you're playing through Resident Evil 1, a 2-hour game, it is as long as a Resident Evil game. It could have been longer, 100%. No one can deny that because there's a lot of cut content. But also, it's a good game.
Right?
It can be short and be a good game. That's such a thing. Parasite Eve, a role-playing game for the PS1, is probably the shortest RPG I've ever put my hands on before. That's one of the best games ever made. Like, length doesn't necessarily negate a game from being good. I remember for the longest time when the PS4 came out, what was that game that everybody was so obsessed with that was really short? It was the shooter that was
The Order 1886.
1886.
Yeah.
And I remember hearing that argument like, oh, it's so short, thinking like, it doesn't seem that short to me. I played through Call of Duty 2's single player campaign. It's not really that big of a deal. But my question was, okay, how does it play though? And then the stuff started coming out about how it plays. And I was like, that doesn't seem like it's for me. Okay, there we go. I didn't need the whole short game thing for you to tell me that. That was some ancillary nonsense. What you said was exactly right. Play the game for yourself, because on top of all the things that people are saying about it, they're just not saying it's a good game. And that's what they're leaving out. They're talking about all the negative stuff. But it's like, listen, this is a really fun game. The pace is quick enough, and there's the momentum is constantly moving forward. And that's what makes me feel good about a video game, is I always feel like I'm making progress. That I love role-playing games, but every once in a while you'll get to a point where you got to talk to one villager that you can't find or whatever. You're not making any progress during that point, right? Whereas Resident Evil 3, every step you take is towards the end of the game, and that's really satisfying. There's almost no downtime, despite very optional backtracking, which I elected to do every single time I play the game because that's what I enjoy. But the momentum was just amazing. I felt like I was just constantly moving towards the next storyline piece, the next piece of what was happening, and I wanted to know that stuff. And it felt like there was less of a barrier in between me and playing the game, because a lot of times they'll put in time wasting mechanics, like I can't stand that. And I feel like Resident Evil 3 did a great job of lasting about as long as it should have lasted. And I would love to see a version of RE3 with the park and the graveyard and the Gravedigger boss put into it. That'd be really great. And I would also like that. But on top of that, Resident Evil 3, how it is right now, super fun game. Really good.
Gamer Thumb says Avalanche is a man of culture.
As you can see by my monocle, I enjoy Resident Evil 3. Yeah, it's a really fun game. And a lot of the stuff people are saying about it's like, yeah, you're totally fair. They cut content from it. And that is a little scummy from a game development point of view. Also, it's a good game.
Right? And I've heard comments where people were saying like, oh, it's just DLC for 2, or it was cheaply done or hastily done. It wasn't much effort put into it. And I'm like, the development process that they go through, and to touch on what we had talked about before we started this, from a graphical technical point.
Oh God.
You know what? I'm gonna let you do it. You're the expert. Go for it.
This was my analogy that I'm sticking with, is the generational leap between Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake is like the generational leap between PS3 and PS4. It is a insanely giant leap forward as far as presentation goes, as far as post-processing and background effects and things that are going on under the surface. If you look at it at a quick glance and you see a cutscene from 3 and a cutscene from 2. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, it looks about the same. Play them back to back and look at facial animations, look at the lighting, look at the lack of certain problems that I had with RE2 Remake. It is a gigantic leap forward in realism, in artistic design. It trounces RE2 Remake in every single way from a technical standpoint. And people may not enjoy the gameplay, and that's fine, but I feel like I feel objectively speaking, from someone who admires video game graphics, this is a better game than RE2 Remake in every single conceivable way. If we're talking about technical specs, if we're talking about graphical output, it's absolutely insane. I looked at the cutscene of Marvin talking to Leon in RE2 Remake right there in the very beginning, like first 20 minutes, and look at the cutscene with Marvin in RE3 during Carlos's section. It looks like a totally different game. It's the same character, the same face, with much better. I mean, there's this part where I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, where Marvin's face just drops when a realization comes over him. That's the most realistic facial animation I've ever seen in my entire life in a video game ever. It's absolute insanity. And then you go and look at him speaking to Leon in RE2 Remake, and it's almost like that. Like I said, it's almost like that was on a PS3 and I'm playing on PS4 now. It's absolutely insane. Typically, we would have to wait a good 4 years before this type of a graphical leap was made in engine. You'd have to wait in between releases. And because we have a release so soon with RE3, because it essentially was in development at the same time as RE2, we are able to see somebody, a development team who took all of the complaints that people had with RE2 Remake, and during development were able to institute changes, which you don't typically get to see, because by the time a new game is in development and being made, the other game has sort of faded into the background. People aren't playing it anymore because it's years and years in between. Whereas I had a huge issue with RE Engine and the way they rendered out lighting, to where it was almost like Unreal Engine, where everything was very shiny and wet looking all the time, even areas that shouldn't be. Like every spot of blood had light reflecting off of it, like it had a spotlight inside of it. I'm playing through RE3, none of that's there. There was this dynamic lighting value that was going on behind the scenes in RE2 Remake. And I did a section of my video to prove it, because I almost didn't believe what I was seeing. If you stand in a corner of a room and look at the light side of the room where there's a light shining down, and then you turn your head and look at the dark side of the room where there's a shadow behind something, the light values from when you look will dynamically change to brighten when you're looking at the light and darken when you're looking at the shadow. But the process that it occurs through is not instantaneous. You see it happen in steps. So as I'm playing through RE2 Remake, I'll walk out of a shaded room and see the light slowly fade to bright. And that kind of bothered me a little bit. It wasn't a downside. It was just like, wow, this is a really weird quirk of the engine, huh? Doesn't exist in RE3 Remake. They just absolutely, they have the same like beautiful looking shadows. And even as Carlos, I went through the RPD to see if it would happen in the same areas. They axed it. It's just great lighting without the downside. That's pretty much what RE3 is. The great look of RE2 Remake without any of the downsides. It's insane.
And, you know, touching on what you were saying about how they were addressing things and complaints in 2 and fixing it with hit 3, like, you know, you remember how much people were bitching about Mr. X stalking you all over the place? And then people were freaking out, oh, we don't want Nemesis doing that. And then they listened, and then now people are bitching about,
oh, he's too scripted now. It's like, okay, first off, Nemesis was always scripted, and I'm so tired of hearing that argument. You're like, oh, it was so random. It's like, no, you pick up a key item and it starts a trigger and he shows up in one of 2 locations. That's not random. Like, it's randomly generated, but if you're playing a survival horror game, you probably don't want you beating the game being relegated to a dice roll, is my whole thing. I actually found Nemesis in RE3 original on the PS1 relatively annoying, because I would play it like a survival horror game, and I would run with a limited amount of resources with me at one time so that I have enough room for key items I'm going to pick up at the location I'm going to. Not a lot of health items with me, because the idea was to dodge enemies and not to engage in combat with them. And then Nemesis shows up in a hallway, and the only door you can go through to progress is behind him. It's like, okay, maybe RNG isn't the greatest idea to put an unkillable enemy behind. Like, possibly we could figure out a way to where he doesn't just show up. Like, okay, have it scripted out, and just like RE3 Remake is, okay, we have a save point before you get to Nemesis. Like, the gamer part of you goes, save point, it must be a boss fight coming up, right?
Right.
Whereas in Resident Evil 3 is like, it's Nemesis, just go ahead and restart. What are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna take a hit? Would you have any health items? No. All right, then restart. What the hell? Like, restart to you. What was it? I forget what it's called. A new RNG seed, I think, is the speed running term, which I'm not a speedrunner at all. But yeah, I mean, there are speedrunners who can't stand the RNG of RE3 because you play through the entire way to get to the RPD, and then you open the locker and there's not a grenade launcher inside. You have to restart the game. You know, like you're not going to be able to get through Nemesis fights that way. So I understand that there are people who will like the more random nature of Nemesis, but this is my argument. And I felt like a genius when I wrangled this out of my brain, because like I said, a lot of times you don't know why you feel a certain way and you really have to sit and think about something. So this is my argument against the RNG that happens in Resident Evil Nemesis on the PS1. Horror is not a gameplay mechanic. Horror is given to you through the environment, through the setting, through the story, through the sound design, through the general nature of the video game, but it's not a mechanic in game. You can't force a player to be scared like a Cthulhu Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth on the Xbox and PC. There's a sanity mechanic. You can't force a player to feel freaked out because their character is feeling freaked out. What you can do, though, is build a scenario where they would be more inclined to freak out. Here's a bunch of enemies and you don't have a lot of resources to deal with them. Also, the area you're in is scary. Also, there's zombies and some people are afraid of zombies. There's spiders. Some people have arachnophobia. We can scare you through the way the game is made, but it can't be a gameplay mechanic. And a lot of people who are fans of like games like Dark Souls and stuff, they tend to feel like, oh, it's a really good gameplay mechanic that I die and lose my resources. Like, no, that's a lack of good gameplay. From a strict game design perspective, having a character that can't be killed and that can kill you in around 4 hits show up randomly, you have the chance of them randomly showing up at the worst time possible. And that's not scary in the sense that I'm experiencing horror. That's stressful in the sense that, well, now I'm going to have to reload my save and lose 20 minutes. And there may be some people who are like, oh, this is really crazy. I guess if you think like almost landing on a platform in Mario is scary, then yeah, that might be the case. But horror, actual like real horror, shows up in a movie not because there's a little on-screen prompt like an applause meter that says like you are scared now. No, that's not the way it works. The horror comes across in a video game through visual, audio means, through contextual means, but it's not a type of gameplay. You know what I mean? Which is why I never liked the first-person non-combat horror games where you just see the enemy and you can't engage in combat, and then the game tells you, oh, you're scared now, so your screen blurs. It's like, that's horror is not a mechanic. Like you're not scaring me by telling me my character is scared. That doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, it's see that could be a whole nother discussion right there.
Yeah. I have a lot of views on horror video games. Like, I want to be scared, but you're not scaring me by saying like, ooh, you might die. It's like, yeah, it's a video game. That's fucking implied when I play it. Like, there's going to be a lose case. Like, there's going to be a fail scenario. Sure, that's not scary. That's every game ever made in the existence of everything. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't play chess and get real scared that I might lose. It's like, no, it's a 50-50 shot. Like a video game should be scary based on its environment, based on its story, based on what you can see, based on what you can hear. But like being able to die, that's not a mechanic. That's literally the only thing you could put in a video game.
No, I forget what game. I think it was Clock Tower 3, where if the character gets freaked out, it fucks up your controls. I hated that.
Yeah, similar things happen. I thought it was really interesting from a good game design standpoint in that GameCube survival horror game that I always
Oh,
forget its name.
Eternal Darkness.
Eternal Darkness.
Yeah.
Sanity's Requiem. That's right.
Yeah.
So the sanity mechanic I thought was really cool from a game design perspective, but like I was never scared that like, okay, so it said it was going to delete my save, and then everybody was freaked out. But like me being an ultra 1,000 level IQ guy, I was like, okay, but the game's still on. I could just save again. Like it's not a huge deal if you deleted my save while the game's still on, you know? It did some really cool ways to mess with the player, but that was on a more psychological bend. But yeah, horror is just, it's not a mechanic. It's not something you could bring across through gameplay. It's something you have to bring across through other artistic avenues, I think.
Gamer Thumb says he wants us to talk about how everyone is now praising the 2 campaigns of Resident Evil 2 before they were too similar.
Exactly. They're like, oh, but you know, there's only 5 hours of gameplay and only 1 campaign. It's like, okay, would you want to go back to Resident Evil 2 remake where it's the same exact thing minus 1 thing at the end game? No, like people didn't like that, and they were well within their rights to criticize that. People are well within their rights to criticize the short length of RE3. But it comes to a point of almost being disingenuous if you don't also say, listen, this is a really fun game. Because I think it is. They took everything from RE2 and improved on it as far as the criticisms they got. So zombies taking way too long to down in RE2 remake. I think we all remember how hard they were. You'd have to kill a zombie. You'd put him down on the ground at least 3 times if you didn't have a knife. So now we have a knife that no longer has a break meter. That's killer. We have zombies that go down in a very satisfying amount of time. So it's not so much that they're easier. It's that you can put them down. And after you put down a zombie, you go like, yeah. All right. Yeah, I did that. That was an accomplishment. He was an obstruction that I dealt with versus an RE2 remake where headshot, stun them, run past because it's not worth a full clip to take out 1 zombie. They listened, and that's really good. Capcom listened. I'm not absolving them for cutting content from RE3. For all I know, it was for artistic reasons. We want to make a game that's paced really well, and they did that. But in all fairness, it's just as likely that they didn't want to do a whole bunch of work and they wanted to release it within a window that RE2 remake was still relevant. So they cut a lot of content. Both those scenarios are equally possible. It is Capcom. I am more likely to not give Capcom the benefit of the doubt. But realistically speaking, if we're being rational, there's a chance that someone looked at this game and said, we need to improve the pacing because RE3, the original, didn't have the greatest pacing. The same way people who, and this is another thing, I honestly and genuinely think the game journalists who are complaining about RE3 Remake so much have either not played Resident Evil 3 before or haven't played it since they were a teenager. Because a lot of people's complaints like, oh, RE3 Remake is really linear. It's like, did you play Resident Evil 3? The Raccoon City section has 2 options. There are 2 possible paths. One of those paths meets up with the other path, not even 4 rooms after that. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, you can, for example, get the key items for the subway car in whatever order you want in Resident Evil 3. And if you feel like that's player choice, I would like to explain some elements of game design to you because you end up at the exact same result. They don't affect anything. If you get the wires before you get the oil, is that a new game for you because you chose one option over the other? People also are mad because they took out the choice mechanic. Okay, so the choice mechanic was deciding whether or not you would fight Nemesis. Now you just do that. Like there's no choice. So Nemesis shows up. They don't have to flash on screen while you fight him because you could just do that or run away from him. There's no need to make that choice. And then you can make the argument, oh, well, what about the sections where it would affect things like jumping in the hole or climbing out of the hole? If you think jumping down into that hole in the garage or climbing out of it makes a totally new replay of RE3 worth it, more power to you. I think you're wrong. Like, if you think meeting Carlos in the newspaper building and having the same exact dialogue with him that you would have had in the restaurant makes a new game of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis worth it, I think you're wrong. I'm happy that you get that out of it, but that's not what's happening there. So I think people, when they were like young as hell, they played Resident Evil 3 Nemesis and they said, oh, on my second playthrough, I went somewhere different, and a scene happened at a different location. Okay, that's not non-linear. They're giving you the same scene. It's just taking place in a different background. There's no new information given to you. The only thing I will concede is I think Resident Evil 3 Remake should have had a bad ending, or a different ending, an alternate ending that you could do through engaging in certain practices throughout the game. That would have been really cool. And people who have criticized it for that, totally well within their rights. But the linearity of Resident Evil 3 Remake is right on par with the linearity of Resident Evil 3, just condensed. So it seems like you have a lot less options in front of you because the area you're working around in is much smaller. It's the same amount of choices you have. You're consciously making choices during gameplay. It's just not asking you to make them on screen with text. It's the same experience, in my opinion. I know I'm pissing a lot of people off, but like I'm saying, when my video releases, I will defend myself better. But I just played through Resident Evil 3 7 times in a row. I could tell you right now where this game differs from it, and there's not a lot, or at least not as much as people say there is. Oh, it's too linear. Play Resident Evil 3 right now for me, and then tell me it's not linear. You can't do it. It is a very linear game. Every Resident Evil is. Yeah. Resident Evil 1. Where do you go? You go upstairs, you go downstairs. Those are your two options. Resident Evil 2, you take the left office, the waiting room, or you go to the right and go on the other side of the RPD. Those meet back with each other. In Resident Evil 2, you go downstairs, you head upstairs, go out the same way, vice versa. With Resident Evil 3 Remake, you could either go, when you hit to where the donut shop is, you can go through the donut shop, do all your stuff, or you could take a right that takes you upstairs. You let down the little shortcut ladder, and then you go through an office building above the pharmacy, and then you go down to where the donut shop would have let you off. It's the same design working in the same way. It's a smaller environment, so people think, oh, it's more linear. I don't think people understand the definition of the word linear then, because that's not the case. Or either that, or they don't understand that Resident Evil games are also linear. You just backtrack in them. It seems like they're non-linear. Super Metroid would be non-linear. There's a million things you could do, but once you have one power-up, there's only one thing you could do with that power-up and unlock one area. Resident Evil is the same way. If you have a key, you may have two options. You may have two doors you can unlock with that key. Only one of those doors is going to have the key item you're going to need to progress the story. And Resident Evil 3 Remake works the same way. You kind of have to look at it a little deeper than most people are willing to. And while you're playing it, you kind of have to ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? And then think back, if you're someone like me who has just a few days ago finished up 7 different playthroughs of Resident Evil 3, you got to look back and go, like, how does this really differ? Because I'm not seeing it the way other people are.
Game journalists.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of games journalists don't play video games, and the ones that do don't play the games I like, so I don't listen to them.
Okay, so it's something that Gamer Thumb TV said that I agreed with. Like, I don't know how we went from, shitting on Doom Eternal and then praising Animal Crossing, then shitting on Resident Evil 3 Remake, and now the trend right now is to shit on Final Fantasy 7 Remake. It's like, have you noticed this trend? It's like anytime something new comes out or is relatively decent, it just gets shit on hardcore.
Yeah. Well, I think that there might be a deeper reason for that. I feel like as video games get more popular, I can't stand the category, the hardcore gamer, but people who have been playing video games for a long time and who have gotten skilled at them are no longer the majority. Obviously. I mean, look at how many people buy video games right now. Statistically speaking, the people who used to play video games and who still do can never outnumber the amount of people who are currently purchasing new video games. So it makes sense to me, if you look at it that way, that games that come out that cater more towards crowds who are less able to play video games at a skillful level, they would be more popular, obviously, because the gaming public at large are not people who've been playing games since the 80s. We're not even a minority. That's why I get so mad at Resident Evil, because I want the static camera angles. I want the The tank controls, I want the backtracking gameplay in a large closed off area. I want all that. But realistically speaking, the logical part of my brain goes, listen, you're not even 1% of RE sales right now. You know, people who feel that way, people like me who grew up with the survival horror games, we don't even make up a percentage point of the people who played Resident Evil 6, right? Like that was Resident Evil 5 was one of the best selling Capcom games of all time. I don't even register to them as a person who exists as far as like pleasing me as a consumer. And I think it's the same way with the general gaming public. Is a lot of people are more interested in more what you would call casual experiences, more easygoing, less skill-based experiences, because we're not in the majority anymore, man. We don't have any more buying power as much as we used to, which is why the indie scene has blown up with action platformers that are really skill-based and Metroidvanias that are really hard to get through and very combat-driven. Those games wouldn't make it in the AAA scene right now. Because I mean, look at Bloodstained: Ritual of the Night. I think that's the 3D one, right? Yeah. You couldn't release that as a AAA studio. Like, it would be fun, it would be nice, but you couldn't talk investors into backing a project. Oh, it's a really niche genre called Metroidvania. Not as many gamers get into it. They're like, okay, I'm out. Peace.
Yeah.
What you do is you get the people who enjoy those games to back you themselves through things like Kickstarter, stuff like that. Which is why that's a double-bladed sword. That could be a whole podcast in itself. But yeah, realistically, games journalists, they don't have to cater to us anymore, because I think they are not skilled at playing video games. I think they're people who got into it to send out a message. Most games journalists, I mean, everybody who's a games journalist now pushes more social policy than they push video game gameplay, right? You know, and even if you agree with them, you can still disagree with the fact that that's what they're doing when they should be reviewing a video game instead of talking about something about the video game that irks them as far as like a social anecdote or something like that. You know, even if you agree with the point they're making, it's very easy for you to say, yeah, but I also want a video game review. So I don't think games journalists play video games very much. B, I don't think the gaming public play video games very much. So when a game like Animal Crossing comes out, it's a perfect storm. It's exactly what the public wants. It's a game that literally has no fail state, and you don't have to be skilled to play it, and it requires you to play it for a long length of time, which means you're more likely to post on social media about it, which is free PR for them. It's a perfect storm, man. And games journalists have to jump on it. There's no mainstream games journalists that are criticizing Animal Crossing. You'd be criticizing everybody who reads your publication or who visits your YouTube channel or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's not much we could do about it. So it sucks and it's really shitty. Everything you're saying about it's correct, but we just kind of have to accept it. We are not in the majority anymore. We don't hold any of the power.
And I feel especially that way when it comes to fighting games. Like, I've seen people bitch and moan about, you know, let's take Street Fighter 5 for example. I was having a discussion with someone on Twitter the other day, and they were saying how they can't stand that you had to pay for the characters in Street Fighter 5, and I'm like, well, would you rather pay for the character, or would you rather buy a whole new fucking game?
Because that's how it's been for the entire existence of fighting games.
Right.
A fighting game sequel was never the next game in the series. It was a balance patch with new characters. That's how I always. All right, so that's a personal subject for me because I play Street Fighter 5 competitively. I'm really into Street Fighter 5. Like, I'm into analyzing frame data. I main 2 characters, but mostly it's just Armika. She's got the biggest butt, obviously. But yeah, so Street Fighter 5 came out. Even that, okay, so people were upset about that. And you know what? Okay, you pay for a $60 product. I understand that there are expectations. I totally get that. You're not wrong if you say that, oh, I would rather it come with all the characters. Me personally, I don't mind paying $60 for the base game because I've never mained anybody who was released as DLC. So I was fine with it, but maybe a DLC character comes out. You don't want to pay for it. That's fine. You don't have to. That's totally fine. You don't even have to play the game. I 100% support you in not supporting stuff you don't like, but you have to understand, given the context, that's how fighting games, this is a better situation we've been in right now than how it used to be. How many versions of Street Fighter 5 or Street Fighter 3 exist? I think there's 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So would you rather buy those games across all of the different platforms they were available on, or sometimes not available at all? Or would you rather pay $4 for a character that you think is cool, that has a moveset you agree with? It's not as big of a deal as everybody's making it. There are scummy practices in DLC in AAA gaming. Fighting games isn't one of them. They may charge for a different costume. You don't have to wear that costume. It's okay. You don't need that. And you're like, oh, but that's content that should be there. You can't say should in a video game, because if somebody made that and you may not agree with it, don't support it. That's perfectly fine. But don't criticize the fact that you have to pay for a costume if you don't want that costume and you aren't going to play the game. People also got mad about it not having a story mode. I haven't played a Street Fighter story mode since Part 2 Champion Edition. The game is made for the competitive crowd. It was literally made by people who compete in Street Fighter tournaments. Of course, why would they have a story mode when it first released? That's money that doesn't need to be spent. It's like having so
Ooh, I touched on a nerve here.
So remember Guys for the PS1?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So that had an RPG mode. Would I be pissed if it came out without an RPG mode? Of course not, because there's no point in having an RPG mode. It's just extra, and that's cool. You don't have to play the RPG mode. But like, if they remade Guys and they didn't have the RPG mode, I'd be like, okay, it's a fighting game, so I get it. It was made by the competitive crowd to be competitive. It was made to be played in tournaments. It would be stupid to put that on there. If you made your motorcycle for driving on the road, it would be stupid to put tricycle wheels on it. You could, but it would be really weird if you went to the Harley Davidson Center and expected those to be pre-installed. And that's something you got to do. People are really mad about that, and I never got it because I was online playing from day one with Street Fighter 5, and there's things to criticize it. There was netcode issues at first. It's doing much better now. There's a 7-frame delay inherent to the PS4 version, which is really hard for linking combos if you weren't used to it. That's criticizable. No story mode? Nah, that doesn't fly. Sorry. You may want a story mode, and that's fine, but you're not who this game was made for. I want the Madden games to have more strategy RPG elements, but listen, I'm not mad every time that doesn't happen, because obviously that's not who it's made for.
So I gotta ask, are you a pad or?
Oh man, there we go. My rap boost, of course.
Hold on.
I have about 6 of them if you want to play that game.
I got that one too.
Oh, it's a killer stick. Oh, that's such a good color too. It's a really good stick. I have the one with the silent switches for the buttons, so when I stream, I'm not like beating everybody's ears open and stuff. It's a killer stick. I like it a lot. I just replaced it with another Hori joystick that doesn't have the optical switches. It's really good stuff. Oh, yeah, man. I play the hell out of fighting games, and I love sticks. But I will tell you this: I play Neversoft games like Mortal Kombat and Injustice with a pad, though.
Yeah, those are the ones that I feel like I can't play with stick. Playing those, they're too. The inputs are too precise.
Yeah, the straight directions is really hard to do with a joystick. It's easy to go left-right with a controller. It's really hard to go perfect left-right on a stick unless you have dead serious control. Some people do, but I figure like with those mix, the ones with the keyboard keys.
Oh, those Xbox,
Yeah, so those ones I assume would be amazing for Injustice, because I would be better at utilizing all those directions at once instead of taking my thumb one at a time. But yeah, the straight directions are really hard for arcade sticks. That's why you have to get certain sticks for like Pac-Man and Donkey Kong games, because they don't use diagonals and stuff.
And see, that's another thing too. Like, I was talking to someone that was saying that same person who's bitching about Street Fighter 5, saying they don't like their DLC practices and this and that. I was like, have you played it? And he's like, no, I'm waiting for it to come to Game Pass.
It's like, all right, then. Yeah, well, there you go. I assume that person was high up in the games journalism world then, because he's exhibiting the same exact actions. There are, but I have been kind of hard on games journalists. There are games journalists that I do trust, but I think most of them are independent, not tied to any publication, mostly
Mm-hmm.
because it's hard to trust what someone says if you think they're making money off of saying something else.
Yeah.
So like if you watch like a video from G-Man Lives or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried that people are paying him a lot of money to say what he's saying when he's talking about like the dumb shit that he talks about in his videos. No one's paying for that. But if you're reading a review from Kotaku, like are you really sure that this company didn't pay to have advertising on their site? You can't
Yeah.
really trust that as much. On top of
Yeah.
them all obviously being bad at video games.
Okay. So since we kicked it off with some fighting games, let's go ahead and talk. What's if you had to name 5 fighting games of
Mm-hmm.
all time, any time range, what is your 5 favorite?
Okay, so favorite is a strong word because Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is on that list, and I
Okay.
can't stand that game. But I love it. I hate it though.
So broken.
Yeah, so Marvel 2 is definitely up there. Street Fighter 5 is what I honestly learned to be competitive with, so that's there.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to put Street Fighter 4 on there, but I can't stand starting every combo with 4 jabs. That kills me for some reason. It feels so unorganic. I like the combo structure, honestly, of Street Fighter 5 and Guilty Gear XR.
Mm-hmm.
They feel the most fluid as far as inputs to on-screen reactions. Injustice 2, oddly enough, is one of my favorite fighting games. I never got very good at it, but it felt so satisfying to play. And you had a lot of options with that game. I really like anytime a game gives you the opportunity to burn meter to improve a move or give it armor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy the hell out of that, and it's good to see Neversoft games doing that now. But I don't get into Mortal Kombat games as much. So I'd have to say Marvel 2, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 4 tentatively with Injustice 2, and I want to put a Guilty Gear game on there, but damn it, there's a lot of good stuff. You know what? Oddly enough, I really got good at was it Bunkyo Fighting Climax?
Mm-hmm.
With all the anime characters. When I go to Tokyo, I always find a cabinet and see if I can't play somebody in that. And I usually do pretty well. So that's definitely on the list because it's really simplistic. It's like I think that game is what Marvel 3 was going for with its 3-button design and 1-button assist. I think that's what Marvel 3 wanted to be, but Fighting Climax just does it better as far as attitude and look and satisfying combos go. It's easy to dial a combo in that game, but it's really fun to go outside of that and organically switch up your move set in the middle of a combo. It's really cool stuff. I like that game a lot.
So I've got a game for you that you would probably love that barely anyone plays and it's so good. Fighting EX Layer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually really got into the Street Fighter EX plus Alpha and the 3D Street Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were really fun. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna lie, I thought the 3D King of Fighters Maximum Impact,
Yeah.
I thought they were really
good.
Fun. Yeah, so I might actually end up playing EX Layer because it looks super interesting. Plus, it has Terry Bogard in it, so that's always cool.
Dude, I fucking love that game. I can never find anyone online to play it with.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the problem with a lot of fighting games. I have a lot of 2D anime-based fighters that are so fun. I've never played anybody in them before.
And like, so there's a Under Night. Have you played the Under Night in Birth games?
Yeah, Christ, I want to say 4 years ago, I came back from Tokyo with one of those games, and I really enjoy the hell out of it. But nobody was playing it on PS3 at the time because the PS4 was out and everything. It was an older game at the time. And I know the Steam version is out, but I don't know if anybody's playing it. And if I get a fighting game specifically, I want to play other people. And I live near no one who plays fighting games except for a buddy of mine who doesn't come over as much because we moved away from each other. So if there's no online like commitment to a game, I can't buy it anymore. It sucks.
So the latest Under Night game on Steam is very, very active.
Ooh.
The PS4 version is
Hmm.
the Switch for I don't even know why
I don't get that. Like, all right, listen, you have to know your market. Do you think the people buying the Switch are competitive fighting game players? Like, come on. It's fine to not release stuff on the Switch. It's totally okay. I think you're losing money if you're porting something to the Switch and you think that like the Animal Crossing crowd is also going to be really good with mix-ups and 3-frame links, but whatever.
Can we open that door about the Nintendo crowd? Can we step in?
We
I'm leaving it up to you.
can. We absolutely can. I'd like to kick that door open. Let's do it.
Okay, so this is what I don't understand, and I'm about to piss people off. This is prefacing it. You're gonna get pissed off with my statement, people. I don't understand why people who buy Nintendo consoles who only play Nintendo games bitch about games coming to the Switch later, or saying like, oh, it's port begging. We get, because when the devs are like, if you want this to come to the Switch, let us know. Then you got, the Switch only people and the Switch only YouTube channels say, oh yeah, that's port begging. You're begging for it. I'm like, get another fucking console or a PC to play these games. Like, I'm sorry. Look, I played Doom 2016 and Eternal on PC. I also have them on Xbox. When I played that bitch on fucking Switch,
yeah, that is the double-bladed sword of the Switch. It is a port machine right now. None of the ports are good. They're all terrible. That's the issue. I played Revelations 2 on Switch. It was a nightmare. It was so bad. We were dropping frames left and right. There was no post-processing going on. It was blurry. It was internally up-converted 600p, essentially. The Switch is a garbage piece of machinery from a modern gaming standpoint. It's very interesting as a portable. They're selling it as a home console, and I think that's a mistake because they're porting home console games to it, and they're terrible. And listen, there might be people listening who enjoy their Switch ports. That's perfectly fine. Just understand that you won't as soon as you touch it on another console. There's just no way you could go from playing Doom at like, sub 40 frames per second to playing it at 60 on PC or whatever console platform. There's no way that you say, oh, I'm going back to the Switch. It feels better. That's just not the way it works. It's a garbage machine for ports. It is terribly weak for video games in the current market. And I'm glad you brought this up because that has been my argument against Nintendo since the GameCube stopped. They have been bringing weak consoles to the market forever thinking, oh, we'll just make good games for it. That's a good emphasis to have, but why not also give game developers a lot of hardware to work with so that they can make good games that also compete in a modern gaming landscape? I play mostly 2D JRPG, so it's not like I'm saying everything has to have bump mapping and bloom lighting, but if you're making a modern game and you're selling it as this last generation looking fucking 20 frames per second nonsense, it's not going to do well. Graphics aren't important. I know everybody's like, oh, well, graphics aren't the only thing. No, they're not. But what do you see while you're playing the game? And also while you're experiencing the game, gameplay wise, does it slow down? That is incredibly important, especially if the game isn't tuned to slow down. There are plenty of games that are made to be played at 60 frames per second that play lower than that on the Switch, and they are incredibly hard to play that way. That's objective fact. You may get used to it and you may even enjoy it, and that's your opinion, and that's fine. Everybody should be able to enjoy whatever games they want. I play enough bad games as it is. I can't shit on anybody, but you're starting from a very bad situation with the Switch, and you may achieve very good things from that bad situation, but that doesn't mean you're not starting off from total nonsense. God, I can't stand it so much. People love that console, and they love it because it's the Apple iPod. It's the name brand. It's the Nintendo Switch, and everybody went crazy about it on Reddit. So everybody on Twitter went crazy about it. So everybody has to go crazy about it. When I'm over here going like, oh, did you guys see the technical analysis? It's actually kind of garbage. Like, oh, you pay a lot of money for your Switch stock? Did you know it's a piece of plastic with a pass-through HDMI connection? Oh, okay. Listen, I was there from the very beginning. I made a video. I made a video on my channel, and people like kind of not lambasted me. They criticized me, saying that I was being clickbaity. And the name of the video was, "I think the Switch is likely to fail." But that was a true statement, and I backed up every single thing I said in the video. So I don't think it's clickbait, but I can see why people would come to that conclusion. My point was, I made that video after the teaser announcement, and everything that I intuited from that video ended up being correct. So we had no information about the guts of the Switch. We didn't know the resolution of the LCD inside. We didn't know the hardware inside. What I said was, NVIDIA's obviously going to be providing the graphical hardware for sure, because because of their work with the Shield, they had a mobile platform already set up as far as small form factor gaming. So I knew what was in the NVIDIA Shield, the latest version, was at the very least going to be present in the Nintendo Switch. So that's one thing, I guess. I also guessed at the hardware inside based on the headphone jack. I took a picture and superimposed 3 of those headphone jacks to see it was only 3 standard 3.5 millimeter headphone jacks wide. So it wasn't going to have great cooling, which meant whatever was in there is going to be downclocked, like from the factory. It had to be, because you can't include good cooling in a package that small and not downclock things. That's just the way it works. And then I also concluded there wasn't going to be any upscaling going on inside the base. It was my personal opinion, based on the information that I knew, that there wasn't anything inside the Nintendo dock that was going to upscale the internal resolution of the game. Putting it inside the dock allows it to go at a higher resolution, but there's nothing inside the guts of the dock that does anything other than when you plug it in, it sends a signal to output 720p or 1080p. It's actually 720p, 1080p upscaled after the fact. It's internally 720p. And I feel like I'm not crazy for saying a console coming out in 2018 outputting a native 720p picture is not a great idea. But people shit on me, and I was like, no, wait, what? No, graphics aren't everything. It's a 720p console in 2018. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry. Like, I'm sorry. It kills me so much. Listen, you can like Nintendo, and maybe you're okay with their business practices. I am not. They're pieces of shit as far as business practices go. Most video game companies are, but they're the scummiest of all for a myriad of reasons. Not only the fact that they've been shitting on their video quality on purpose to save 10 cents per console since the GameCube came out. Like, it's absolute insanity. They have completely nerfed video output on every console they've ever put out because they don't think people need good graphics. The fuck out of here, Nintendo. Oh God, I hate them so bad. Oh, I love games on Nintendo consoles. I fucking hate Nintendo consoles, though. The N64 was a piece of shit as far as video output goes. Not only are you only okay, S-Video is the best you can get out of that console. That's garbage. Every console out at the time had RGB video out, all nearly uncompressed analog video out. The N64, they're like, yeah, we'll save about 10 cents on a capacitor, so you can't get RGB. So now you have to buy a board that costs like $11 maximum to output RGB out of the same exact video connector, which shows you how easy it would have been for them to do it. Oh God, Nintendo is such a piece of shit company. They don't care about you. They don't give a shit about you buying their games. They don't care if you enjoy their console. They're Apple now. When they release a console, you're going to buy it. They don't give a shit what you say about it afterwards. They don't care that the first batch of Switches were complete garbage and failed in everybody's hand. Remember those YouTube compilations of Switch fails, like consoles just being bent and like scratching the dock itself was scratching the screen. Like the thing you made to work with your product fucks it up. Those existed for a reason, because Nintendo doesn't give a shit if you like the Nintendo Switch. They don't care. You're buying it. It's the same thing with the FF7 remake. You think Squaresoft gives a shit what I think about FF7? They know I have a pre-order. They don't care if it's good or not. Like, it doesn't matter. Video game companies are terrible. Oh, they're the worst.
So I have said for years, and I've gotten shit for this for years. I've said if Nintendo didn't come out with Breath of the Wild at launch for the Switch, which, mind you, people, is a port of a Wii U game, and it runs better on the Wii U than it does on the Switch.
Yeah, because the Wii U was a home console.
If it didn't have that, the Switch would have been dead on arrival.
Yeah. Same way the 3DS took so long to actually pick up when they started making good games for it. I mean, the problem was they spent a lot more money making the Switch than they did making the 3DS. And realistically speaking, if the Switch would have bombed, Nintendo has enough money to take a few console bombs. They're not Sega. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they could take a few console generations just totally fucking them over and still be able to make a profit off of their products. But that's never going to happen, though. You think Nintendo is going to release a console that's not going to do well on name brand alone? Of course not. Even people who don't play video games, who don't have nostalgia for Nintendo products like the NES, which I don't really like the NES. There might be 6 NES games that I enjoy, but you know, and it's not,
too.
yeah, exactly. That's one of them for sure. TMNT, the arcade game, you know, like
Yeah.
I have my favorites, but I grew up with an NES in my household from a very young age. It's not like I didn't have nostalgia for the console. I have nostalgia for those games, but when I grew up and started realizing what I do and don't like about video games, none of the NES stuff seemed to fit. But this is the thing, though. People who don't have that nostalgia, who didn't grow up with Nintendo consoles, still have the mentality, oh yeah, Nintendo, like they're just their name brand quality. You know, you're getting something good. The same way when Apple releases a $8,000 base price computer, everybody's like, oh, it's got to be good because it cost $8,000, right? No, you can get an i9 9900 for way less than what they're charging you for. Oh, what, 64 gigs of RAM starting out for a $6,000 machine? That's not even $1,000 worth of RAM. You're out of your damn mind. That's what Nintendo is right now. Nintendo is Apple. It has the Nintendo name. People on the internet are going to go crazy for it. Influencers. Here's the thing. If you are a big name influencer as far as video games go, like a Jacksepticeye or some of these really famous like game influencers, are you going to say something bad about Nintendo? Of course not. Why would you? Your entire fan base would turn against you. Like you would lose revenue off of talking shit about Nintendo. So when a Nintendo console comes out, are you criticizing it for its actual flaws? Now, I have a Switch. I think there's some pretty cool stuff on it. It's not like you shouldn't get a Switch. Just understand when you come into it, it's dated hardware by design. It came out of the factory 5 years old. That's all there is to it. This is less powerful than a PS3. Now, it's cool that it's a handheld, but you sold it as a home console. My expectation is home console quality. Like, it's cool that I can take this on the road and play the SNES Classic Collection. That's really cool. And I think they did a great job with emulation. They have interpolation engaged, which is really cool. You can disable that if you want. You can keep it at integer scale. That's cool. That's software stuff. It has nothing to do with hardware. Hardware-wise, the Switch is a piece of shit, other than its screen, which is really sharp and really high quality. Everything else in the Switch is garbage from a modern standpoint. It's like playing a Super Nintendo. You may as well be doing that from a hardware perspective.
And look at how much money Nintendo is making off of accessories for it, which is that's another thing a lot of people don't understand. Nintendo's it's a fucking toy company.
Yeah, they love their proprietary sales. That's why Switch chargers are blowing up Switches everywhere, because Nintendo holds the patent for it, and they're not giving it to anybody but licensed dealers. You have to go to Nintendo and give them a portion of your income before you can make licensed products for the Switch, because they're like Dell. If you buy a Dell machine and you want to, let's say, replace the RAM in it, a lot of OEM RAM and like HP and stuff like that, it's rated RAM that you can't buy anything but HP approved RAM and put it in that machine, even though it should be universal. It needs to be signed. The BIOS on the motherboard level needs to see signed RAM inside your stuff. That's what Nintendo is. They love proprietary software and hardware. And it kills me, because you could buy a charger for your PS4 anywhere. You could buy a TV right now and grab the power cable that comes with it and power your PS4 with it. It seems more open source than anything. I don't know. Nintendo pisses me off really fucking bad. I can't stand Nintendo, and I get that people enjoy their games. I just don't get that people enjoy their hardware. That doesn't make sense to me.
So this is something Trials of Mana is coming up in a couple of weeks, and
oh yeah,
at first like I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna get it on. Am I gonna get it on Switch? Or am I gonna get it on PS4? I download the demo for both, and then I'm like, 30 frames per second, drop frames,
yeah,
screen tearing.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here with that. Now, in a modern game, nah, That's garbage. That's bullshit. That's flat out. And oh God, it kills me so bad. That should not be something that's going on with a game as not graphically intensive as Trials of Mana is. You know, it's not Metal Gear Solid 5. We're not expecting a lot from you. Maybe, okay, let's say we have to bump it down to 30 frames per second. A constant 30 frames per second would be really fucking nice.
Mm-hmm.
You can't drop frames on a game that looks not bad like that, but it's not working with modern shaders. It's not working with modern graphical effects. This is, you know, it is what it is, and it should run 60 frames per second locked on every console it comes out on. It's fucking ridiculous. They are screwing people, and people are defending them as they're doing it. Like you're walking up on a violent attack, and you're like, someone call the cops, and the guy getting attacked, like, you leave him alone. Like, that's what the relationship with Nintendo is to its fans, and it kills me because a lot of people aren't able to separate in their minds the fun that they've had with Nintendo software versus how badly they're getting fucked with Nintendo hardware. And you could have a current gen gaming console right now in your hands. The Switch, Nintendo has the money for R&D. They have the connections. The Switch could be a PS4 in portable form. Why didn't they do that? Because that would have cost more money, and you would have bought it at the same rate. It's the same reason. If there was one cell phone company, we wouldn't have an iPhone. You're going to buy their cell phone. Why would they innovate? What did they give? Like, what, are you going to go to somewhere else? I only have one cable provider in my town. Do you think Comcast is offering me all kinds of deals all the time? What am I going to do? Just not have internet? Of course not. There's no reason for them to treat me well. It's like if you're a slave, your slave driver has no incentive to like give you a paycheck at the end of the week. And if you're a Nintendo fan, Nintendo has no incentive whatsoever to sell you a piece of high quality hardware because you're buying it. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. Why would they make it good? They would cut into their own profits, making a high quality piece of hardware that you will buy at the same rate you would have bought had they put out a piece of shit. Business wise, why wouldn't they? They would be dumb if they did, honestly.
It's kind of like, you think about it, like the last time they put out a powerful console, during a generation, was the GameCube.
Yeah.
And they gimped it by doing the GD-ROM. Or not the GD-ROM,
No, it was GD-ROM.
Yeah.
No, GD-ROM was Dreamcast.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, so the mini DV. DVD.
So they gimped it doing that. And then when they brought out the Wii U, which I thought was stupid, I'm like, you could have brought that out in 2006 when all the other that generation started. It could have came out then. It would have been more powerful, which technically I think it is more powerful than both PS4. I mean PS3 and 360. They could have brought it.
It was overclocked. It was overclocked Wii. Essentially, yeah. It wasn't on. I think the GameCube was the last of their consoles that used PowerPC architecture, but yeah, the Wii U was quite literally an overclocked Wii with more video memory. I think, yeah, like no, it was not very good at all. It had similar hardware. It was the latest revision of the same hardware that was in the Wii, essentially. And a lot of the R&D that would have went towards making it a really powerful machine went towards the dual screen mechanic, the controller that had a break off screen, which you have to understand. I mean, that is a feat in itself. Syncing up video wirelessly to video that is being output wired, like that was an R&D accomplishment. Did it need to be done? Of course not. Obviously not. And it bombed because it was a piece of shit. But that's one of the only Nintendo consoles that ever bombed because it was a piece of shit. And that's because they couldn't deliver on the software. Whereas a lot of people, I bought my PS4 because it's an incredibly impressive piece of hardware and I enjoyed the user interface. The argument between power versus the Xbox One and PS4 is almost negated at this point because it depends on who's coding for it. And the architecture has become so united. Everything is essentially PC architecture. It's all, x86 programming. Like it's, you have a PC in your hands. Now, what do you like seeing when you boot that PC up? That determines your purchasing power versus Nintendo, where it's like, oh yeah, it's 100% gimped. You will not get the same experience. And it might be a piece of shit, but you're going to buy it. So just buy it. Just shut up and buy it. Don't say anything about it. Don't tweet about it. Don't make posts on Reddit about it, because everybody else you're talking to is going to buy it also. You're not convincing anyone to buy a Switch. The Switch is getting bought. That period, the end. You know, they're putting out the product. People will buy it. It doesn't matter if anyone likes it, because they never do. It's always a piece of shit. Just shut up. Like, you're a Nintendo fan. You're going to play it. Listen, I'm a fan of Nintendo games. The Super Nintendo had some of the best RPGs I've ever played, second only to the PS1. PS1 is the greatest RPG machine ever made. So it's not like my love for video games comes from the latest and greatest graphics. I might have 25 PS4 games. I have around 600 retro video games. So I'm not expecting every game to be on Doom Eternal, but I expect every game to have the potential to be Doom Eternal, because then you get Doom Eternal. If every console company did what Nintendo does, that wouldn't be a possibility. We wouldn't get these incredible looking games with these incredibly immersive environments, because we'd all still be using low poly PS1 graphics. If everyone, like, I have to give credit to Sony and Microsoft, because they at the very least force Nintendo to only be 2 generations behind. Think if they didn't have any competition, do you think they would be going past what the Wii looked like? Why would they? There'd be no reason to. You're just gonna buy the Wii. It kills me. And ever since the Wii came out, they've only sold their consoles on gimmicks. It's always been a gimmick. The Wii U came out. Oh, it has a controller that's a screen. I said that was fucking ridiculous from the get-go. Like, okay, cool, I can look at that. That's the entire use of it. You know, most games didn't utilize it, but this is the issue with Nintendo, because all of their consoles now need to be gimmicks, whereas before, the software was the gimmick. The GameCube, okay, you had your Mario Sunshine, you had your Star Fox game that was on there. That's how they brought you in. Ever since the Wii came out and got successful in the casual market, Nintendo thought, well, we have to repeat that exact same process, and then we'll get the same result. It's like, okay, the motion control gimmick caught on for a while, and that was really interesting. I predicted its failure way ahead of time. I predicted the failure of 3D TVs way ahead of time. I predicted the failure of 4D way ahead of time. These gimmicks come and go all the time. Honestly, I'm not as confident about this, but I think VR is going to die in the next 3 years. Even with Half-Life Alyx, VR is not at a point now where it's a tenable product that people can affordably get a hold of and enjoy regular video games on. Until it is, I'm not saying it's never going to come back, but VR as it is right now is essentially dead. It had a bump from Half-Life Alyx, but how many people have dusty VR headsets sitting next to their gaming PCs? I assume a lot of people. There's no games coming out for it. And the same thing, I predicted the motion controls for the Wii were going to die out. And that's what it was. It was all shovelware at a certain point. Then you had the Wii U, which had its gimmick with the screen and the controller. Then you have the Switch with its gimmick. Oh, it's a home console and a portable. We decided to do none of those very well. Like, you should have just picked one. Just pick one. Make it a home console. It would have made a great home console, I think. You double what's inside of it hardware-wise. It would have been a killer home console. It may not have been up to the standard of a PS4, but the gap in performance wouldn't be so great. That way, when you want to port a modern game, Call of Duty makes a lot of money, right? If you're Nintendo, you might want a Call of Duty game on your console. But look what happened the last time they did that with Call of Duty on the Wii. It was absolute shit, because you can't run a Call of Duty game on a Nintendo console nowadays, because you can't run any modern game on a Nintendo console nowadays without heavy reductions. And people don't want to buy games with heavy reductions inherently. Some people will, because it's a port of a game, but I know people that buy ports of games that are really good on consoles they own on the Switch, because they own a Switch. They feel like they should. Why? I don't get it. I really don't understand. It's like, yeah, I already got a car, but I bought a moped. Are you going to ride it? No. But like, I have this moped parking spot in my yard. That's what the Switch is. I'm glad you brought that up. I've been needing to yell about that for a while.
But you can't tell people this. They refuse.
No, I mean, I have my opinions, obviously, and you may enjoy the platform that Switch offers. And I even think the user interface on the Switch is pristine. I love the user interface. It's killer. Everything's where you think it should be. It's easy to navigate. It's attractive visually, which is more than I can say for the PS4 or Xbox One. I can't stand their user interfaces as far as visual aesthetics go. That being said, hardware-wise, objectively, there's no opinions about it. It's bullshit. It is garbage hardware in the modern gaming market. There can be no opinions about that. Feel free to have one. You will be incorrect. Like, I am willing to accept anybody's thoughts that differ from mine on any subject other than objective reality. If I look outside and I say the sun is shining right now, and you're standing right next to me, you say it's not, feel free to have that opinion. You're incorrect. Objectively speaking, you're wrong. Feel free to have that opinion, but
I don't know, because it's sunny out here. It is nighttime where you are. No.
Nintendo Switch argument right there. It's like, well, it have to be good. Like, no, it doesn't have to be, but it's bad. So we're starting from the same conclusion. You're just coming to or starting from the same assumption. You're just coming to a different conclusion. The hardware is garbage. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't need to convince people of that. It's, you know, if you have a broken down car, that car is worthless. There you go. That's objective reality.
so I've gotten to this point with my Switch, and dude, I fully agree with you. And I have my own rant that I want to do about Nintendo fans, because
there's something, that's for sure.
You know what? I've told the story before. I'm gonna tell it to you. So what had happened was
that's the starting of every good story.
So what had happened was a couple years ago, what was it, 2018, 2017, I think. We had a situation where someone hit me up about Smash Brothers. Do I think Smash Brothers is a fighting game? I have been playing fighting games since, you know, early 90s, since Street Fighter 2 in the arcade when I was on a milk crate, you know, trying to do stuff. So I said, objectively speaking, I don't think it is, because it's more of a platformer, with the objective being to knock someone out of the arena. So it's more of an arena platform brawler. That's how I looked at it. Sakurai has never said that it's a fighting game.
No, he actually says the opposite.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So you were right as far as the game developer goes. So that's good.
So because I said that, then you had a bigger YouTube channel that I was cool with, Player Essence. He hopped in. He was like, "You're wrong. You're wrong. You need to debate me. Debate me now. Debate me. Damn it." I know I'm sounding like Vince McMahon. I don't know why. But he's like, "Debate me." So I'm like, "Dude, I'm at work. I'm not gonna debate you on my opinion." So, dude, it got so crazy. His fan base and just Nintendo fans who are so die hard were coming at me like crazy. Like, they were messaging me, DMing me, all platforms. I'm like, I'm not responding. I'm at work. Then they started saying, "Oh, you're a coward. You're this because you won't go on and debate them." Then it took a, dude, when I say it took a left, I'm not saying a sharp left. I'm talking about a Dukes of Hazzard left. It went to the point where they started DMing and messaging my wife, my family.
Jesus
started like sending death and rape threats towards her if I don't debate him.
Damn.
And I'm like, it's not that fucking serious. But and I had never before seen how crazy Nintendo fans can get. Like the hardcore extreme.
Yeah, people, they form these weird like connections with hardware. I mean, I love my PS1. I absolutely adore the library. But if you were to tell me the PS1 has shitty math going on under the hood because of the affine texture warping, like, oh, it couldn't even calculate all possible ways that you could perceive this 3D model, so it has to approximate, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there's affine texture warp. I personally, I don't find it to be that distracting. Some people do. Hey, more power to you. I totally get that, because that's a thing that exists in reality that you looked at and you said, I have an opinion on that. And I'm like, oh, my opinion may be different, but at least we both agree that exists. You can't have that common ground with Nintendo fans, because you could tell them that the hardware is bad And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, no, I mean, like, it is. Like, there's no argument about that. Just say that you like it. And then that's the end of the conversation, because I have no argument past that point. Oh, yeah, but I like it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. What am I going to do? Tell you don't? Like, I can't do anything but express how I feel about it. You express how you feel about it, unless one of us is stating a statement of fact. There's nothing either of us can do. Yeah, Smash Brother fans are weird too. In general, Smash fans are odd. I go to Smash tournaments with a buddy of mine too, and like, it's not like I talk shit just to, like, just to, like, mess around with them and stuff, and we're cool with each other. But Smash fans online are like ravenous, and it's like, listen, he made it to be a party game. You guys took what was a party game and figured out how to play it competitively, and that's cool. I really like that. It's like Street Fighter 2 wasn't made to have combos. Strings weren't supposed to exist. They didn't program strings into the game, but they programmed the game in such a way that you could achieve strings, right? Combo strings, for people who are listening don't understand. That's what Smash Brothers was. It was a game that was programmed to be played a certain way. People got their hands on it and said, oh, if we do this, it leads into this attack, and there's no frames of interruption or something. That's cool. I appreciate that. It wasn't made to do that. And you play it a certain way. Like, if you speed run RE3, is RE3 a speed runner's game? No. You speed run it, and that's fine. You figured out how to play it in a way that that you can glitch out certain events to not happen, or you can sequence break a game. That doesn't mean the game was made to be sequence broken. So the whole is Smash a fighting game thing's like, no, it was never designed to be a fighting game. You play it as one, and that's awesome. It's really cool that you do that. It's interesting. It's a little more impressive because I play fighting games that were made to be fighting games. I'm using the tools they gave to me. You're making your own. That's way more impressive, but it's not a fighting game. That's just all there is to it. And the guy who created it didn't make it as a fighting game, and the mechanics weren't made to be exploited in a fighting game way. You do that, and that's really cool, and you like that, and that's awesome. It's not. Like, it's not what it is. You could take your Corvette off-road. It's not an off-road vehicle.
This has definitely devolved into like, Nintendo fans, get your shit together.
That tends to happen when you invite me.
So, are we good for time? How much longer you got?
How much longer you got? I'm good. If we keep ranting like this, man, we could do a whole 24 hours.
One of the other things like I wanted to talk about is with the with Silent Hill. So, dude, you got fucking amazing videos about that. I think between you and Nitro Rad, like,
oh, he's killer.
You guys are the two that I go to for for Silent Hill, especially because I see other people do Silent Hill reviews, and they'll do like a 5 or 10 minute video, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, I think that's why I started making long videos. I asked myself that question too. How, as I'm writing down how I feel about something, I'm like, I don't think there's a possible way I could cut this down any shorter. And I do. Like, I have to stop once I get to like 12 or 13 pages. I got to start looking through it. Like, what part of this needs to go and what can go? Yeah, Silent Hill, it's an involved subject because it's not just a game mechanically. It's a very interesting look at like psychological manipulation in video games and psychological storylines in video games. Most games at the time weren't trying to trick the user. They were trying to get the user on board. Whereas Silent Hill was telling you, it's like, yeah, get on the boat. You're not in a boat anymore. And you're like, no, I think I am. And they're like, are you sure? And you're like, well, now that you're asking me that, that's Silent Hill in a nutshell. It was instead of getting you on board, it was trying to convince you weren't on board. And I really like that about it. The subject matter in Silent Hill is really deep because you can play through Silent Hill casually and get an experience that would be totally different from someone who goes in, reads every single piece of written material in there, looks into every single event that takes place and pieces them together, because they're not always going from one event to the other in a very intuitive, natural way. So if you hear Dahlia talking about something, she's oftentimes lying to you. So the next cutscene you see, when it contradicts what Dahlia says, okay, which one is lying now, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
which person is the inconsistent one here? That's what makes Silent Hill so amazing, is when you write a story or when you write a script about a Silent Hill game. Me personally, I try to avoid spoilers. I try to put them behind like a spoiler warning.
Mm-hmm.
But that can be hard to do when the entire subject matter of the story could possibly spoil someone's experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even what I just said about Dahlia might have spoiled someone who's never played Silent Hill 1. They may not know that that's the case. So it's hard to do in a 5 or 10 minute video. Like, I don't see how anyone could creatively. I don't think I could write out a script that lasted that long about Silent Hill. Like, I don't think I could do it. It's insane. Yeah, it's a very interesting series. I think it does what a lot of series have. It does things that we haven't seen before, which is you get to see it. Like, imagine if Mega Man was made by one guy the entire time and he quit, and then you got Mega Man Battle Network. That's what Silent Hill is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you had Team Silent, who were these incredible misfits that didn't really fit in with anyone else at Konami. And Konami is like, let's make a team full of everyone who can't work with anyone else. And those people ended up being incredibly unique. Misfits typically are, like, you're not a misfit because you're so mainstream. So Team Silent is this group of people who didn't work well with anyone else, had their own unique ideas, and when given a mainstream game to make, said, I think we're just going to do a unique thing. And they did that, and they did it in a way where Silent Hills 1, 2, and 3 are very easy, like I said, to play through on a casual level and have a very surface level understanding of it, which is why you have the Western Silent Hill games, which are made by people, I believe, in my personal opinion, did not fully understand what Silent Hill is about. It's insane to see that in a series, to see it's like going from Resident Evil 2 all the way to Resident Evil 6 immediately. That's what it felt like with Silent Hill. Like, you had this game that didn't feel like Silent Hill, that didn't play like Silent Hill, that didn't look like Silent Hill. And everybody's telling you, hey, that's Silent Hill. And you're like, I think I'm pretty smart, and I don't think that's Silent Hill. Very weird series. Very, very odd to get into. It's hard to explain. I love Silent Hill. That's my explanation.
And I've had a lot of people tell me, like, oh, skip all the other ones and just play Silent Hill 2. And I've gone through, I played Silent Hill 1. I think I finally got the good ending. That last boss, that sound,
that's what Akira Yamaoka is good at, is making you feel uncomfortable.
It bores into your head, man. Like,
yeah, he has a track on his soundtrack that's just strictly people screaming modulated into a melody. Like, that guy knew how to make people feel uncomfortable. He was so good at it, and it made sense. He didn't even make the soundtrack to fit the video game. He looked at the concept art with all the chain link and rusted look to it. And that's why the soundtrack is so industrial and grating, because that's what he saw. He didn't make the soundtrack specifically to, like, maybe like you'd make a portion of Final Fantasy VII and Uematsu would look at that portion and say, here's how I'd like it to sound. He made most of his soundtrack looking at just the concept art. So he wanted to give to you in an auditory way what you were experiencing visually, and it works so well. He kills it.
Yeah. And it's it just, like, going from the original trilogy. I mean, okay, I'll throw 4 in there because I'd rather play 4 than Origins or.
I will tell you this. I found 4 to be not as fun gameplay wise as Origins was. Origins feels a lot closer to the original Silent Hill. As far as your typical survival horror gameplay, you have a big open area. Most of it is blocked off to you. You find key items, you backtrack, you go back and forth. I have my complaints with Origins for sure, and I don't think it's necessarily a Silent Hill game, because it's very clear to, I mean, like, there are some things I say about Silent Hill that maybe you could refute given different information, whereas Origins, the people who made Origins did not understand the series at all, because they have Alessa in their game as this antagonist against the town and against the cult, which wasn't the case at all. She was a very passive figure, and her only act of defiement. Her only act that defied the cult was what during the process by which they were trying to impregnate her, she split herself psychically into two different entities. That's her entire thing. And then the events of Silent Hill started, and her second half is getting closer to her physical body. So she's able to manifest herself into the world given that connection. And when she manifests herself into the world, what comes with her is all of her. She's been in a literal magically induced coma, suffering from 3rd-degree burns that can't heal because then she'll die for years, ever since Cheryl has been born, right? So you have this person who's living in their own personal hell. You're unconscious and you're feeling nothing but pain. That's what you're experiencing in Silent Hill 1. And people who play that on a casual level think she's doing this, but she's not. This is not her conscious effort. So in Origins, you see her floating above the ground and bringing the other world with her and killing people like in the movies. That's not the case at all. And somebody who put that into their game either A, was trying to rewrite the series, which I have a huge issue with, or B, didn't understand the series, which I also have a huge issue with. But on that being said, though, I think gameplay wise, it's relatively fun if you can get around the whole items breaking and using like an IV stand for 4 hits and then it breaks. Like, that's annoying as hell. But from like a survival horror gameplay standpoint, it gets pretty close to the series. Story wise, it's nowhere near it. They get the events of 1 wrong, which is pretty messed up to do for a prequel. If you were to make like, if RE2 got events of RE1 wrong, you'd say that was a little messed up. It does certain things better than 4, I think. 4 was much less of a Silent Hill game than Origins, which is crazy to think about now that I'm saying it out loud. Yeah, I think 4, I understand that people like 4. It's my personal opinion that I don't enjoy the gameplay in 4, but I think story-wise, and also looking back into its development, it's very clear there is no more question. This has been ratified. Everybody understands this to be the case now. Most people who are in the know understands that Silent Hill 4 was created by Akira Yamaoka as a side project because he was inspired by all the work he did with Silent Hill. He wanted to create his own horror game. It had nothing to do with Silent Hill, and they got a decent way into production before it turned into Silent Hill 4: The Room. It was actually supposed to be Room 404, or whatever the hell it was supposed to be called. They shoehorned in Silent Hill elements into a story that had already been written. So that's why when you're playing it and then they offhand mention, this is James Sunderland's dad, by the way. He's the superintendent. Okay, I'm not sure that needed to be the case. I don't understand what that has to do story-wise as far as relevance goes to the series, other than the same thing as in Homecoming when Pyramid Head walks by, waves at the camera. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean anything for the story. They're just trying to remind you this is a Silent Hill game. And that's what Silent Hill 4 is to me. That being said, there are people who enjoy the story and the gameplay. More power to them. I totally get that. I don't like it myself, but I could see why people would, because the story is really interesting. It's just when I was playing it expecting Silent Hill. I didn't get Silent Hill. That doesn't mean it's bad. I don't personally like it. Whereas there are stories that are really bad in the later Silent Hill games. I feel like subjectively, but more in the realm of objectively, they're not that great.
So with Silent Hill 2, I have 2 questions with that. One, in your opinion, do you feel it really ties to the overall story, like connecting to 1 and 3? Because 1 and 3 are 3 is a direct sequel to 1. 2 seems like a offshoot.
It was, yeah. And I'll tell you this: if you think you got hate from Nintendo fans, criticize Silent Hill 2 anytime soon. Silent Hill 2 fans are rabid, and I'll tell you what: 50% of them haven't played any other Silent Hill game, and it's terrifying. No, yeah, that's no joke. Most people who play Silent Hill 2 admit to not liking the other Silent Hills enough that they didn't finish them. I mean, even like Yahtzee Croshaw, fucking of Zero Punctuation, admits he can't stand the other Silent Hill games, doesn't play them. It's like, okay, well then don't talk to me about Silent Hill 2 then. How about that? Let's have that agreement then. Silent Hill 2 was 100% an offshoot, and that was kind of the point. They wanted to tell a story within Silent Hill's world. And they did that. I think it did a great job of that because it's a really interesting story. And James Sunderland is such a sympathetic character. I cared about him, and everything he was going through was such a cool, like, not perversion. They manipulated how most video game stories are told, and that was really cool to me. And the entire time, the twist ending, I didn't see coming. I'm sure some people did. Usually, I'm so deep in a story, I don't ever try to predict what's going to happen because I'm like, okay, what's happening right now, currently in the moment. But yeah, I was blown away by the twist in Silent Hill 2 when I first played it, and I was blown away by the gameplay and the atmosphere and the music. It was all exactly what I wanted, but it wasn't a part of the core Silent Hill storyline. What it did do, though, which what I really liked, is it offered these little tiny tidbits of information that gave you a little more backstory on the town, a little more backstory on the events that led to things, a little more backstory on the area around the town. Like it was the Silent Hill 2 was where we got most of our information about Toluca Lake from, whereas in Silent Hill 1, that was something they kind of said out the side of their mouth, like, by the way, there's this lake near it. In Silent Hill 2, we know that the fog rolling off of Toluca Lake is essentially, that's the what you would call the furthest reach that the spiritual power that the Native Americans would use. That's the furthest it can reach. And that's kind of like the visual manifestation of what that spiritual power is that fog, which is why when you're playing other Silent Hill games and you're experiencing events that like the other world is coming into view, like that doesn't make any sense because that's as far as that spiritual power can work. It's not a worldwide thing where you could be in California and experience the events of Silent Hill, right? There's a lot that goes into that, but my point is Silent Hill 2 pointed out a lot of that stuff that we needed a little more clarification on and gave us these little tidbits of information, and I loved it for that. It did such a good job at that. I just feel like a lot of people went into it, they enjoyed the hell out of it. It was you have to think about it in context. It was a big release for the PS2. It was a huge selling point. The CGs were all over promotional materials. I was growing up watching Tech TV, and what did it turn into? I forgot. G4.
G4. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was watching G4, Tech TV, whatever the hell it was at the time, and it was nothing but Silent Hill 2 CG cutscenes for every PS2 talking point that they would have on X Play or on any other show. So the people that got into it would naturally not all be Silent Hill fans because Silent Hill was kind of an underground hit. Like cult hits are hits, but they're not hits, right? So a lot of the people that played it only played 2. That was their first introduction to the series. Now, some of them would go through and play part 1 and then maybe 3 when it was released later, and that's cool. But most, I won't say most, it seems like a lot didn't, because a lot of the arguments that I get on, I'll have videos. I had a video for a while before I did the Silent Hill retrospective, which was top misconceptions about the Silent Hill series. And people would come to me with information that was very clearly gotten from Silent Hill 2. And my refutation would be information gotten from other games in the series that obviously continued or finalized the picture that they were trying to paint. It's like, oh, no, you're right what you're saying, but we received information in other games that gave us the full picture, the context of what you're talking about, whereas you think that's where it begins and ends. And it's very clear when you talk to Silent Hill 2 fans whether or not they played any other game in the series, because that's mostly what they do, is they give you information from 2, and you say, yeah, you're correct in saying that was in a file in 2. But I'm also correct in telling you they finalized everything that you're talking about in a game that came afterwards that you may not have played, because Silent Hill 2 is the end all be all the series. And I can't stop saying it in my videos, but it's so true though. Like it is, and I love it. It's a killer game. It's so good. It's not like it doesn't deserve the love it gets. But it's like if everybody played Mario Typing and then they said Super Mario World wasn't the real Mario game, you'd be a little frustrated. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's Silent Hill in a nutshell. Is Silent Hill 2 fans, and they're terrible. Coming from a Silent Hill 2 fan, by the way.
So what would you say is the canon ending for 2?
Canon ending? No, I think I think the developer or the writer of 2 said um the ending where James drives his car into the lake is the canon ending, and that his wife was actually in the trunk. Apparently, I don't quote me on that. I think that was confirmed on Twitter by a key member of Team Silent, and his name is not coming to mind right now. But no, it was the lake ending where he carries her body into the lake. I want to say, I don't remember. Either way, James Sunderland and his wife are dead canonically.
Okay. And I know Fangirl had a question. She wanted to know, like, what were your thoughts on PT? And
PT is really interesting. It's again, it's like any other Silent Hill game made after Silent Hill 3. It's not actually a Silent Hill game, but I think it's a really fun and interesting horror game for what it did. I think it also, and this, you can go back on my Twitter timeline from back when that game or the demo was out to confirm this. I was very tentative. I did not like the idea of Kojima touching the Silent Hill series. I don't think he can write Silent Hill. I think he's a good writer for what he does, which is like Tom Clancy drama porn. And I love it, by the way. I love Metal Gear Solid's world and all the acronyms and government agencies and secret shady cover-ups. That's great. I don't think someone who writes exposition so verbally could do the subtle writing required for a Silent Hill game. We haven't seen him do it. For all I know, he actually has work that is just incredible and very subtle and doesn't need to be said every 10 seconds on screen by a character. But so far, what we've seen from his Metal Gear Solid, that's what it is. It's a character says something. One of the snakes, whoever is the main character of that game, repeats that. The character further goes into what they said the first time. And then they talk about the main overarching thing of what they're saying. That gets repeated about 40, 50 times in any Metal Gear Solid game. And I enjoy that. That's fine. That's not the kind of energy you could bring to Silent Hill. And I think Kojima would have done a bad job at making a Silent Hill game. It probably would have been fun and interesting because he's really good at utilizing types of gameplay that people don't usually fuck around with, like the 6-axis controller on the PS3, the way he would utilize that during normal gameplay, or the camouflage function that you could do on Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, those were all really interesting ways that you could mess around with gameplay. Sometimes he'd break the fourth wall, which is always cool. That doesn't work in Silent Hill, though. So I think PT was a very fun idea, and it was a very cool moment of hype to be wrapped up in. It's like seeing that online is the same thing as when I saw the FF7 remakes. Like, whoa, Silent Hill, holy shit, And then you have time to relax and think about it, and you go, wait, Kojima's not really a great writer in that sense. I don't think he could do that. Yeah, and then all the information came out that they thought that maybe he would be working on a Silent Hill game because Masahiro Ito was doing some type of work with Kojima. And I think they were, in my personal opinion, I think they were trying to publicly force Konami into allowing them to cooperate with that IP. Yeah. I think he was trying to make a PR statement. Listen, if you want to profit, here we put this information out there. All you have to do is act on it, right? I think that's what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to get Silent Hills going again, but there was never any confirmation. I don't think there was ever anything in play. It was just his idea. But I think that would have been bad for the series. I think it would have been a fun game to play. I probably would have liked it because I like Kojima games most of the time, but it would not have been a good Silent Hill game at all.
I like how Nero Altus in the chat, he said Kojima still needs some form of leash or we get another Death Stranding.
He does. He needs someone to rein him in for sure, which is fine. I probably need that in my videos. I have criticisms all the time. People say I repeat myself too much, and I do. That's totally true. I just can't help it. And I think Kojima is the same way with exposition. He can't not have people constantly telling you what's happening on screen because they have to say it out loud in his view. And I enjoy that type of gameplay. I just don't think that story flows into Silent Hill very well.
And if there's any other Japanese developer that I think could possibly touch Silent Hill, and I saw Spirit Shocky said it in the chat, it's Yoko Taro from Nier and Drakengard.
That'd be interesting.
Those games are fucking dark.
Yeah. And Silent Hill needs that. I think what's so cool about Silent Hill is the way in which they're dark. Like, this is the such an interesting thing. So take Silent Hills 2 and 3. They had a huge focus on sex in that game, in those games, but it wasn't the type of sex you're thinking of, like upskirt shots or something from your typical Japanese developer. It was using sex to make you uncomfortable. The same way, like if you're watching anime and there's some fan service on, and like your wife or your mom or your family walks in the room or whatever, that's the level of uncomfortable Silent Hill gives you. Like the scene with Pyramid Head, where it looks like he's sexually assaulting one of the monsters that are just 4 pairs of legs. He's not like he's not doing anything to them, but they're approximating sex in your mind. And going into some of the Silent Hill games like 2 and 3, the idea was to make this connection between sex and death. Those are the 2 things that scare people, that they're nervous about, right? Sex and death. What a genius idea. You so rarely get to see that done. And it would be cool to see Yoko Taro take a stab at that approach, because I feel like that could be a little more successful than Kojima for sure, without a doubt. Yeah, it's just you have to go into it with this mindset of focusing on things that aren't surface level scary. You know what I mean? Like the idea of sex and death aren't surface level. Yeah, you watch Die Hard and there's cleavage in one shot and some guy getting shot in the other. There you go, sex and death. The way they put those 2 things together, though, it's like a recipe for food. You're going to get a totally different product if you put a tablespoon more of this or that. Yeah, it's a really, really interesting process they went through, and it's such a unique process because no other game so far has achieved the same level of uncomfortableness. Like what you were talking about, the sound that you heard visually, that's happening in Silent Hill games all the time, and you just don't see it anywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah. So, you're picking up Final Fantasy VII Remake, right?
Yeah, I got my pre-order already, of course.
How do you feel? Because there's been a lot of people pissed off about the fact that it's only Midgar. How do you feel about that?
I am one of those people, I think. I wouldn't say pissed. I would say I think that there's an understandable reason behind it. And this is coming from no insider knowledge. I don't know insiders. But if I had to guess, FF7 was being developed or started development at a time when episodic gaming was popular, back in the heyday of The Walking Dead from Telltale, games like that. I think that's when the planning process started. I think that's when they got funding, and I think they can't change that now. And I think during development, it took so long, they never expected episodic gaming to die as quick as it did. And it did. It died quick. Episodic gaming spent like, 4 years in the mainstream maximum. I think that's how they started, and I think they're stuck on that track now, which sucks. And I get the reasoning behind all that, and I still think it's a bad idea. Terrible idea. People say, oh, but this is the only way they could give us an FF7 remake. They're fucking Squaresoft. They are flush with money, and they could spend 10 years working on FF7 remake, and they know that they will make sales. What they're doing right now is a bad idea that they decided on in the beginning. It's like when you commit to a really shitty idea and you're on that shitty track and you can't change. That's them right now. And that sucks. And I hate it. I'm going to play it and try to enjoy it for what it is, an episodic game that shouldn't have been episodic. I just don't see how people who played the original could defend the episodic nature. It's like they gave you a $60 video game that you were able to spend 110 hours in to get a full experience of, and it was the full story. And now you're defending paying $60 to get a third of that story. Not even a third of that story. Like, I don't know. It kind of kills me. I think a lot of people who haven't played FF7, again, with RE3 the same way, are really on board with the FF7 remake. And I think a lot of people who haven't played FF7 are very much, I wouldn't say criticizing it, because a lot of people are I'm excited about it. I was trying not to be excited about it. My whole thing was, okay, I'm going to be objective. I'm going to have it in my hands. I'm not going to I have watched zero trailers that have been released other than the initial.
Don't watch the last one. It spoils a lot.
I haven't touched it. I haven't tried the demo yet. I am going in blind as I can. So my idea was, okay, so I'm going to avoid all the hype. I'm going to avoid thinking about the hype, right? So when I put it in my hands, I'll be able to experience it objectively. And then I went to Tokyo and hung out with Jimmy Hoppa from Import Gaming for the win, and we ate at a Final Fantasy VII cafe. And I was like, God damn it, I'm hyped up. Fuck. It hit me. I was drinking like an Aerith drink, and I was like, holy shit, this is the hype. This is it. So I am 100% hyped for it, and I am 100% realistically expecting not to like a lot of it.
Okay.
I'm trying to go in fair as I can. I am an FF7 fan. My entire left side of my arm is Aerith, Ifrit, Shiva, Holy Materia. Like, I am a Final Fantasy fan through and through. I was going to buy this game no matter what. I'm not expecting to love it, though. I'll see. I hope I do. You know, it's like where you hope for the best, plan for the worst. That's my FF7 remake preparation guide.
So then I guess you probably think this too, because I'm a fellow Final Fantasy fan here too. I feel like the only reason they remade 7 was because 13 flopped. Well, technically, let's go back. 12
flopped first. Oh, 12 did flop. That's true. Yeah.
12 flopped. 13 flopped. And flopped continually.
Yeah, it just kept flopping on every platform.
And then 14, when it came out initially, flopped, and then they turned that around. But 15 flopped.
Well, you know, 15 did relatively well, just not comparatively to the price they spent building this giant open world that they somehow didn't populate with anything for some reason. I get the idea behind 15. I play Stalker, which is a giant open world that is filled with not that much, but the incentive to explore is there. Whereas in FF15, you can get out of your car and run all the way through the desert and find literally nothing. And I'm like, that's bad game design, period, the end. You spent so much money modeling a world. Make that a skybox. Don't let me go off the road if that's the case. You spend a third of the price on the video game, and then you make an actual profit off of it. Yeah, so it did bomb in the context of how much they spent on it. It did relatively okay sales-wise, but when you spend that much money on a video game, you need a better return than FF15 gave.
Yeah.
So, I think you're right, though. I think the remake for 7 has been possible for who knows how long, ever since the PS3 launch trailer, where they had Cloud jumping off of the train to show off the graphics. You could have made a PS3 FF7 remake, and it would have probably been an actual remake, not FF15's combat system ported into another game. You want to talk about people getting mad about reusing assets? Take the entire engine of FF15 and then just put FF7 character models over it. That's not good. Especially not for a game that I love. Like, okay, you're remaking a video game, right? Let's say they remake Resident Evil and they just use the engine they did for Mega Man X command missions. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, no, you're remaking a game I love. You fucking start from scratch, goddamn it. Yeah, FF7, it's a conundrum. I hope so bad. I want so bad to pick that game up in a few days and fall in love with it. And I have my fingers crossed that that's going to happen. But there's so many bad aspects of it. Hey, we're going to retweak the story. You mean the story I cared about so much I got tattooed on my body? Are you out of your fucking mind? What is wrong with? Why would you even say that? Why would you even say that? And they're not talking about we're going to subtly change things like Capcom's doing with Resident Evil 2 and 3. The same events take place. They're like, no, this is a reimagining. And I'm like, you have lost it. You have lost your mind if you think that's what Final Fantasy VII fans want. Let me tell you what FF7 fans want. Actual people who played FF7, enjoyed it, and are looking forward to this remake wanted one thing: that same experience on current consoles. Period. The end. All the other shit you're doing is stupid. Everything else you're doing is unwarranted, a bad business move, if you ask me. And what you're doing, you are kicking your fans that have supported you out the door with the promise of new fans coming in. And I don't think FF7 is going to do as well with the mainstream crowd as they're expecting. Because, I mean, let's face it, it not being turn-based was not a stylistic choice. You're not going to get casuals to play a turn-based game. It's not happening unless it's Pokemon, which never made sense to me. Yeah, I can't believe these guys with all these RPGs. Anyways, I'm gonna go out and play Pokemon. It's like, okay, come on. That's
or the Persona 5 folks.
There you go. That's very true.
Yep.
You're absolutely right about that. But those people won't touch any other RPGs, and I don't get it. I think it's a weird type of weeb who won't play turn-based role-playing games. That's a very odd weeb to me, coming from a weeb. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's going to do as well on the mainstream crowd as they're expecting. I don't think it's going to do as well on the mainstream crowd as RE2 Remake did, because the numbers that RE2 Remake did were not Resident Evil fans. I mean, they probably had all Resident Evil fans plus 75% of the rest of the sales were regular people. Mm-hmm. I don't think FF7 has that brand loyalty with casuals as Resident Evil does, because the casuals have been playing casual Resident Evil games since 4. So it doesn't seem to me that FF7 has been putting out games for casuals to play, unless you think everybody was running out to buy World of Final Fantasy, which was not the case. So I think what they're doing is very bad business ideas that would pay off if you were smart enough to study the market and look at it and go, oh, that's not going to happen. Let's change that. Let's make it turn-based, because all the fans that are going to buy this game are going to want a turn-based game. And if you say that that's not true, you're lying to me. I don't think anybody who's a fan of FF7s would prefer it to be
Kingdom Hearts, basically.
Yeah. I don't think anybody really is asking for that, but the casuals definitely are. And I don't think the casuals are buying the game. So they're making the game for an audience that I don't think is going to support it. And I think, this is my expectation, sales aren't going to be great for this one off the bat. And I think we might get a second episode. I don't think we're going to finish the FF7 story. I think it's going to be like Half-Life 3. I think that it'll be like Half-Life 3 in the sense that we're not getting it. I think the reason we're not going to get it is going to be a very different reason. I don't think they're going to see the support they want to see. And I think they're going to go back to producing AAA games like Tomb Raider and stuff like that. But I don't think this is going to do as well as they think it's going to do. Mm-hmm. And that's a travesty, because they could have spent a lot less money making an actual just remake of FF7 for us, and it would have sold incredibly well for the market they were putting it out to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, you know, to touch on that further, like, one of the things that, again, I get criticized for saying this, but, well, two things. One, gaming going mainstream has been a blessing and a curse.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's helped put more money into improving the visual aesthetics and sometimes the story and mechanics of games. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you have this flood in of, I'm trying to be politically correct, but I suck at being politically correct. You got a flood in of fucking filthy casuals.
Yeah, by definition. I mean, that's how it is. It had to be that way. If you opened up gaming, we were all already here.
Yeah.
People coming in obviously weren't gamers. Like, by definition, they had to be casuals. So it sucks that word's been done to death, and now it sounds stupid to say, but I mean, that's what they are. They're casual video game fans. It's casuals, you know.
It's crazy the amount of people, like, I'll run into folks, like, they'll say, oh yeah, I'm a gamer. I'm like, oh, what do you play? Oh, I play PUBG, Fortnite, Overwatch. It's like, okay.
Yeah, you know what? And it puts you in a weird position, because the rational part of you wants to say anybody who plays a video game is a gamer. Yeah. The actual part of you that has played video games your entire life wants to say, no, you had to put the fucking time in. If you didn't get bullied in high school for playing, by the way, I got news for you. The bullies in high school are playing video games now. If you didn't get bullied in elementary school, middle school for reading comic books and playing video games, I don't want to hear what you have to say about video games and comic books. I don't care what you have to say. If you now it's cool. Everybody watches Marvel movies now, and everybody owns a video game console. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's fine that you enjoy that, and that's fine. You have nothing to say to me about it, though. There's not one word you could say to me as someone who has been playing video games since I was 6 years old. You can't tell me about video games because you just got into them. The same way, if I had just gotten into stock car racing, I couldn't tell you who is the best right now, historically speaking, because you've been watching it forever, whatever it is, you know? Oh God, it kills me. Yeah, the casuals, welcome. I'm glad that I'm sure people who watch my channel are casual video game fans that just enjoy maybe reviews or the visual aesthetic. That's fine. And that's awesome. But don't you dare fucking open your mouth and start talking to me about video games.
God, dude, it's like, okay, let's step into DeLorean. Let's go back to the 90s. Let's go back to the early 2000s. I remember getting my ass kicked for playing games and reading comics. And now it's like, it's the in thing. It's the trend hipster thing. I'm like,
but you're absolutely right. Same exact thing for me. The 80s and 90s were just a blur of ass kickings because of that stuff. For that reason, tie-dye X-Men shirts with the blue team on it with Cyclops as the leader. You know, like I was getting kicked out of me, and rightly so. We're an X-Men shirt, but nowadays that's cool, and because that's cool, you don't have to go through any adversity to experience these things. You didn't have to. Nothing was ventured, nothing was gained. You just benefited. That's the difference we're seeing, and a lot of times that can be easy to feel, but hard to verbalize. It comes out as saying like, no, fuck that. Like I'm this supreme and you're under me. That's not what we're trying to say. It comes out as that because from both of us talking, we're very passionate about this idea. You sit down with it and you think about it, right? And you didn't put the time in. Like I have a lot of tattoos and I walk up to a guy who has like stick-on tattoos. Did that guy achieve the same thing? The same on the surface? Maybe so. But he didn't put the time in. He didn't venture anything. Therefore, nothing was gained. And that's what video games are right now, are a bunch of people who didn't buy into it when it was like when it was hard and when it was difficult and when you were criticized and when it was seen as a bad thing. They're into it now that it's commonly done and everyone thinks it's a good thing and everyone is on board with it. That doesn't mean anything to me. You didn't experience any adversity. You didn't gain anything from this. You didn't put in the skill to learn. You're just here for the ride, and that's fine. You enjoy the ride. That's cool as hell. It's just like you got to understand you're making things worse for the rest of us.
They like I had someone in my Discord, you know, complain about how they feel like every game needs either a tutorial or a hand holding method for X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, dude, I kept getting my ass kicked in games growing up, but that was a good thing because it pushed me to want to learn how this system works. That's why, like, have you ever noticed, and I know I'm going on another tangent, but have you noticed when you watch modern gamers play something from our era, they almost can't do it. It's like patterns. They can't pick up on patterns, which are very obvious. They're scripted in. They're gonna do this, 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 and this. And if you just wait, there's your opportunity.
Yeah, they need to be told to do that. No, it's 100% true. And even from my own personal perspective, going back and playing old games, it can be jarring because I have to manually save. I love save points in RPGs, but like for example, playing through Resident Evil 3 Remake, I played my first playthrough and saved 1,000,000 times because my instinct, or if I died, I would have to start back from my previous save. There are auto saves in RE3 Remake, obviously, unless you're playing on hardcore mode. I think I haven't actually beaten it on hardcore mode yet, but I play it as if it's an old game. And I think it's hard for me to transition from one to the other, where like I get used to checkpoints and I get used to tutorials, and it's hard to go back, and then it's hard to go forward when you're used to not having that stuff, and then everybody tells you what to do, and then you're just like, that's not as satisfying as like maybe for example, Mega Man X. I know that was the big Ego Raptor game for a while, but they did a great job with the tutorial because the tutorial was playing it and no one said a word to you. They put you in situations where you would have to wall skip. They put you in literally, you drop down and you could either jump through the hole and kill yourself or figure out how to jump skip, wall skip. Like, that's a genius way to do a tutorial that didn't require on text, like on screen text, and like some guy in your ear as a radio, like, make sure to hit the A button. Like, yeah, they did it better back then because they had less to work with, and it wasn't as acceptable to babify gameplay so much, to show people so much of what you were holding in your hand. The idea is to slowly make all that available to the player, and they would learn through doing. And there are some games that still do that. I think Resident Evil 2 Remake did a good job of just throwing you in. They didn't tell you that the knife was breakable. You found that out the hard way or the easy way if you looked at the little meter. They didn't tell you how many hits would take a zombie down. They didn't tell you that sometimes you get critical hits. I think they did a good job of that with RE2 Remake. And it was kind of crappy to see in RE3 Remake. When I started it up, they had a little thing that told me how to use ASWD. It's like, no, yeah, I get that. Like, I bought your game. Just assume that I know how to fucking move left and right. God damn it.
Okay, so I have a very controversial question to ask you because I want your feedback on it.
Let's see what we got.
But maybe I should preface it and say where my stance is so I can poison the well.
Sure.
But before we jump into the deep ends with no parachute or rope, the audience wants to see your tattoos again.
Oh, okay. So let's do it this way. Let's move you like over here so I could yell. So that's Aerith right there. Let me get like, there we go. So Aerith, she's kind of like surrounded by the live stream and stuff. And then there's, that's kind of hard to do. Ifrit from FF8 there. And then Holy Materia. And on the other side, Shiva, which you can't really see too well. This is hard to do. Tricep, the Shinra logo, which is kind of cool.
I see it.
And I have the Max on this arm. So it's the Max with Outback Julie Winters and Mr. Gone right there, and all the back is around and stuff. And the rest are just like, I don't know if anybody's seen or read the Crows manga, but I really like Crows. So I got the Crows logo and my brother's names on my arms and a bunch of stuff on my legs. I have a full, oh man, maybe we're talking about Resident Evil this entire time. I have a full leg sleeve of RE2. I didn't even think about that. Hold on, let me see if I can't get it in the right position. There is, what's her name? Misty, I think. The zombie. So a bunch of zombies walking around, and it's like an atomic explosion going on in the background, and the city's kind of looking all desolated and stuff. I want to get like my other leg to be some type of anime type of deal. I'm afraid of getting beaten up though.
So Dogs Bauer in the chat said, would I kindly let you know that Bishop is present? I want him to feel the fear.
Oh yeah, Bishop. He's a good buddy of mine. He was the one I was talking about earlier when I was talking about DMing people about upscalers and video signals and stuff.
So dude, jumping into the deep end, you don't have to jump with me. I'll jump by myself. I'm usually I tend to get caught up in, like, I'll say something and people are like, that's controversial, and I'm like, but was it entertaining? Okay, so I'm seeing this trend where, oh god, this might get me labeled toxic masculinity for saying this. Okay, so I'm gonna say it. I'm seeing this trend where there are quote unquote more female gamers now.
That's not true. More used to be, but people are saying it's 50-50, which is not true.
It's not. And it's like a lot of these, and I like to say more so the mainstream female gamers, they all like to say that guys try to keep them out of gaming and this and this. And I'm not trying to downplay that doesn't, occasionally happen. But I'm sorry, as a gamer of over 30 years, anytime I saw a chick that played games, that was fucking cool.
I
Right?
married my wife because of that.
Same for me.
I don't want to get too far. I've told this origin story a million times. My wife hates it because I use it so much. Me and my wife were in high school together. I walked into Spanish class and she was listening to something with headphones and reading something. I found her attractive. So I approached her. I was like, so, you know, what do you listen to? What are you reading? Like, I didn't expect it to be anything cool. She was listening to Morbid Angel, and I'm a huge death metal fan. And she was reading the manual to FF7, which might as well have been her marriage proposal to me, essentially. Yeah, I told her from that day I was going to marry her, and I did eventually. We stayed together that entire time, and the fact that she played video games I found so attractive. Now, we don't always have the same taste. She's playing Animal Crossing religiously. She's playing it right now on the Switch in the other room. I guarantee you that. And it's pissing me off because I can't stand hearing her and her friends in this vocal group chat talking about like, no, come to my store and then you'll get bamboo and then you can do. I don't care about it. But no, I was blown away that she played video games. I have a friend named Val who is into games, and we make fun of her all the time. She likes more casual games, but she talks to me about Persona. We have conversations about role-playing games, and she used to have a lot of the really good GameCube RPGs. So I think what these people are saying when they say, "Oh, I'm a female gamer," and people try to keep me out, that's not what people are trying to do. If I had to venture a guess, I've never in my entire life witnessed online or in real life a female gamer getting shit for being a gamer. Like I've never seen that before in my life. Because most guys honestly are trying to be attractive to the opposite sex, like without a doubt. And if you come to a girl and she's getting into something, you'll probably be more likely to support it because you want her to think you're attractive. And if you're being supported to somebody, they're going to be more likely to like you, blah, blah, blah. I think what's happening a lot of times is when a girl says, yeah, I really get into fighting games. I'm like, oh yeah, what games do you play? I play Street Fighter 5. Here's what do you think about these combo mechanics? I think a lot of people tend to see that as gatekeeping, which is the stupidest fucking term on earth. First off, gatekeeping is a good thing if you want to keep a tight-knit group of people who support the things that you get into. Second off, I don't think that's what's happening there. I think what you're doing is asking questions to someone who's made a statement. I think that's perfectly fine. For example, if you were to say, oh, you get into Silent Hill games, what's your favorite Silent Hill game? I wouldn't take that as he's trying to insinuate I don't like Silent Hill games by asking me what my favorite is. So that would be my assumption. And if that's not the case, and that's not what a majority of these people are talking about, I'm more than willing to throw my hands up and say I was wrong about that. But because I can only talk about what I know and what I've seen, I've never, ever seen on Twitter, I've never seen in DMs on Discord servers, I've never seen in real life a girl go, I get into video games, and some guy goes, oh, what a fake gamer girl. I've never actually seen that legitimately. And I'm not trying to make I'm not trying to be right in this scenario, because even if I did see that, I would just say that's wrong and stupid. Most of us don't do that. But I think I would wager, I can't see your chat right now, but I would wager a majority of them, let me know in that chat, have probably also never seen that and have only ever heard about it from people who are complaining that they're being gate kept outside of video games. And this is my issue. I think that there is a strong need for people to back up their claims. And sometimes you believe someone because you trust them. If I say something on my YouTube channel, I try to back it up, but I know that there are people who watch my channel who would believe it anyways. So that's why I feel like there's even more of a need for me to justify the things that I say, because people, they need to have the evidence. If you make a claim that seems relatively extraordinary, like, yeah, I mentioned I like video games and all these video game players didn't like that, you're going to have to back that up. I'm going to need to see something there, because you have to take me through that situation, because otherwise on its face, that sounds pretty unreasonable. And I can't see someone rationally acting that way. But maybe that situation didn't happen the way that you said it did. Maybe you you criticized a video game and you were a fan of another video game and they asked you, oh yeah, well fucking prove it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like there are a million ways where a situation could turn into, oh yeah, like name a video game that you like or something. It happens to me all the time. I just don't take that as a, I don't take that as a comment on my gender and the fact that I play video games. I think it's also really important that sometimes people admit when they're in the minority. I'm in the minority with a lot of things. I enjoy old survival horror games over the modern iterations of survival horror games like RE2 and RE3 Remake. I would rather go back and play the survival horror games. That's not the case for most people. I can admit that, and that's perfectly fine. And in a discussion on modern Resident Evil games, I have to lay that card on the table. Whereas I think a lot of female gamers, they don't think that that should be necessary. Hey, listen, I'm a female. I play this game. You are in a minority group, and that's perfectly fine. And there's nothing good about keeping you out of video games. There's nobody who wants that less than me. But you have to accept the fact that you're in a minority group. You might be treated a little differently. If I had eyes that were 2 different colors, I might get that a lot in public. I have tattoos. People come up to me in public and want me to pull my sleeve up. Chat just now. Hey, can you pull up your sleeve and show your tattoos? Did I go, oh, what, you think I don't have them? You know what I mean? Like, that's the female gamer argument right there to a T. I'm sure somewhere in the world that it has happened where a girl was on a playground and said, I play Super Mario, and some kid said, no, you don't, you're a girl. I'm sure that's happened. I don't think that's the norm. I don't think that happens 90% of the time. I think people are mistaking, yeah, show me, for you don't do it. You know, like for example, you play fighting games. You showed me that stick, and I was like, this guy plays fighting games. I knew that, and I showed you mine, right? That was an exchange. One of us was a girl. Would that have been offensive? Like, I don't think that's the case, and I think that maybe a little bit of context, a little bit of perspective is needed in that conversation. I think it could be very possible. It may be a supercharged, like you said, it may be a controversial issue. I think it's really easy to take a look at that controversial issue in a very rational, non-controversial way. There is a chance that you're wrong about what you're saying is happening to you, which sounds crazy to say. There's totally a chance that you have misinterpreted a situation for something that it's not. And there is also a chance that a majority of people online are just fucking assholes. They're going to be assholes about anything. But those of us who play video games, if you come up to me and say, hey, listen, I have Patreon supporters that are female that get into Resident Evil games. I've never once been like, oh, prove it. You know what I mean? Like most of us, I would say a majority of us want you to be involved. And if you're talking about something, I love talking about video games. If you are a male, female, whatever you are, and you want to talk to me about video games, you're going to get that conversation. Case in point, what's going on here? I think if you're a female and you're into video games and you're listening to this, it is no one's fucking business what you like until you tell them. So don't give a shit what anybody thinks. That's number one. Number two, when something does happen, try, because you're in this group of, I guess you could say, marginalized to a degree. There's not as many female gamers. I don't think they're catered to as much. Take a step away from the situation and look at it in a non-female versus male or female gamer and male gamer attitude and say, was that guy having a conversation with me about video games because he thought it was pretty cool that I was a female gamer, or was he trying to challenge me? And I think most of the time you'll find that it's the first one and not the second, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, and to touch on what Dogs Bauer is saying in chat, he said, just be a gamer. Don't add a prefix or an identity to it. And that's the thing too. Like I see it a lot when I go on Twitter. You have girls like, well, I'm a girl gamer. I'm a gamer girl. I'm like, why can't you just be a fucking gamer? Like, why do you have to put emphasis on the fact that you're female? I don't fucking care what you are. Do you play Resident Evil? Do you play Street Fighter? Do you play King of Fighters? Like, I've met, like, my wife, who is a gamer girl, literally plays video games. We've known each other for over a decade now. And when we first started, before we even started dating, years ago, we've been married, I should know this, a while.
God, I'm glad it's not just me.
A while now. So one of the games that she was playing for the longest, like when we started hanging out at her old condo, was Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Mm.
And I was like, is that yours? Like, not in a oh, that can't be yours. I'm just, just curiosity. She's like, oh,
You
yeah,
don't
it's
see
mine.
that very often. Yeah.
No, you don't. And she's playing that. She's playing all these retro games. She had her Game Boy Advance, and she plays modern games. She just we ended up getting a Resident Evil 3 remake, physical copy of it. That was her first Resident Evil. She played start to finish and beat on stream. And at first, I'm thinking like, oh, you're not gonna play it, but then she took to it, and it's like, when people try to say, oh, guys try to keep them out, I'm like, no, I don't. I think that's more of a one-off instance, and people blow it up into being something way more than what it is.
Yeah, like if you're a Twitch streamer, a lot of female Twitch streamers will have a chat full of people supporting them. Like, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so good at this game, blah blah blah, and one dude goes like you're not very good at this or whatever, and that becomes the focus of the Twitter video that will eventually come out, the highlight clip. It's like, can you believe I get treated like this? It's like, no, because I'm seeing the majority of the rest of the people who are very kind to you, and you're focusing on this negative thing. No, I'm not saying, because I have people to argue with me I'm arguing with people on Twitter right now, actually. Currently, as we speak, I just had an argument, but I don't see that as the majority of. If you were to talk to me about being on Twitter, I wouldn't say the majority of my time is spent arguing with that one person I just argued with. You have to look at things relatively objectively, even when it's happening to you personally. And I don't know, it's you have to understand when you're in a position to where things are kind of unique for you. And when people focus on that uniqueness, you can't be pissed. Like if I had purple hair, people come out in public like, oh, I love your hair color. It'd be really fucked up for me to go like, why does everybody always talk about my hair? It's like, you're different, and that's cool. Like, there aren't a shit ton of women who love video games to the same degree as those of us who grew up in the 80s when it was popular for little boys to like video games. You're in a small group, and it's very unique to see you. And when we see that, we're like, oh, I got to talk to you about, we want to experience that. You are an anomaly. You're a unicorn. And that may get annoying sometimes. The same way when I have tattoos on my visible body, people might come up and want to look at them. When I'm a bouncer, people come up to me all the time. Hey, what's that on your shoulder? I have to lift my sleeve up. It would be very easy for me to go, oh, here we go again. But take a step away from that, because that could be understandably frustrating. I've been there. It is. You take a step from that because it's happening to you personally. Take a step away and think of it objectively. You are a person who has a lot of tattoos in an area where people don't have a lot of tattoos. You're gonna draw a different type of attention. I think female gamers should probably understand that as well. It's become so popular and so accepted. I don't see it as being an issue anymore. But let's say if you do have an issue, maybe take a step back, look at it objectively, and go, there's not a lot of me. There's not a lot of people who do what I do. Maybe it's okay that I get some attention sometimes for this. And maybe sometimes I'm frustrated about that. But instead of looking at it from my perspective, comes the 10th person tonight that wanted to touch my beard. That some drunk girl comes up to me at the bar, wanted to touch my beard. For me, that's annoying. For them, that's the first time that happened, right? You have to think about it that way. And I think if I were to wager, that's what's happening a majority of the time.
Yeah. And I saw the okay boomer girl thing on your Twitter.
Oh yeah.
That and I fully agree with you with what you said. She was guaranteed to be successful. I mean, she was
admittedly attractive, for sure. And then she was on Twitch, which is a place where attractive girls go to make money. And then she made money, and people are like, let's analyze the rise of this girl. And I'm like, why would you? I just listed the entirety of her career right there. She was attractive, and then she had a webcam. Yeah. Twitch success. It would be insane if she wasn't. I was surprised that she went so long without being successful on Twitch. Yeah, like it wasn't a big thing. Like, that's the way it works. And maybe some people have a negative view on that. I personally, I don't like, what everybody calls booby streamers. for me personally, I think that you should sell yourself on your personality, and maybe that's what some of these people are doing. But when your tits are out the entire stream, it becomes hard for you to justify that that's what you're doing. Oh, it's all about my personality. The tits are just that's something else. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But if that's what you want to do, more power to you. Like, if I could make money flexing on stream all day, do you think I'd be wasting my time on a podcast talking about female issues? I'd be making money on Twitch. So it's more power to you if that's what you want to do. I don't personally, that's not what I would like to see people do. I would like to see people succeed. I mean, an attractive woman is always going to garner attention, but maybe as you're attractive, don't ask people for money. Have something interesting to say. That's all I ask for. So when people are like, oh, I can't believe she got famous. No, she's an attractive girl. She wears low cut shirts and she's on Twitch. The formula's there. Like, it's a winning formula. It's not like I made this up just now. There's a reason why this is such a commonly held belief, because it's true. It plays itself out over and over again. And there are attractive women who don't make it on Twitch, but I think those are people who are unwilling to sell themselves. I think most people who do end up getting to the upper echelons are people who are willing to ask people for money to pay their bills, versus people who are not willing. Like in my stream, I've never asked for a donation in my life because that would feel odd to me. Mm-hmm. Guys, can you give me some money? I would feel awkward saying that to your face. I mean, you were hanging out. Hey, can you lend me $5? That would be awkward for me. So I couldn't do that. And that's probably why I'm never going to be a very good streamer, because I don't ask people for money. I don't ask people for subscriptions. I don't ask that people show up. Like, I think, but she's willing to do that. She's willing to even, not only that, compliment people who give her things and say that they're kings. Why wouldn't you feel good about that? Like, if you're willing to give a woman online money just because of the way she looks, if she compliments you for that, forget about it. You have a lifelong fan right there. She was going to do well no matter what.
Yeah, they just need to understand you're never going to hit it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that there is any force of reason or logic on earth that's going to make these people. I mean, if you're willing to give someone over $100 based on their appearance alone, I don't think there's a lot of hope for you figuring a lot of shit out in this world. And it's like, I get it, man. Like, before I got married, I went long stretches without having sex, but I have an internet connection and I get porn for free. I don't understand. I do not understand sending money to a female who I guess I don't get it. You take that money, a substantial amount less than the money you spend on girls on Twitch, and get a subscription to some kind of like crazy members only porn site. You're killing 1,000 birds with one stone right there. Like, I don't get it. And there may be something in my personality I'm just not seeing in this, and this doesn't cater to me, which is fine, which is why I'm not denigrating it. But like you said, it seems pretty clear. A lot of these guys are guys that are hard up. They're not very socially, they don't have a lot of social acumen. They're not incredibly well integrated into the community around them. What they find a sense of community in lusting after this girl, because there's other people who are doing that in that stream as well. They're part of the group. They belong now. I get that. It's just fucking weird.
Like, so Dogs Bauer's like OnlyFans / Avalanche Jared.
Oh, I wish. I feel like I could do okay with an OnlyFans account. I'm probably clean house. Literally, I just walk around in booty shorts cleaning my house. Like, there's YouTube channels that do that. Why the hell am I not getting on that trend?
Dude, it's like I've seen like what was her name? I've been trying to get her on the channel for an interview because I'm curious to understand. I don't understand the. Okay, let me quantify this. I don't understand the feminist women who sexually objectify themselves, but if you point out that they're doing that, they get offended. So what's her name? Zombie Unicorn does that. She doesn't play games on Twitch. She just
she paints her boobs, and then you can't talk about her boobs
because you're being misogynistic. You're
shut the fuck up. Shut up. So stupid. I show my tattoos on stream. Somebody mentions it. Like, why are you talking about the way that I look or what's on my body? It's like, I put it out there. It's 100% justified for you to talk about. If you put your naked body on the internet and somebody has something to say about it, that's their right. It's your business when it's your business. When it's someone else's, it's no longer your fucking business anymore. If someone were to criticize my videos, they are publicly available for the world to watch right now. Fair criticism, no matter what it is. I don't care what it, like, you watched it, you have an opinion on it, that's fine, because I put it out there. That's what that means. She puts herself out there and goes, you can't comment on certain things. Now, that being said, I will tell you this. I have a very 1970s view towards feminism. I think
Which wave of feminism?
Well, like first, you can't say first wave feminism. It's the second wave feminism.
Yeah.
So it was the right to vote, first wave. Second wave feminism was trying to normalize the idea that females were an equal part of society, which is obviously the case. I don't think that needs to be said for anybody. Mm-hmm. But my view towards feminism is when you asked for the ability to display yourself in any way you choose, which you have, and there is nothing I would ever tell you that would say otherwise. When you ask for that, you're also asking for the responsibility of dealing with the consequences of your decisions. Mm-hmm. If I, for example, I am stuck in my house and I have not been able to go to the gym in 4 fucking weeks and it's killing me. If I decided I should be able to, if I decided I should be able to go to the gym and there was a gym that was open, that would be my decision for myself. Mm-hmm. But I would be opening myself up for criticism for people who would be afraid me going out into public, I would either contract or give someone COVID-19, right? Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's totally fair. I made a decision for myself, and that's my own personal decision. But I also would have to accept the responsibility of that decision. If Zombie Unicorn decides that she wants to paint her bare breast on stream, more power to her. I hope that she continues to do it. If I have something negative to say about that, she's got fucking nothing to say about it. Like, if anybody does, listen, if somebody comments on your breast, it would be one thing if they weren't openly visible. Like, you know what I mean? If my wife's in the other room, if someone says something about my wife's ass, I'm fucking pissed off. Unless she was naked showing her ass to the stream behind me, I'd be like, oh, fair enough. Like, you lose the ability to get upset with reactions to your action if you're taking the action. Now, if you're accusing her of something she didn't do, like, for example, if she's on stream and you're accusing her of like cutting, and she's like, you know what I mean? Like, mm-hmm. That's fair enough. You say, listen, fuck you. Like, that's bullshit. But if you have your breast out on stream, someone comments on your breast, that's on you. That's not on them.
And everything that she does, her tits are out. Like, okay, I was at E3 last year and I saw her and she's walking around with her tits out. And I'm like, they're fucking huge. I would motorboat them if I was single and not married. And I do love my wife. I love you, honey. I'm just being honest. Like,
a lot of it, we have a genetic imperative to enjoy those things. So it's not like you have to explain that to me for sure. But you're absolutely right. They're out there and they're in the public forum. They're liable to be criticized in the public forum. I have a bald head. You have a bald head. If somebody said like, oh, these guys are bald, fair enough. You could see us. You could see that we're bald. Now you've commented on it. There you go. Now, Obviously, we can react negatively if you're being a piece of shit. Like, what, that fucking bald fuck can't grow hair. It's like, that's insulting. But if you were in public and you were to walk up to Zombie Unicorn and say, oh, you're fucking looking good, and she was upset about that, that would be her bad and not yours.
Yeah, she gets like that. You compliment her, she's like, I don't need a man telling me. I'm like,
yes, you do. You build your entire fucking identity off of that. So don't say that shit.
I'm just saying, maybe she needs some dick in her life. Not mine. I'm married, but I'm just saying.
Somebody's. No, honestly, there's the saying. I don't know if anybody in the chat or if you yourself was around. The American hardcore scene was really weird in the mid 2000s, and there was this concept of the scene kid who would exist in the hardcore scene, but he was a fashion person, or she. Mm-hmm. They were always just in there for the fashion. They had their hair combed over to the side, and they were very emotional about everything. and they were the new age, like mall goths or like radio rock kids, right? And a buddy of mine used to say, scene kids would suck dick if they thought people came attention. And like that's how I think about you know, booby streamers. Listen, there are people who probably up until recently didn't get that kind of attention, and now they're getting a lot of it, and it is so understandable to see where they're coming from when they want to continue getting that. Because not only are they getting showered with praise, if you think Zombie Unicorn's getting criticized on her stream ever, you're out of your fucking mind. She's getting showered with praise all the time. She's also getting showered with money, clearly, because she's making money off of the least amount of talent. That's an objective metric. She is not talented at almost anything she does, aside from applying her own makeup, which I don't think counts too much. But if you think she's talented at anything else and she's offering below surface level analysis on any subject you can fucking talk about, you're out of your goddamn mind. Same thing with I've seen feminists confront her about feminism. She's unable to contribute to the conversation because she has no idea what she's talking about. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from other feminists. And like I said, I have a very free view of feminism. You have asked for freedom. You in turn get responsibility. I am free to say anything I want to anyone in public. I'm free to insult someone's mother straight to their face in public. I have that freedom. It is my responsibility to deal with the reaction that they're going to have to that. It may be physical. They're not free to hit me, but I did start a course of events in action that they would respond to that way. And I think that's what Zombie Unicorn needs to realize. I remember at E3, she was upset because a woman was objectifying herself by wearing booty shorts. The woman who appears naked on stream, and people explained that to her. I don't think that should have to be explained. Like, imagine if I was watching someone stream and was like, this guy cares too much about video output. I don't think anybody would need to explain the irony of the situation to me. That would probably be the joke. Whereas with Zombie Unicorn, people are like, but you appear naked. You're actually worse by your own metric. It's because I paint. It's different. Like, okay, yeah, no problem. The rest of the world is wrong. It's just you that's right, right? Like, yeah, I don't like anybody who is not responsible for their own actions, and that has to do with men, women. There has been an equal amount of idiots on the internet who have done stupid things and then are pissed off at the reaction as if they didn't just do something stupid. Like, I think the fairest thing I've ever seen in my life was that Twitch streamer who accidentally discharged his firearm on stream. I don't know who that guy is. I never knew who he was, but I saw that video. He discharged his firearm, and his response was the most responsible thing I've ever seen. I completely fucked up, and I've been dropped from this team, and I totally get it because I have made a mistake. I'm not sure how I'm going to make up for this, but I do want to continue with what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. This was my bad. This was on me 100%. I am so sorry. And that's the most responsible thing I've ever seen. Whereas I think one of these Twitch thoughts would have probably said, somebody else loaded the gun. And I, like, you know what I mean? I think personal responsibility is so important. And you really don't see that. That takes a sense of character that I think probably isn't available in people who sell themselves based on their physical looks alone. Yeah. That's my personal interpretation of the situation.
Dude, I feel like when this whole COVID-19 situation's over, dude, if I'm ever in Florida or if you're ever here in Hawaii, dude, we need to hang out.
It sounds like it. Sure, man. I'm always down to hang out. My wife can't stand it because she thinks some crazy person on the internet is going to kill me one of these days. But you know, like my DMs are open. It wasn't just to you. Everybody who DMs me gets a reaction. You know, there's some people like that I know personally. I have my phone number off of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to talk to anyone, and I feel like I'm not super knowledgeable on any one subject by any stretch of the definition, but I feel like I know a little bit about enough things that I could have a conversation with just about anybody. Unless you're an astrophysicist, I could probably talk to you.
Hey, so I do have 2 more questions, and then after those, we can go into the Q&A because people got plenty of questions for you. So, Let's see. How do I approach this one? I mean, we already jumped off. We're clearly misogynistic. We're the patriarchy.
I'm a guy with a
Keeping
long beard who body builds. Like I was already going to be that from the get go. So there was no chance of doing anything else.
so let's talk music.
Sure.
So you've been in a band, been in several bands actually. You do a lot of music. You've got the voice. So how did you get into music?
I always got into music. Music was always really interesting to me. I used to listen to weird stuff growing up. My parents got me into stuff that wasn't popular in the 80s when I was growing up, but stuff that they grew up with, like the Eagles and you know what I mean? The Cars were big in the 80s, but towards the 90s is when I started listening to them. Simon and Garfunkel was one of my favorite bands growing up, or groups. I listened to really weird stuff, and I got a lot of meaning out of music because of that. Because I was able to listen to music that was not. I didn't have to deal with the barrier of popularity, I would say, because a lot of times when a song is popular, you almost feel obligated to enjoy it.
Mhm.
Whereas a lot of the music I listened to was just strictly taste. None of it was given to me through like peer pressure, I guess I would say. It's just my parents would be playing the Cars while we're driving, and I'd be like, okay, I've decided I like this music because I've listened to it and formed an opinion. Versus if it was like on the radio and everybody was talking about it on MTV, I'd be a little more skeptical of it, I guess.
Mhm.
Then I started getting into heavy metal around middle school. I started listening to Metallica, and I really, really liked Metallica. I really got into fast music at the time. So I listened to a lot of punk rock like AFI and 10 Yard Fight. For me, the buildup of the song is building up to that fast part. I was really big into thrash metal, speed metal, death metal, anything that was fast and aggressive. And I really got into two genres specifically: straight edge hardcore and like death metal, classic 90s death metal. So the first death metal album I ever owned was Maximum Violence by 6 Feet Under.
Mhm.
And I learned death metal vocals by trying to sing along with those songs I liked so much. I'd never listened to it before that I knew of. And I actually got into Cannibal Corpse after 6 Feet Under. And I was just I was like a 12 and 13-year-old kid. I didn't know anybody got into this other stuff. And I was just like, I thought this was like, I discovered, like, you guys don't even know about this band Morbid Angel. Like I found them. So I got really into heavy metal real hard. And then at the time, I was kind of struggling with this idea of what people want from you in
Mhm.
more in the early days of high school, doing drugs, drinking, stuff like that. And it always been the subconscious idea of just not being very comfortable with that. And being at a party, you would do it because it was like a socially acceptable. If someone passed you a beer or whatever, you drink it. I never drank personally, but like it was something that you would do because
Mhm.
everybody did it. And I had this feeling deep down, uh, maybe don't do that. And it was really weird. And I found through looking up Pantera songs on LimeWire, oddly enough, that's how long ago this was,
LimeWire.
straight from LimeWire to Kazaa. Like I never actually fucked with legit Napster. I was always with the offshoot nonsense, the ones that were real guaranteed to give you a virus in your computer. So I was looking up Pantera albums because for the longest time, my favorite album was Cowboys from Hell because I like the fast, more aggressive sound and the slower, chunkier sound of like Great Southern Trendkill or whatever.
Mhm.
So I was looking up Pantera songs because I wanted to get it more into Pantera. And I found a song from the band 10 Yard Fight called Drug Free Nation.
Mhm.
And it blew me away because it was fast, it was aggressive, it was angry, it was hard, it was heavy hitting, but they were singing about stuff you'd hear in a Disney movie. Being a drug-free nation, put down that beer, like uniting as a group for a drug-free nation. And I was like, that blew me away. It was like seeing a bunch of dudes in full suits and briefcases beating up bikers, right? It was just a reversal of all the roles you're used to in your life. So I from there found out what straight edge was, and I decided, I don't know, I don't want to do drugs or drink for the rest of my life, and I haven't. So it's been 16 years since I smoked a cigarette. I've never drank alcohol before. smoked weed, dropped acid. I haven't done anything in 16 years. And it came from music. I found a song called Drug Free Nation on LimeWire. And my whole life has been based around that experience. Yeah, I got into that. And when you get into various underground scenes like straight edge, like death metal, like underground extreme music, you tend to find these little sorted out sections of people that you sort of gravitate to. Some guy will have like a punk rock band shirt on. You're like, oh, I know them. Oh shit, let's talk about this. And then they introduce you to their friends, and then you get. It was this whole thing. And I lived in Miami at the time, so the scenes in Miami were very much commingling together. Like, it was very common for you to be a hard punk rock head and to be super into the like integrated into the hip hop scene as well. It's very weird. Like all of the stuff fashion wise you would associate with heavy metal, with hardcore underground hip hop, and with punk rock were all together. And it wasn't very like uncommon to see dudes that dressed in nothing but streetwear, like for like hip hop, to show up at the hardcore shows and stuff. The scenes were very much interlocked in that way. And I moved to where I am now in South Florida from Miami. And, you know, I kind of, you come into your school flying your colors, had 6 feet undershirt on, a sag of my pants, real low, big ass chain wallet and stuff. Essentially how I dress now. Nothing has changed. I am a child at heart. But I met people through doing that. I've always skateboarded. So you start to meet people who skate, get you into the punk rock scene, that gets you locked in. And I met people in the hardcore scene when the hardcore scene in my area of South Florida was very young. And I made a lot of lifelong friends through that. People right now that I have tattooed on my body and stuff, like dead serious friendships. And through that, a buddy of mine who I've always skated with had a band called Dark Skies Have Fallen. And one day their lead singer went to college and they needed a lead singer. So I was like, I could do that. And then my buddy ended up doing it instead. And I realized I want to do that. Like when I thought I could be the lead singer, like I was really excited. It's like, holy shit, this is something I want. I never thought about being the lead singer of a band before in my life. Never even struck me as a possibility. So when my friend was on tour with them, they changed their name to A Horror Story. He sang with them for a while. He ended up leaving. And when they had an availability, I was like, listen, guys, this is it. It's me. I had no idea what I was doing. I played a show with them. They were already an established band at that point. When I became a part of the band, we changed our name to King Conquer. And we did relatively well for ourselves. Oddly enough, like I wouldn't have said this up until recent events, because to me, we were always just a local death metal band. But realistically, looking back, we did tour the country. We went everywhere. We went to every state except for 3 of them, Hawaii being one of them. I never got on a plane, sadly. But we got in a piece of shit Econoline van and drove the country for years on end. We had a great time. But I never thought we really did much of anything. I mean, we released albums, we toured, we sold merch like any other band. And recently I was in Tokyo and I went to this record shop. This is the weirdest fucking coincidence you've ever seen in your life. I was in a record shop called I think it's Nerd Records in Shibuya. It's a really, really ritzy kind of high class fashion oriented ward in Tokyo. And we went in here because there was this like, yeah, this guy sells like hardcore merch. And I was like, word. I went in there and I bought a Blood for Blood shirt. And my buddy was there and the guy speaks really, really good English, which is good because my Japanese is shaky at best. But he was asking, because me and my friend covered in tattoos, wearing heavy metal like gear and stuff. And he goes, oh, are you guys in a band? And my buddy is in a current band right now called Dealey Plaza. They're really, if anybody's in chat, you listen to heavy metal, Florida band called Dealey Plaza, like where JFK got shot. Really good band. But he started saying that stuff. I at this point, I haven't been in King Conquer in more than a decade. And the guy goes, what about him? And he goes, oh yeah, he was the lead singer for King Conquer. And the dude goes, King, what? And I was like, yeah. And he had my album, Welcome to Hell, on his rack. And he said, you guys were legendary. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. No way. And he said that we paved the way for a lot of local Tokyo, like deathcore, death metal bands. fucking blew me away. So I took a picture with him.
Shit.
He had my album. We held it and took a picture. Blew me the fuck away, man. Never in my life have I been so excited like a little boy. It's like, oh, I can't even describe it. So cool. But I got into music essentially because my band had an opening, and I was like, I want to do that. And then I did it. And for years and years, we had a lot of fun going on tour, being broke as hell. We had the dollar menu rule, which was so we
know that life.
Oh yeah. We lived off of our merch sales because we didn't get paid a whole lot to play every show. And when you're driving from Florida to Arkansas to play a show, what you'd have to do is at every show, you'd be on stage. Hey guys, listen, we got merch in the back. We are on tour. Yeah, any little bit helps, whatever. People buy CDs, buy shirts. That's back when you could buy CDs at a live show. And we would take whatever we made that night at merch, and everybody got 3 things off the dollar menu, and the drink counted. So that's how we lived for years on end. Just what I would do is I would work a shitty part-time job here in Florida. I would come back for a few months. We'd leave on tour for a few months, and we just go back and forth. It was fucking fun. It really helped me get used to what I do now, which is speaking in front of a bunch of people at once. Like, it's easy when it's yourself in your garage, recording a voiceover, but just the idea of being comfortable with a lot of people hearing your voice kind of came from standing on a stage. We performed with really big fucking bands, Propane, Crowbar, Catalepsy. Who else did we play with? Animosity. Like, we played with some really big, Dying Fetus, like huge heavy metal bands. And you're talking to their crowd essentially. They all came there to see the big bands, obviously, but you're sitting in there and you kind of have to win them over. And I think that might have helped me a little bit in the social media game, maybe.
Awesome, man. Dude, you are a multifaceted, multi-talented individual.
I do a lot of weird shit, man.
You are a man of culture.
I try to dip my toe in every pool I come across, like I do a little bit of everything, the fighting games, anything that seems challenging, I really get into. My most recent challenge, which I really need to get back on, is learning to read Japanese, because I learned how to speak it. I never learned hiragana, katakana, kanji, none of it. And now I can read hiragana, which is like crazy weird for me. But the only reason I was really drawn towards it was because, like, it's so challenging. It seems like it's going to really change the way everyday life is, because it's no longer just wake up, do this, do that, whatever. It's this new thing, and it seems interesting and new every day until you learn it, and then you move on to the next thing. And I think that's how I do it.
Okay. Well, I've got a final question for you, and then we can jump into questions from the chat, because, well, they got quite a few. So my last question for you is I could talk about the PlayStation. I feel like everyone's talking about PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and it's like, I got a PC.
Yeah. I think they're doing some slimy stuff with marketing as far as the Xbox One goes, because they're like, oh, it's this totally in-house design. It's NVMe SSD. Shut the fuck up and quit trying to sell that to people. I'm in there, because I have a buddy of mine who's just a lifelong console gamer, and there's nothing wrong with that, Like, if I was, it's expensive to get into PC gaming, and if you don't, I envy you, because you have way more money than me. But he's texting me. He's like, yeah, did you hear about the custom design for their SSD? And I'm like, nah, we've had that for a decade, man. Welcome to fucking 2010, buddy. And he's like, no, it's totally custom. It's like, and I'm like, no, it's not.
No, it's not. It's
an SSD that uses PCI lanes, which is a direct pipeline to your CPU. That's what it is. Period. Shut it down. That's the end of the conversation. And I get a lot of arguments on Twitter the same way. They're like, no, it's a custom design. It's like, all right, listen, I understand that maybe you don't know that I build PCs for fun. I have a full PC build in boxes over there, just ready to get together when I have a case. All I do is build computers. It's so much fun. I love it. But I understand you may not know that talking to me, but if I respond back talking about how an SSD would utilize PCI lanes when it's an M.2 NVMe drive, understand that maybe I know a little bit more of what I'm talking about than you're reading press releases from Xbox. It is 100% going to be a PC platform, PS5 and Xbox. And that's great because it might be more modular like they're talking about. But all right, listen, it's an SSD. It's an NVMe drive. It's going to be fast. That's awesome. It's awesome you're getting a hold of that. And because of the AM4 processors you're going to be using, you're going to have access to PCI Express 4, Gen 4. Like you're going to be utilizing a lot more lanes of PCI. You're not going to use that for your graphics card and your SSD put together, but it's available. That's cool. Just please don't speak to me about it as if it were something new, because this PC I'm sitting next to right now, I've had for years and years, that is already, like, this is old technology at this point, and it's going to run circles around any console that comes out, which is not a bad thing. Listen, if you can't afford to build a PC that games at 4K, neither can I. Somehow I have. It's not because I can afford it. Trust me. You got to skip meals when you get into PC gaming.
This is true.
But like, they're lying to people, or they're lying by omission by saying stuff like, oh, it's 8K compatible. Yeah, it may be 10 frames per second. That's fucking stupid. Don't say that. That's dumb. You could build a $3,000 computer that can maybe game at 4K 120, maybe on old titles. So don't give me the whole 8K bullshit. Unless you're making games that are made to run at 15 frames per second, please don't lie to people. Please. If the new consoles play 4K 30, I'd be incredibly surprised because of what they're going to cost, obviously. Like, try to build a $500 4K gaming machine right now. Like, right? That's my issue with the new consoles. That's everything I have to say on it. Is I'm happy that a new generation is coming. I've always been excited about that. Just don't lie to people about what your console is. Just tell them this is essentially a gaming PC. Here's the hardware that's going to be inside of it. Cool. Just don't lie to me that it's a custom made NVMe drive. You're using Samsung DRAM modules. How fucking custom can it be? Fuck out of here with that shit.
If people would just get into building computers, or actually taking the time. Okay, side rant. I don't understand how people, and this is especially true here in Hawaii because I don't fucking get it. People like, oh, I don't understand this technology. I don't understand how this works.
It's not an
motherfucker. How Google it?
Yeah, it's not an excuse anymore. There's no. Listen, I have been able. First off, my dumb ass has taught myself languages, trades, just from YouTube tutorials. There is no reason. All you have to do right now is you could watch 4 videos and be as informed as me on what I just talked about. There's no longer is there an excuse that, oh, I'm just not knowledgeable. The guy in your chat, Bishop, he messaged me, hey, I want to know about these upscalers. He's in the know now. There you go. You can no longer trick him with any of this bullshit. He understands what a scaler does and what video output works like. Like, that's all it takes. There you go. Just don't assume if you read a press briefing, it's like, oh yeah, the new Xbox is gonna have a custom SSD and it's gonna game at 8K. It's like, okay, just do a Google search real quick and just listen to one of the thousands and thousands of people who are going to be saying that's wrong. Just listen to one of them and you'll be set.
Oh God. Okay. So my last question. What advice would you give to someone who is wanting to become a content creator or streamer or whatever? Like, who wants to get into content creation? Given how, we got the dick sucking thumbnail type people, the hi guys, overinflated personalities. I personally tell people, don't start something you can't upkeep. If you can just be you, you is more than enough.
For sure.
Don't put your value in your numbers. A lot of people I know, their self-worth is falsely validated with sub count or follow count. And I think that is a dangerous thing to do.
Some of the best videos I've ever made have only had like 3,000 views. Your work is never going to be validated by views ever. I get this question a lot, and I've come up with 4 rules, and that's based on the idea that I know anything about what I'm doing here. So just to preface this all, I got popular as I am, at least, off of Resident Evil 2 Remake being released. And I just happened to have had a backlog of Resident Evil content at the time. Luckily, one of those videos was a Resident Evil 1.5 video. And when RE2 Remake was announced to have some Resident Evil 1.5 content, I guarantee you 20,000 of the people that subscribed to me came because of that Resident Evil 1.5 video. Because just for a short amount of time, that was #1 in the search results, because I was the only one at that time who had a Resident Evil 1.5 video that had been made recently. So you could argue there's luck there for sure, but you have to be able to capitalize on that luck. So let's say you get your lucky break. Some people don't. What I did to capitalize on it was I saw an influx of subscribers. I went from 10,000 subscribers to 30,000 subscribers, what seemed like overnight, maybe a month. I think all those came in. Blew me away. I was used to 200 subscribers a month. I was getting 1,000, every day. It was insane. But what I did was I saw that and I said, oh, okay, well, I need to have consistent amounts of content coming out for all these people who are coming in new. All those people coming in new aren't just going through the backlog and watching everything. They want me to produce something in the future. So keep in mind that it's like fighting. This is my Muay Thai coach told me this, and is the most genius thing I ever heard in my life. We were in the middle of sparring, and some guy goes, well, what do you think about people who say that fighting is mostly luck? And he goes, I think they're right, but you have to think about it this way. The more you train, the luckier you get. So the more content you have out on a successful, continuous basis, the more likely you are to get that lucky break. Keep that in mind. And here are 4 things that can be used for that. First off, like you said, it's all about you. Be you. Your personality is going to drive the entirety of your content. And if it's not your personality, people are going to know about it. There are people who have made it being completely fake. That happens. They are an anomaly, statistically speaking. If I watch your content, I can tell if you're being real with yourself, real with your fans, or your viewers. I don't like the word fans. So be you. Please, God, be you. Like, I want to know what you think. I want to know how you feel. I don't want to know how some dude that asks you to smash the like button feels. Be yourself, please. Communicate with your viewers at every possible juncture. When you release a video, respond to your comments. If you have a Twitter, respond to your mentions, respond to your DMs. I keep my DMs open. I don't think a lot of people are in the 55,000 subscriber mark do that, because it's a lot of stuff. But honestly, I enjoy talking to people who like my content. And sometimes I have more than 10 people who DM me on a regular basis with really interesting information regarding stuff that I cover. Like I was covering our Silent Hill Homecoming recently, and I had a guy in my DMs talking about the engine it was made in, the type of lighting it uses. I thought Silent Hill Homecoming was an Unreal Engine game. It turns out that Downpour was the first Unreal Engine game. I didn't know that. He told me it, right? So like, communicate with your viewers. You will get better just by the fact that you communicate with them. Please communicate with your viewers. So that's number 2. Number 3, consistency. You got to make a schedule. You have to stick to the schedule. Sometimes you're not going to be able to, but the fact that you try to is going to be what people appreciate. I release my videos every other, it used to be Thursday, then turned into Tuesday. Sometimes I run into a point where it's like, recently, like right here, I had a video that was supposed to come out, and then RE3 Remake came out. It's like, I got to release it beforehand. It's going to get in the way of working on the video that was supposed to be made. So I was having to work on 2 videos at once. The next video is probably going to be late because of that. Your viewers are going to understand that. But if they know when and where to tune into your channel, they're going to come back. I watch GameSack videos every other Saturday, because I know every other Saturday night they're in my sub box. And I think that's super important, is for people to know when they can catch you. So it's like TV. When that TV show comes on, you tune into that time. A lot of people I release my videos really early in the morning. I don't know why. It's just like it's easy to schedule them that way, and I get all kinds of comments saying like, "Oh, I got the save to watch on my lunch break." People enjoy that, and it's like a camaraderie, you know. Like they built the schedule around watching your stuff on their lunch break, which is really cool. So definitely do that. And the last thing is just don't expect to be successful. Expect to be creative. Like you may never get to the point where you make more than $3 off of every YouTube video you ever make. Most people, a majority of people don't make that much. So I would say, don't worry about the whole Patreon thing. Don't worry about the whole AdSense thing. Start making content that you enjoy, that you would want to watch. And once you do that, that's when that shit comes. But it doesn't go the opposite. You don't worry about the views. You don't worry about the Patreon and all that stuff. And then you start making really personalized content that's enjoyable to watch. That's not how it works. You got to put the cart, but you don't put the cart before the horse. Yeah. Make sure that you don't focus on things that have nothing to do with your creative output. So focus on, I was very adamant about getting good capture quality. So I had to make sure that I had a good capture card. I had the FrameMeister for upscaling. I had good cables for my consoles, so there wasn't a lot of visual noise in the video. And there may not be a shit ton of people who appreciate that, but I guarantee you everybody who is nice enough to support me, let's say on Patreon on a monthly basis, I guarantee you every single one of those do. It's the people who are the 0.1% of your audience that support the majority of the shit that you do. They're the ones who are going to appreciate it. And it's good for you to please both you and them at the same time. So give yourself an internal gauge of quality. And if you're below that cutoff point, that doesn't come out. You're working on that again. You know what I mean? That has to be how it happens. You have to have a sense of what you want to put out there, because it's going to represent you. Your voice is going to be represented in it. Do you want your voice to sound bad? No, that doesn't sound good on you. So you want to make sure your voice sounds good. You want to make sure your video is high quality. You want to make sure what you have to say is interesting. Nobody wants to hear you repeat the Wikipedia entry for a video game. I'm guilty of doing that. So don't do what I do, but give somebody your personal take. This whole time we've been talking about nothing but our dumbass personal opinions the entire time. I think people want to hear that. I don't think, for example, you said the PS5, Xbox One release. What if we just listed off the specs that they had on their press release and then that was it? That wouldn't be interesting for anybody. Yeah. So make sure that you are present in your content. Your actual authentic self. Make sure that you're present there. Make sure you communicate with the people who watch your content. Make sure that you are consistent with providing that content, and then make sure that that content always meets your level of quality. And if it doesn't come out. It's better for them to miss a video from you than for them to watch a bad video from you. Period. The end.
No, I agree with you. And, you know, to add on to it, I feel like if you're a content creator and you're putting out content, you got to look at it like if you're going to be consistent at going to a job, you have set, you know, expectations for performance. People know when you're open for business and whatnot.
Yeah.
You have to treat this with the same respect if you want to do this. And, you know, for many of us, we have to do a job and this. And some of us, we are able to do this full time. And understanding and respecting the fact that people take time out of their day to watch you, to interact with you. Time is one of many things you can never get back.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
You know, and it's like, I know many content creators that just piss on their audience, or they just piss on the respect that, you know, oh yeah, I'll do it when I feel like it. No, motherfucker, you get off your ass and you do it right fucking now. Talk to your audience. Do what you need to do for them, because they are the ones watching your content. And if you don't make the effort, the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, if you find yourself in a position where you no longer get butterflies in your stomach when you see that someone has a compliment for your video, or that they are willing to support you financially, or they're willing to share your video on, let's say, sometimes people share my videos on Reddit and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. If you find yourself to where that no longer affects you in a positive way, step away. You're no longer doing this anymore. You're not putting out anything that's worth watching.
Yeah.
And a lot of the legacy YouTubers that are still around, you can tell who still feel that way because their content's still watchable. Whereas a lot of YouTubers, and I'm not trying to throw shade at anyone in particular, but you said people who shit on their audience, Angry Joe, that guy's content is unwatchable. He's not putting that out for you. He's not interested that you're even watching it. You are the same to him as an hour is in his time card at his job. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's what you are to him. You are a unit of measurement that supplies money. And if you get to the point where you feel that way, where somebody in your audience criticizes you and you don't take a second to think they're right, step away. You're no longer doing anything that anybody wants to watch. Nobody wants to communicate with you because you're not being you anymore. You're doing some lame ass popular shit, and that might last for a little bit. You may find a little bit of fame in that, but I promise you, it's not going to be worth what you're going to have to pay for it.
Yeah, I agree. And with that being said, we're going on to the Q&A section. So we're going to kick it off with Austin Hudson. He says, Jared, after the Silent Hill retrospective is finished, what do you plan on doing next? Another retrospective, perhaps?
I am definitely. I am always considering a new series to cover in the retrospective. There's a lot on the docket, man. There's Dead Space, Onimusha, personal favorite series of mine. There's all kinds of really cool stuff. People really want me to check out Fatal Frame, and I don't remember much of Fatal Frame, so that would be interesting. Mm-hmm. There's all kinds of series I really want to get in. Yakuza, for sure. I've never played a Yakuza game before, other than Dead Souls. I know. I hang out in Shinjuku more than I hang out in Kamurocho and Yakuza. Like, it's right up my alley. I need to, but that's another one. So those are always on the list. But I think the idea is to start working on a full series retrospective and also start working on little individual one-off reviews like I am usually known to do, and kind of space the full series retrospectives out a little bit more, because it can be easy to get burnt out on a series when I'm playing every entry in it and every port of it every single time. So I want to start breaking up some of the retrospective stuff with some more one-off, like individual game reviews.
Okay. Let's see. We got what's the other question? Okay, Spirit Shock wants to know, what's your opinion on Guar?
Oh, I love Guar. They have such a weird sound. Oddly enough, in my closet, Odor Sarangas, one of his like shirts, like before he died, he was really good friends with a girl down here who was really involved in like the heavy metal and hardcore scene. Mm-hmm. And she moved to Alaska, and while she was moving through, she went to kind of like pay her respects to his family because he died. And they said, listen, we have all these shirts of his, do you want any? And she's like, yeah, sure, I'll take some. And then through her moving across America, she's in Alaska now. She stopped at a buddy of mine's house. It's like, hey, do you want some of these shirts? And now I have some of the lead singer Guar's t-shirts in my closet of like bands he listened to and stuff. Pretty interesting. I do like Guar though. I got into them from Nitro Burning Funny Bong, and then I stayed into them because of Sexecutioner. But they had this weird, like they had this ska sound, and then they were heavy metal, and then they were thrash for a while. Like, Guar's really interesting. I like them a lot.
All right. And then we got Allspark Warrior. He wants to know, Jared, if you decide to do something else, what would it be?
That's a good question. I have no idea. I don't know until it hits me, Essentially, if you got anything from this entire thing, it's just like I get a spark and I chase it, but I never know what it is beforehand. The whole Japanese thing, I never thought I'd learn how to speak Japanese, and I learned it and I was like, holy shit, that was crazy. Like the whole YouTube thing too. I'm still looking at it like it happened yesterday. Just like, what the Jesus, 55,000 subscribers. I just had an idea one day on the way back from a heavy metal show. I don't really know. I will tell you this. I might be likely to make more creative content. I'm trying to move to Japan. I have like 12 credits left on my bachelor's degree. Mm-hmm. Once I move there, I would like to make content, not so much like J-vlogging, like here's my life in Japan, but just like doing more artistically interesting stuff, like filming locations and having really cool shots and having really interesting backing music and just talking about my thoughts of I just like anything that I'm thinking of, like identity or being alone or having someone with you or strength or anything like that. So I have a lot of thoughts that don't have anything to do with video games that might have to end up going on another channel like that.
Okay. And then let's see. Austin wants to know, Jared, if you ever ended up in Silent Hill in one way or another, how would you describe your own experience within the town? What would happen to you and the struggles to survive what
Oh,
lies
fuck.
within?
So I have this terrible fear of awkward situations. Like, you know, when something awkward happens on like a movie or TV, like I have to look
Mm-hmm.
away. I think my Silent Hill would be a bunch of situations where I walk up and say the wrong thing, or like, you know what I mean? Like one of those weird situations where you think someone's talking about something, so you talk about it with them and they weren't talking about that, so they have no idea what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying and you don't know. That would be my Silent Hill. That and insects would be everywhere. Because I'm scared shitless of insects and needles, and like most insects are insects with needles in them, and I'm like, that's it. I give up. I hate them.
All Spark Warrior says, Jared, if you were in Raccoon City during the outbreak, how do you think you would survive?
I feel like I do pretty well. I know how to. I have a decent working knowledge of how zombies work. Right. I'm pretty physically fit. I know how to shoot relatively accurately. I feel like I might do okay. If I survive the car crash in the beginning, you know, because that's like a luck thing. But after that, based on my own skill set, I own firearms. I feel like maybe I could do okay, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Fingers crossed. We don't ever have to find out, I guess.
Oh man. No, no, I was let's see, Doug, wait. Okay, Dogsbauer has one. Where is it? Jared, who is your favorite Letterkenny character? Also, would the Final Fantasy VII remake work for a new Parasite Eve?
Ooh. You know what? I feel like the framework of FS7 remake would fit into a Parasite Eve game way more because it was a little more real time.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a turn-based element to it, which I think I don't know anything about it, but I've heard the turn-based element in FF7 remake essentially works like Parasite Eve, where you move around, then time freezes, you make an action, whatever, blah blah blah. That would definitely work. And as far as Letterkenny goes, I love Letterkenny, but it's been so long. I don't know any of their names, but I love the main character because of one scene and one scene alone.
Mm-hmm.
Some dude walks into the bar after the end of the show, and he has kind of gotten back his reputation for being the toughest dude because he beats up everybody who's like in his absence because he's been with a woman who didn't let him fight. There's
Mm-hmm.
all these other guys who've kind of started to like puff their chest out and say they're the hardest dude in town, and he fought them all, which greatest story ever written. But and then at the end, some dude walks in and said, "Who's the toughest guy in this town?" And he just zero zero like thinking about it, immediately stands up. That's me. Like there was no, he knew so much that he was the hardest dude in town that he didn't even need to consider who it was or what was happening. He answered the question. That the main character of Letterkenny, I forget his name, but he is my favorite because of that scene right there.
Oh, Spirit Shock's question is you enjoy metal and games. Do you also agree we need a new Brutal Legend?
I didn't like Brutal Legend too much. What's that guy's name again? The guy who made it. Christ, he made Psychonauts. I totally space on his name now.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
He's got the black hair. I totally forget his name. I think everybody knows exactly who I'm talking about. I don't like him as much as a developer.
Tim Schafer.
Schaefer, that's him. I've never found his games too interesting, and Brutal Legends was kind of the same for me. Uh, it just didn't do it for me. I don't really get into his style of comedy. I don't think where it's I don't know. I don't want to insult him. It's just not for me. I don't get into his games too much. I don't get into their feeling, the world they build. It just doesn't do it for me. But it would be nice if we had more of that, because then maybe more people would hear heavy metal in a more mainstream setting, and then
Mm-hmm.
more people would be likely to pursue that into other avenues. So yeah, I guess I can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Nero Altus says, Jared, what is your opinion on how the mainstream comic companies have tried their IPs and tried? have tried their IPs and customers? Or you mean treated? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
treated their IPs and customers in recent years.
I think they're doing what a lot of people in politics are doing right now. I think a lot of these people assume that the hard radical activist types are a lot more numerous than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of comic book companies, you know, that everything has to be woke now, and every character has to speak in modern, like Twitter speak, and hashtag whatever social policy is popular at the time. And
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of politicians are taking the crazy people on Twitter who think that you should be able to let a baby decide its own gender at 1 month old, and they think that's the majority of people because they're such a vocal minority.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, like those people, obviously. I mean, how many people have actually met people like that in their real life? Not a lot. They only exist on Twitter, and they don't really do a lot of exercising those opinions into actions outside of Twitter, because
Yeah.
I mean, it's really easy to be an activist on the internet. Like I was there, like campaigning for homosexuals to be able to marry when I was a teenager in high school. Like I was
Mm-hmm.
out there doing things. I can tell you right now, it's a lot easier for me to tweet all gay people should be able to get married right now. I mean, it happened, but that's what that point I'm trying to make is it's understandable that they're very present on Twitter, because obviously they are. It's so much easier to say that than it is to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of comic companies see how prevalent that is in online culture and don't understand a majority of the people that buy their products aren't those people. And it has been proven time and time again through cinema, through video games, and now through comics that when you cater towards that crowd proves itself to never support the industry ever. And
Mm-hmm.
every woke movie that has ever come out has been panned and has done terribly at the box office. Every comic book that has been woke has been panned and has done terribly at the comic shops. Every video game that has come out has been woke, has been panned, and has done terribly. There are games that were crowdsourced. I remember when Anita Sarkeesian was really big, they had that crowdsourced video game about some type of princess escaping from a castle, and she's like this badass, and she doesn't have to be saved by a prince. You know, a decent idea on its head. That game did terribly, and it was only released to people who supported it. Like these people are a very, very loud vocal minority, and it's very easy to see them as a majority of people if that's a majority of people that you see in your mentions. So if
Yeah.
you're Marvel and you have a bunch of people with blue hair complaining that there's not enough polysexual people in your comic books, it's very easy to think that's what the public wants, where the actual public are reading your comments and going, oh, okay, this is a good comic, and that's the end of their interaction. So it's easy to see why people would fuck their fans as hard as they're doing, because they honestly think that they genuinely think like, yeah, if we turn Wolverine into an African-American crippled lesbian, then we're going to get better views in our comics. The comic industry is dying for a reason, and I think this is their desperate attempt to jumpstart it. And I think it's a bad move, because you have not only poisoned the well for the current industry, but you've made it so that longtime comic readers aren't going to come back to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it'd be hard to, if you punched me in the face, it'd be hard for me to come back to you again and say, hey, let's hang out and play video games, right? That's what the comic industry is doing right now, is they are catering to a very small minority that's very vocal. And you may actually be aligned with a lot of, you know, because I mean, a lot of the social justice ideals these people talk about are common sense stuff. Don't treat people like shit because they're different than you. People who have different skin color aren't any worse or better than anybody else. There is no one better race. You know, all these things makes it women should be equal in everything that they are allowed to experience in society. All, you know, kitchen table issues that everybody agrees on. It's just when you go about it in this crazy screeching, Donald Trump got elected, so I'm going to scream out in public nonsense way. You're reading all over the place.
Right.
Not only do you make it so that the companies that you're trying to influence are destroying themselves financially, because you're not paying for their comics. I mean, the people who are talking to comic book writers saying they want more inclusion, do you think that they want more inclusion because they buy so many comic books? Of course not. If you're a fan of the industry and you actually have criticisms, fair enough. But these people who are making these criticisms have proven themselves through movies, video games, and comic books to not support the industries they're trying to change. So don't listen to them. If anybody is listening and they're thinking of writing a comic, keep in mind If you're writing for a group that has historically been proven not to support your media, maybe that's a bad idea.
It's people on the internet. Here's my little rant. And this is also gonna dive into cancel culture too, because I can't fucking stand cancel culture.
Yeah.
You get these groups, like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like the voice actor for Broly. Mignana.
Mignana, that's right. Yeah, I'm familiar with the situation.
He's actually a good friend of mine. I did an interview with him last year. Kicked it with him, and because I interviewed him, I got dragged.
Yeah, I heard they were going after people he worked with. That's insane.
Dude, I've had so many voice actors either won't come on my show or just cancel me. I've been doxxed several times. I'm like, I'm not even in this situation.
Yeah.
It's
good. It's
fucking crazy. And then you look at, like, there are some folks that are on both sides, the people who stand with him and people who hate him and trying to cancel him. And what I've noticed, because I watch and look at a lot of the people in any group, I look at a lot of these groups, they don't care about the situation or the cause. It's a vehicle for them to just be a dick. Like, one that I've been called out on for being critical on is Black Lives Matter. Because I get the original idea of it, but then I'm looking at what you're doing.
Actions committed under the banner of Black Lives Matter, which are people I think genuinely wouldn't support.
Yeah. People like, oh, we can't support racism. We need to call it out. But then why is it okay to be racist against whites?
But you can't be racist if you're in a minority group. I don't know. So here's the interesting thing, and this is something that you can't tell just by talking to me, is I'm Cuban, and this is not this shouldn't be how it is, but there's been plenty of conversations I've had on Twitter that people the idea of race has come up, and people have told me to shut my mouth. I have nothing to say about race. And I was like, actually, I grew up in a Cuban household. I'm the product of immigrants. And I grew up around nothing but minorities living in really poor ass areas of Miami. I have more to say about racial issues than you do in your entire rich white yuppie life. So don't fucking talk to me about race. And publicly, I get nothing for that. But I can tell you right now, I can think of 5 people off the top of my head that have DM'd me afterwards. Said, listen, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were Cuban. That shouldn't fucking matter. My opinion on an issue that has to do with anything in the world, my race should not come into it unless we're specifically talking about Cuban people who were born where I was and did the shit that I did. That's the only time that should come into the conversation. But I get told a lot to shut up because I'm this white male, right? And it's like,
you're a cis white male.
Exactly.
Man,
I should have told you before I came on the podcast. Yeah, I get that a lot because I mean, you're a fucking bald big dude with tattoos. That's like skinhead central. And before I say this to anybody, to express this idea, I used to be a skinhead, not a racist skinhead. The nomenclature is sharp, a skinhead against racial prejudice. And we were the people that went around beating the shit out of skinheads. So the whole punch a Nazi thing, everybody who talked about that on Twitter, I was doing that when you were in middle school. I promise you, you're not ready for that fucking action. Number one. B, I don't talk about being a skinhead a lot because I don't think I'd get past the part where I said it's not about racism. A lot of people don't understand that started in Jamaican culture in Great Britain when people were coming from Jamaica during a time of like great migration to England. And the idea was they were working class people that didn't want to be associated with the more negative aspects of like Rastafarian culture, smoking weed, long dreadlocks, unemployed. Not my idea. This is what they're talking about. So they were all working class, like factory workers. So part of the the look became your pants were rolled up so they didn't get caught in machinery. You had suspenders on so your pants never fell down during work. Shaved head, same exact thing. The idea was to show that you were part of the working class. It was a visual outward manifestation of your support for the country you had just immigrated to. Listen, we are contributing, we're working, we're earning money, we're putting it into the community. That was the idea behind skinhead culture. And I really got into the working class pride aspect of skinhead culture. And this was before I knew that Nazi skins were a thing. And when I found out that Nazi skins were a thing, being a Cuban kid in Miami, obviously that's not shit that I'm even allowed to be down with. So that was, I really had my decisions made for me at that point. I was a sharp skinhead from that point. I ran with different skinhead crews in South Florida, people in colorblind skinheads, which is one of the most famous, as far as nationally here in the US, one of the most famous skinhead crews. Those dudes know me personally by name, you know, so like, my credentials in the hating racist people scene are well vetted, but I get that a lot. Being a straight white male, I can't speak on race, and I've done more for race relations than you have on Twitter in your entire fucking life. I promise you that. I don't know. I don't like the whole race thing. I think it's too stupid. Nobody cares about your race until you bring it up. Would you have given a shit that I was Cuban until I just brought it up in conversation? Of course not. Yeah, but the whole Vic Mignogna thing and the whole internet thing, cancel culture in general is ridiculous because people do make mistakes. People say stupid shit. I don't think PewDiePie's a racist because he called someone the N-word while he's playing a game. I think he's an idiot. You know, like I think there's a difference. I don't think that he thinks that black people are lesser than him because he used the N-word in online. You know what I mean? Like I've said stupid fucking shit and I will just please someone quote me on this. I will be canceled eventually because I say dumb shit all the time on this podcast specifically. I've said a lot of dumb shit. I don't care though, and I don't think the canceling will work on me because I'm not going to apologize for anything I've said here. I tried to be very careful about saying how I feel without being mean to people and letting everyone know that it's my opinion in situations where there's a subjective nature. And I'm very careful to do that when I'm online. And I try my hardest to do that when I speak to people. And one day, something that I say to someone is going to piss them off and it's going to go public. Other people are going to be pissed at me as well.
I mean, it happens. Apparently, I'm in the middle of being canceled because I
talked to this guy you weren't supposed to talk to.
So see what had happened was it was all my stories start off like that. So a week ago I did an interview with my friend Vanessa, who is a streamer on Twitch, goes by Gothics, and we were talking about, you know, being frustrated with being, you know, multiracial. Like me, I'm Samoan, Hawaiian, Dominican, and black. And it's frustrating for me because it's like people are like, what are you? If I shave my head off, they think I'm black.
Right.
If I have my hair grown out, because my hair is wavy, if I grow it out, then they're like, oh, well, what, you know, what are you? So it's like some of the interactions I've had with, you know, really pro-black people, it kind of turns into, how can I manipulate you to get what I want? Or how are you with, like, my wife is Hawaiian and white, you know, like, how are you with whitey? Like I one of my older brothers wouldn't even come to my wedding because he was upset that I married a quote unquote white woman, even though his wife is half white as well. But she's got more of the color in her. She looks more. Anyway, so you know, I mentioned this one, you know, about that, and I mentioned about this one person. I'll just say his name, Triforce Gaming. He basically, I did the interview with him after I interviewed some other folks, and he seemed cool, seemed legit. And then after that, he started asking me, he asked me, oh, do you have money or $250 in freaking flyer miles to, you know, that I could use so that I can go to this place in California? And I'm like,
what the fuck?
I was like, hold up. First, I don't know you. Secondly, you just told me you're a CEO of X amount of company, this company, this company. Why are you asking me for money? And then I find out that that's kind of been his MO. And so because I did name drop, I name dropped him now. So fuck you if you're lurking and watching. But, you know, I didn't name drop him when I gave the scenario. So apparently he didn't like that I brought it up. And then he's got this whole thing about trying to cancel me now because apparently I'm a racist.
Dude, that means you made it. You're popular. If you're popular enough to cancel, like nobody gets canceled if they have like 300 subscribers. So you're good.
I guess so. I'm like, this shit's wild.
Yeah, it's getting weird. And I think what the issue is people are very much cognizant of what everybody's saying, and it's a very do as I say, not as I do type of culture. Because I mean, look at it. Everybody who's the most vocal about a certain subject ends up being exposed as having to do with that subject in a negative way. Every single person who's ever gotten to like an anime discussion on Twitter and called everybody pedos ends up getting arrested for abusing a child or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
It happens to every single one of them. And I feel like we should all stop being surprised at it at this point, because that's kind of what you've always done to obfuscate the fact that you're into something, is be hardcore against it. You know, think about like in the 20s, half the dudes stomping gay dudes back then having gay sex on the sly, right? Like that's just the way it works. And people are like, oh my God, this guy said something I don't agree with. And just give them, I don't know, half a year, they're going to be outed as saying that same thing. So that's my approach to it. If someone ever tries to cancel me, you're not going to be able, you may be able to take away people that follow me. I've had people, for example, I have a very close knit group of friends here, being in the hardcore scene. We have a crew, right? And we have a sign. And so the sign is NM. And the dude saw a picture of me on Twitter with my friends. We were all going out shooting, and we took a picture with all of us, and we're decked out in like gear for our crew and shit. And he goes, oh, you had like this, like, does that mean you're like a white supremacist? This was a guy who was going to sign up to my Patreon at the $50 tier. That's like, for someone who grew up poor, $50 a month is fucking incredible. Right. So I told him, I was like, oh, like, no, that's a common misunderstanding. I told him, listen, it's this group of my idiot teenage friends back in the day. We made this crew, and we just all still hang out together. And it has to do with like being together in the hardcore scene, being from a small area in Florida, getting the shit kicked out of us all the time. We had to crew up, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, plus the whole white supremacy thing that kind of started in 4chan as a joke to see if they could trick people into that. You should, you know, I was like, you know, like that doesn't really mean white supremacy to anybody. Anybody who's actually racist doesn't fuck around with this shit. They have SS bolts tattooed on their shoulder. You know what I mean? Like, they're not playing around with little coy, like, oh, maybe I'm a little racist. Like, no, it's not like that. If you fucking believe that people are lesser than you because of their race, you're not playing some fucking like baby, like, oh, look at this shit. So I explained that to him, not in a mean way. I was just like, oh, just so in the future, so you know, if you see me doing that stuff, like I'm Cuban American. I am not a white guy, and I do not think that white people are better than anybody else. And if I did, I'd be actively working against myself. And the dude goes, nah, that's bullshit. You're a fucking white supremacist. I never heard from him again. So it's going to happen. People are going to stop following me. I'm going to lose support because of that, because there are people who may not get the right story, or there might be people who are genuinely against what I did. Totally fine. That's 100% understandable. I will not apologize for anything that I say. I will feel very sorry that it hurt your feelings, because I'm an empathetic person, and I don't want anybody not to like me just out of nature. I want people to like me. I want people to think that I'm sociable and fun to hang out with. Like, I want all those things. I'm not willing to change myself to achieve that, though. And if somebody comes at me and says, you said this in a live stream, I'm going to say, yes, I did. I'm sorry that you don't like that. And I would like to further clarify the context of that situation if possible, but I will not apologize to anyone for anything that I've said, period.
Yeah. I mean, and if people are not willing to have a dialogue and discuss stuff, and they just want to shut you down, that says way more about them than it does about you.
Yeah, for sure. If you're the type of person who would stop supporting something you genuinely enjoy because you thought the guy had different, I don't know, political opinions than you, then maybe I don't want your support, you know? And it sucks because I want everybody's support. But if you're the type of person that I would not enjoy hanging out with, I probably don't want you giving me money every month too.
Yeah. So with that being said, man, I actually lied. I got one final question for you.
Let's see what we got.
Did you have fun?
This was super fun, man. Dude, I like just shooting the shit and being allowed to just blah 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 the whole time. So this is a great way to do that.
Oh man, I'm glad you have a good time, man. We definitely need to do this again.
For sure. I'm 100% down.
I saw Gamer Thumb TV in the chat before he left because I think he's streaming now, but he said he would love to do because I have another show that I usually do called the Best Damn Podcast Show. Period. I know it's a mouthful, but it's basically a shooting the shit style show. Like this one had kind of interview questions and whatnot, but and the other one it's like we take a topic like we could talk about Resident Evil 3 or we could talk about content creation, whatnot, and we'll just like round table it. So I was gonna do that next week. If you're down, I know he wants to be on it with you. And I saw Mike Levy or Dongle, he was in here.
Ah, that dude rules.
Dude, I think it would be fun, the four of us. If
that'd be fun as hell. Yeah, me and Mike are already super good friends, so that'd be fun as hell. Hell yeah.
So yeah, man. We can work out the details, but other than that, is there anything you want to leave the audience with before we go? That we haven't already said.
Watch my videos.
Watch his videos, people. Quote.
Yeah, I think if I had to die right now, you could put that on my tombstone. I'd be pretty okay with that. Just put my link on there for my YouTube channel. It'd be sick.
Oh man, and with that being said, where can people find you?
You can find me at YouTube. Speaking of which, if you want to watch my videos, Avalanche Reviews is the name of the channel, and on Twitter, you can get a hold of me. My DMs are open if you ever want to talk about upscaling, survival horror, RPGs, whatever. At Avalanche Jared, Jared.
Awesome, and links to everything is in the description of this podcast and the YouTube video. So make sure you go. It's Prime Directive. Go and sub to his channel. Go follow him on social media. Go stalk him to see his tattoos.
Please do.
And he's a man of culture. Look at that glorious Godtier beard. God, I wish I could have that. Like, let me go find my cat shaved a little bit and then put it on my face. Anyway, with that being said, thank you, Jared, for coming on the show, man. It is such an honor. You're a fucking awesome person.
My pleasure, man.
Dude, this was. It doesn't even feel like it's been almost 5 hours.
Wow, that's insane. That's crazy to think about.
This has been fun. The audience loved having you on the show. I loved having you on the show. Definitely need to get you on the other show next week. That's gonna be a fuck ton of fun.
Hell yeah, man.
So, with that being said, people, if you enjoyed this, please hit the like button if you're watching it on YouTube. Share it if you want to. You can catch this podcast on all outlets. We're gonna have it up on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, TuneIn Radio. Yes, people, I am reading the shit below our names. iHeartRadio, Pandora, and if you want early access to different content, early access to podcasts, completely optional. You don't have to fucking do this. Look. Listen, y'all don't have to fucking do this. If you want to support, we got Patreon.
Here we go. Chilling again.
I'm chilling. I'm shucking and jiving for that dollar. Anyway, if you want to, and if you do support, I will feel guilty. But everything that you invest into me, I reinvest into the channel. And it goes for Jared as well. He has an amazing channel, amazing content. Support the man on Patreon. I think you have channel memberships too.
I never messed around with that. I don't know if I have anything to offer for members, so I just kind of figured, we'll just do Patreon, I guess. I might one day.
No. So what I basically started doing is because I had a lot of people that don't like Patreon.
Yeah, I get that.
So I basically mirrored it over to the channel membership, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'd rather do it all on one platform." Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I probably have to look into that because for the longest time, I figured I couldn't. I would have to offer something to them, and I'm already just nonstop working on videos, talking to people on Patreon, on Twitter, and on YouTube. So like the whole Discord thing, like I don't even think I can add another social media thing in and still be able to work. Like, yeah, I was kind of questioning that, but I mean, it makes sense. Just do the same stuff I do on Patreon, but on the channel membership.
Yeah. Hey. And you're gonna stick around because I got stuff to share with you when we go off.
Sure.
But with that being said, people, this is Jared and I. We had a great time here with this conversation. We hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one.
See you later, guys.